And now I'm ahead of Sarah. So we would like to acknowledge the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Syilx, and the Sinix peoples, and the home to the Métis and many other diverse Aboriginal persons, and we honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. Council, is there any late items for today's meeting? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to item number 4, adoption of the agenda. Could I have a mover? Moved by Tate, seconded by Payne. All in favor? Carried. I see no adoption, I see no previous minutes here. Okay. There's no recommendations from the committee of the whole. No requests, no delegations, although we could probably call our wonderful staff that are all in the back a delegation. No bylaws, and so we will move right into the budget session. And the first one is on water and wastewater rates. And we have our CFO, Chris Jury, here. And we have our, I want to say Manager of Public Works, but I think the title's changed a little bit. Colin Innes joining us at the table today. So we will get started.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
Freshly back from Qatar.
Oh. Yep. Which is almost exactly the opposite time zone as here.
Wow.
So
I noticed that.
it's.
Did you go to see soccer?
I did. Yes.
You and the mayor of Vancouver.
Oh, I didn't see him there. Yeah.
Oh, he made headlines for missing the police budget where he was going to add 100 police officers. He was in Qatar when that came to the table in
Sounds like a
Vancouver.
good place to be.
Yeah, that's right. That's probably a better. Yeah, safer. It's called. Yeah.
Oh, how exciting! So, well, we
Yeah.
know what we're going to be doing during the coffee break, and
Yep.
the public won't be privy to that conversation. But
I think it's Japan and Croatia in extra time right now, so we'll check at the break here.
Oh, an extra
Yeah.
time. God. As long as he brought us souvenirs.
I'll see what I can find. Something. Yeah.
It's got some sand in it.
Yeah, that's right.
I was gonna say.
Desert sand from the there.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
so-
don't make a lot there.
So if
Yep.
you nod off because our questions aren't stimulating enough, we know the reason is because you're on a time lag.
Yep.
Okay.
Coffee here. But on that note, speaking of the questions, we did have some questions from the. So we're going to pick up kind of where we left off, just to sort of set the stage here. We kind of went through our water, wastewater budget presentation last time. We ended things with a few questions and asked us to kind of come back and summarize and sort of answer those questions. Also, after the meeting, we received a few other questions from council that I think Colin Innes here is going to address. So maybe we'll start with that and then kind of go to our day 2. This shouldn't take too long, I wouldn't think. It's just sort of a recap of where we're at, plus show you a bit more information. And then after that, we'll kind of move on to the next piece of the agenda here, Development Services doing a presentation. So maybe we'll start with maybe some of those questions that came up. Yeah. Lock button there. Yeah, that's just that.
Okay, hopefully I'm live there. Well, good morning, everybody. There was, Councillor Tate had sent a couple of questions that I thought were actually really good, perceptive questions. And what it involved was looking at the amount of water that we put into the system in the year, and then the amount of wastewater that's processed. And it was trying to get an understanding of the balance of that activity and if it's in fact balanced. And using some numbers from the presentation, there's definitely, I could totally see where Councillor Tate could see that, well, wait a minute, this looks like it could be almost balanced. Now the thing is that what we had given you was an annual summary, so you don't get to see the fluctuations that occur with seasonality in that. And then with the numbers that Rory was able to use in his presentation are actually numbers that come from projections, whereas the numbers that I have are actual metered numbers. And so I've got some numbers here for you, but I guess the really quick answer to your question is that no, they don't actually balance, and the reason is it's not a closed loop system, and that things like precipitation and as well as how dry it is in a season will affect the balance of those two things in a given year. And so in 2021, The meter data that we have for the whole year shows that for water use was about 1.8 million cubic meters of water that were used. So that's water that came in, went through our UV system and was put into the system. Whereas on the sewer use, so what's actually being received out at the plant, was about 1.5 million cubic meters of water. So a big piece of where that other water goes, during the summertime, there's a lot of outdoor water use that occurs, we're filling swimming pools, hot tubs, those kind of things. And so there's a lot of other use of water that happens that doesn't come back into the system. But at the same time, depending on where you are in the year, there can be either a really good match of those two numbers or it can be really divergent. And so, for example, in February of 2021, the water use and the sewer use numbers are so close, they're almost bang on. And that's actually a really good way to evaluate what your base level of water use is in the city, because you're not seeing those external uses, people washing cars or doing all these other things with water. That's kind of, here's your base load that you're going to have that's, for people to be able to, do their cooking and using washrooms and that, and that's kind of the level of water that you're always going to have kind of as your baseline. And so that can actually be a really useful number for planning and sizing things appropriately, because you know that, okay, well, even with conservation measures in place, getting down below this is going to be really tough, because that's a lot of where people's kind of core water use. And I mean, and there are ways to save water in the house, but that's really starting to let you know kind of where that baseline is, and after that, it's kind of how much fine points can we shave off of that versus summer use or outdoor use, which is a huge number. And then, of course, depending on what's going on, it may be very relevant for us to bring that back. So in February, the numbers are almost bang on. But in August, of course, the water use is about, it'll be 50,000 cubic meters more in August. So, of course, a warm August, a lot more water use that's going on that people are using for more than inside the house. Whereas by November, you've actually got a higher sewer use number by about 12,000 cubic meters of water. So some of that is you've got your late season rains and things that are happening. We've still got some stuff that's infiltrating into our sewer systems. And so in essence, we're having more water that's still making its way into the system that's being treated out at the plant, but isn't necessarily indicative of the actual water use at that moment. And so the numbers do move around, but anecdotally or just kind of on a global average look, you're going to have more water use in a year than you're going to have sewer use. That's largely due to outdoor water use during the season. So Rory's numbers, which I think are
Colin, just before we leave that, those February numbers, it also gives us a bit of an indication that our system is getting tighter, that we're not seeing that water loss in our mains before they ever reach the household, et cetera.
And that's a really good point, Kevin, because exactly. Now with some, if there's, let's say, a water main break and it's getting into a sewer line, well, you may see similar numbers because a lot of that water is literally dumping from one system into the other. But typically the way that a water break will go is the pipe will break over here somewhere, the water will find its way underground and will either come to the surface somewhere else, and trying to find where that break is can sometimes be a little bit of an interesting exercise. But other times it can wind up going into the stormwater system, and so it'll find a place to go. And sometimes water main breaks don't actually get picked up because there is no surface sign of something happening. It's going to the storm outfall, it's getting out to the lake, so we're not seeing it, and it's not until later, when we're reviewing data later in the month where you can be like, well, there's an awful lot of water use that's going on. What's going on? This doesn't make sense. It's February, we should be seeing something that's pretty tight. And then that'll be really what cues you in. Now, hopefully before you get to that point, somebody has said, I'm hearing a lot of noise coming out of a system, and you're being kind of cued into something, but sometimes you're just not going to see it. But during the wintertime, the water and sewer use should be pretty close. Now, the numbers that Rory gave us for the flow-through coolers, his numbers that he gave us are actually what I believe to be conservative, and I'll explain to you why they are conservative. The methodology that Rory used in order to make his projections, a lot of the equipment that's out there is older equipment. It's not brand new, and it's not that everybody has a published number of, here's how much water this is going to use. In fact, I probably think that a lot of the suppliers of this equipment probably actually downplay that number slightly. But anyway, so what Rory did is that he went and he took a look at the different appliances that folks had. And what he had to do is he had to measure the size of them and then find out what they were built, so what their insulating materials and that were. And then he was able to take that information and go and consult some tables of studies that have been done looking at similar pieces of equipment. So what he's trying to do is trying to take something, an older piece of equipment and figure out, well, where does it seem to fit into these numbers here, and which one is this kind of a lot more closely aligned to. So of course that builds in a little bit of a conservative number in there, because you're not going to want to select a number that's kind of on the lower end of things. You're going to always kind of select a little conservative. So his number from making the selection of the equipment time, so a little bit conservative. And then the other thing that he had to do is that you're going to talk with the people that are using the system and asking them how you're using it. So what's the percentage of the time this thing runs? And so a lot of what you're counting on is people remembering. And again, as you're hearing the information coming back to you, you're thinking, okay, well, they're not totally sure, but he says he's running at this number of months. So, you're having to kind of fill in the gaps. And again, you estimate a little on the higher side. So that builds some conservatism into Rory's numbers. And then the other thing is he did actually go through a calibration process to try to see whether his numbers seem to make sense. And actually, I got to really give it to him. It wasn't an easy go in what he did. And so, but he was able to get his numbers to calibrate pretty, into a way that made sense. But the thing is that he's using the global meter data of all the water that's going into that building, and not just something that's going into this unit. And so, depending on how much the bathrooms are used, if you've got apartments located above something, and kind of the water use and what people are reporting as their water use to you, it can change the numbers a little bit. So even though I think Rory gave us some good numbers that actually really do help us understand what these units can do, they are a little on the conservative end, because there's a number of variables where he's just having to say, well, we don't know exactly, so I'm having to estimate, and he's always, faulted to the conservative side of the estimate, which I think is probably better than us downplaying what these units could potentially do and the impact that they could have. So I think his numbers still have value, but I can understand that when you're looking at the numbers as they're lined up and you're trying to figure out, well, what is the water balance? When you looked at his numbers or the numbers that we had, you could come to a conclusion that they're almost the same. But we do, year over year, there's typically more water use than sewer use that goes on. So I don't know if there was any questions anybody had with that.
So there's 17 fixtures, through the mayor, there's 17 fixtures in Nelson that are using maybe around 1% of the water that comes into Nelson.
Yeah, based on the work that Rory's done, that would lead us to that conclusion, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now I think the other question that had come up, if I remember correctly, was a question about the impact of whether there was logging work that was going on in or adjacent to watersheds, and just kind of some of what information we receive when that kind of activity is going on. So I guess in the past, I've been a recipient of two different packages that Kolesnikov presented to us. And what comes with those, because of course they realize that we have a watershed and that our protection of the watershed is very important, and that the activity that goes on and adjacent to it is really something that's important for us to understand what's going on, and we're not necessarily going to be open to any and all activities that are being suggested. But what we get from them are a map showing where the cutting activities to occur, where the roadway activities to occur, and then they do a bunch of slope stability analysis in that. And so what they're trying to project is, with this activity, what's the risk of debris flows that are going to happen from that, and how can that adversely affect your water system? And so they'll give us a submission of that. They're normally a very robust submission that we've gotten. Kolesnikov's been really good with the information that's been provided to us. And so basically what happens is, whenever they're going to be taking on these activities, they provide us with the information. We'll review it. There was the one, they were doing some work trying to get rid of beetle kill right adjacent to the Celis watershed, but they had to build a road and to be able to access that. Most of what our concern was on that one was less about the water quality and how it was going to be impacted by the work, but was more about them having to go across the new water line that we had put in there, and making sure that all that equipment and trucks and things could go across that line without compromising the line that had been put in place. So again, we worked with them on making sure that we built a corduroy road, which is out of, you're putting logs across that and material on it to protect your water line, and so we worked with them on that. So yeah, with any of those, with the work that goes on, like if there is work that Montecola is looking to do, again, there'll be a package of work that would come to us about here's what we're looking to do, and the projections as to how that could impact the watershed. I think that was all the questions that I had,
Okay.
Chris, unless
Yep.
you got some more.
Nope, that's all I can think of. Yeah.
Council, did you have any questions on the last comments? Everybody's good? Okay.
Mayor Morrison, the only one, and I don't think we can answer it today, but we do need to come up with some strategy around these water cooled compressors. You know, they were not allowed in our system. They should never have been installed, so we're certainly on the plumbing permit side. We just need to make sure that, you know, those don't happen again, so we don't get any more added to the system. And then we just need to come up with a strategy of how do we manage through these ones that are there. You know, obviously metering is an option that, you know, council does even in our current bylaw. Council can require certain properties to be metered, which obviously discourages this use and maybe would encourage some of these building owners to maybe replace these sooner than later if they're, you know, old. I know there's a couple that are recent, been in the last, I guess, 10 years. I'm not sure what the lifespan of this is, but so we will, you know, this has been going on for a while, and now that Rory's done this work, I think we will come back with a recommendation of how we, you know, what the options are around these current ones. And you know, I don't know, maybe I'm not sure who installs these, if they're local contractors. I think maybe some awareness of, you know, that these are banned in Nelson. You cannot use these in Nelson, and make sure that they're not doing that. But certainly I believe you do need to have a plumbing permit to, you know, if you did this. So certainly on that side of it, we have a touch point there. But, you know, so I just want to flag that, you know, we need to do this work and come back with some recommendations for council.
Councillor Payne.
Just to get a better understanding of that, excuse me, so the two that you say are relatively recent within the last 10 years, so were they installed when they were banned? So what are the implications to those organizations? Isn't there a responsibility to them to replace them when that's brought to their attention?
I'm not sure what the authorities we have in that bylaw are, you know, whether they're fines, whether we can require them to be removed. We'd have to look at the bylaw in terms of our authorities. Yes, they should never have been installed. You know, builders, you know, contractors are supposed to know our regulations, and they are supposed to comply by them. Why they didn't, I don't know. I don't know if we ever got to the bottom of that. They're, you know, these are both the two I'm thinking of are grocery stores, and you know, I don't know if the contractors were, you know, when you're not metering water, that's the cheapest form of cooling you can get is using the cheap water. I actually worked for a school district, and you know, that was our conclusion in a community that didn't ban these, that using water cooled compressors was the most efficient from the owner's point of view. Not great for the you know, for the water system. But so yeah, I can't answer why they didn't, and we can check our authorities of what authorities we have to rectify that now. I know the past discussion is, you know, these are their whole cooling systems, you know, all those, you know, rows of fridges and and freezing, you know, that's all run by that system. So they're a big part of their stores, right?
So just supplemental, if I may?
Sure.
So I was going to ask, and this may be a moot point now with your last sentence, is there any motivation that we can provide to them other than, I think, Councillor Lochtenberg sent something in about grants that may be available. But is there any motivation from the city side? But you're saying this is quite a large scale
Yeah, these
replacement,
are-
so it
these
would
are-
be very expensive.
Yeah, these aren't cheap, but they're, you know, they're not small businesses either. Although I imagine some are smaller businesses. You know, the stick is, you meter them
Yeah.
and they pay for the water and that becomes a cost, and then you got this cost benefit. Do I continue with this, or is it less expensive to, you know, to change them out and save those fees? But you're not saving all that, because now you've got a different source of energy that you're using to cool with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lockenberg.
Kevin, what would this? Where would I find this bylaw? I remember looking before and couldn't find it. Is it under a
Isn't
building
our
bylaw?
water bylaw? Is it not?
Website, and we can get to the water bylaw. Should be in the water bylaw.
It's the water bylaw.
Yeah.
It's not in the building bylaw. Okay. I had trouble finding it, and so
Finding the bylaw or finding the provision?
finding the
Bylaw.
bylaw,
Okay.
because I made the mistake of going to the document center and doing search and then going through them one by one.
Okay.
Maybe just not a good search.
I'm going to excuse myself for
Yeah.
an RDCK meeting.
Councillor Tate, did you have a question?
You guys have, well,
No.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay,
Okay.
moving on then.
Okay, so we'll, I don't know, Sarah, is there a way to put this presentation up? Thank you. Oh, okay, excellent, thanks. So we'll just go through a little recap here of where we left off. I'll wait for this to get booted up. It's a bit.
Meditation
Yeah,
moment.
that's right. You know.
Yeah, I still can't find it.
No?
Is there, there's nothing I need to do here, is there?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm too busy.
Sorry.
What are you guys waiting for?
Okay, I thought we were having some technical difficulties. I was like, just give it time, just give
There
it
we
time.
go.
Computers, they can be
Bingo.
finicky. All right. Okay, good stuff. Rolling on. All right. So, do a little bit of a recap here. We'll kind of go through some of the historical rates that we've seen too. There was a request to kind of look at that, some other options. Also looking at kind of what we do for suites as well, and what we have for our conforming and non-conforming suites. So just as a recap, again, this was what we had for our 2023 budget for water and wastewater. Just kind of summarized here, user fees. We collect other revenues from those connection fees when we get new developments and things like that. We have our operating expenses, which then is used to fund into our capital reserve. We put 100% of that net revenue from operations into the capital reserve to pay for capital for the water and wastewater as separate reserves. We have our capital plan that we went through at some length. Colin and his team kind of went through what we have planned for water, as well as wastewater. And we are going to have a presentation on the wastewater master plan in January. And the way that we've also, just to kind of jump ahead a little bit, but the way we thought we would set this up is if we can get a bit of direction from council today on what they'd like to see for rates. On our January 13th meeting, we will do the first 3 readings of a water and wastewater bylaw for rates. Then on the 17th of January, we will have a presentation of our wastewater master plan, which means that we won't have to actually make a final decision on those rates until after we get the wastewater master plan. So we'll do that on the 19th. So you have time to kind of allow us to sort of get a few things in motion, see the wastewater master plan, have a good night's sleep or 2, and then we'll make a decision on the 19th to kind of go ahead or not. Okay. So here's historically what we had for commercial and residential rates. We've been moving ahead at that. As a blended, it kind of works out to a 1.8% increase. You had the 2% for water and 1.5% for wastewater. You can see that in 2021, as sort of the city's response to the pandemic was to put a hold on commercial water and wastewater rates. So you see that 1 year there at the top that's kind of flat. I think my mouse will move around there, yeah. In there, but we've sort of consistently been at that same rate increase year over year. For 2023, we were proposing to move to a 2% and 2% for water and wastewater, as opposed to the 2 and 1.5. Just sort of a recap here of what we have also for suites. There's some questions on what we do for conforming and long-term rentals. We do offer that 75% discount on your annual fee if your suite is used as a long-term rental. If it's a short-term rental, you don't get that discount. So you just pay, you know, as same as you would if it was a second home, like it's just a second unit there. If you have, there's a line here you can see. So like in 2021, we had 450 conforming and 144 non-conforming suites. So it's 594 suites. And that includes laneway houses and things like that. 22 of those were used as short-term rentals, so they didn't get that discount. There's also suite waivers. So if you have a suite in your home, but you demonstrate and you acknowledge that it's not used as a rental, that you're just using it for your own home, then you can sign the suite waiver and you don't pay for that second suite. It's not being used by any, like another family. So you kind of have a net amount there of what potentially are long-term rental suites. And, you know, there could be some suites that are being rented that, you know, we don't know about, that have been there for years. It's possible that aren't in the system, but it kind of gives you kind of an indication of where we're at for secondary suites and laneway houses. We're growing by, I think it's around 20 or 30 a year, you know, 30 or so a year that we add to that. So, you know, we're adding new conforming suites all the time.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Short-term rentals 22, annual fee $8.93. Should a short-term rental not be charged the going rate, which is the
1,190?
119?
Yeah, so they are. If you add that 893 and the 297, I know it's a bit challenging, but what you do is it's a conforming suite, so you pay the conforming suite. If you have a short-term rental, we add another $893 to that. So essentially, you're paying as a non-conforming suite. I know it sounds a little bit backwards, but or a little bit of a roundabout way to do it. But you have a conforming suite, so you get the discount. If it's a short-term rental, we charge you an extra $893 on top of that.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
for explaining that. It's like
I know it's
like we're discounting short-term
No,
rentals, which
you're
is, you know, Councillor Pinero has talked about the
Yep.
incentivizing for those that are doing long-term rentals, and now it looks like we're incentivizing short-term rentals, but
No, you pay $8.93.
because it does
Yes.
look a bit funny on the.
Yeah. No, it's just the billing system we have. One is through the water utility billing, so it is a conforming suite, so you do get the conforming suite. If you go get your business license to have a short-term rental, then we add another $893 on that, and so now you're being basically charged for a non-conforming suite.
Thank you. Councillor Lockenberg.
So, Chris, do we have any mechanism for gathering feedback, whether that penalty or benefit, however you want to think about it, is having the desired effect? Like because there's probably some tipping point where I'm assuming most short-term rental landlords would say, okay, well, this is no longer cost-effective for me, or it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Do we know if we're hitting that number, or if we need to make any adjustments?
Maybe I'll just speak to it before that, because the intent of the water and sewer fees was not to be an incentive or disincentive. It was to recognize the fact that you weren't eligible for the conforming rental suite discount. So that's all it was. It was never meant to move people one way or the other. You know, the regulations that we have around short-term rental is really where we're regulating how many short-term rentals we have, and you know, the fees we charge for them, etc. So this is really you know, we didn't want to incentivize short-term rentals, but you know, really from the water and sewer side, it was meant to just be neutral from a billing point of view. It's really in the regulations around short-term rentals where, you know, where we cap, where we require, there's a number of requirements we have there. And I don't know, Sebastian, if that's part of your discussion today, but I think that's probably the better place. You know, certainly council could, we'd have to look into, I don't know if you can through your water and sewer side. You know, it's supposed to recover the fees related to providing that service. It's not, I'm not sure you have the authority to incentivize or punish users for, you know, for the type of use they have. It's really meant to recover the cost, and you know, I think the reason we discounted in the end suites, it was really on the basis that you know we have one connection into that property, so it, you know, that capital side is not any more expensive, you know, maybe marginally. I don't know if we use I don't know if on our side, I don't think we do anything different on our side of whether you have a suite in your place or a single family dwelling. So there was no capital part of it. And then from an operating point of view, we just thought the amount that we were charging in addition didn't, you know, justify that. So it was easy to say that you having a house with a suite in it wasn't double. It wasn't like having two houses where we had a separate line, or etc. So like I said, I think if it's short-term rentals you're looking at, it's really, you know, the bylaw that we have around short-term rental regulations is really where you want to get at. But we certainly didn't want to incentivize as we had with the suites.
Yeah, but it seems to me pretty clear that there's an incentive recognizing the revenue neutral nature of how we do fees and charges, yet we still try to build some incentive structures into things to get behavior change. And I recognize that we do have this sort of separate bylaw meaning to control it, but it's also having limited effect, as we see. There's a growth.
I don't think that's the case, but Sebastian can speak to it when we get to that section. You might want to have, you know, more, reduce it more. I think having this discussion after Sebastian presents, then he'll give you the real numbers and all that sort of thing. I just be a little bit careful of using water and sewer fees to sort of go too far down that road. Like if we doubled them for a suite, for a, Airbnb or a short-term rental, I think we start to push that limit where someone could probably challenge us and say, you're supposed to be recovering your costs, et cetera. Now you're using this as a tool to prevent a short-term rental. I think we just need to be a bit careful. We don't go too far down that road.
Yeah, I accept that we need to be careful, and I'm happy to delay this conversation. But I would flag that incentives we have a limited number of incentives we can apply, and it's not necessarily a punishment. If we're offering an incentive to a long-term suite, it's to say, we recognize we've got a challenge on the affordability side. There's a number of investments we can make as a community to help sort of manage that rising cost of rental units. This might be one where we provide some of our investment into a discount for long-term rentals.
Yeah, I think you're probably better off on that side of it, which
Yeah.
is what we've done, right? So
Yeah.
we're 75% reduction. You could
more.
reduce that more.
But the question is, we don't want to reduce it too much. We want to reduce it enough. And so getting that feedback where we're detecting whether is this enough? Because
I would
behavior
suspect
tends to.
I'd suspect it's, we'd have to do more research. I would suspect it's 297 versus 1,000 now. If we made that 297 150, I don't know, the 150 would shift somebody from a short-term rental to a long-term. I think this is more on, would you encourage more people to build more suites because they're not paying double? I would look at it more on the supply side than, disincenting short-term rentals. I think we're going to manage short-term rentals through our regulations, but the paying anything addition for your secondary suite, reducing that. And we've even talked about, allowing that, and I think we have done with a couple folks, or at least we talked about, allowing them, basically to, if they were, as a sort of almost the capital side of it. So if you created a long-term suite and, maybe you have an incentive at 0 for 10 years while you repay your capital that you invested to create a long-term suite. I think programs like that, because it's that initial capital that you're really looking at, right? So if I said, if I built this suite and I didn't pay anything for 10, 15 years until I paid my capital back, that's probably might be a good incentive for me to, to
Right.
spend that capital.
My point was simply the data is really important because behavior operates on a curve. You get no benefit, nothing, no effect, no effect, no effect, and then suddenly there's some tipping point that happens where it starts to drive a lot of people into a certain new type of behavior. We just don't know where that point is, and we don't want to go too far past it because then we're just sort of giving money away. We want to sort of ideally get it right, and so getting that data back, like, is this making an effect? That was the crux of the question, I guess, and maybe Sebastian can answer it later.
And he'll answer that, but I'd like to just follow up on what Kevin's saying, is that my recollection of when this reduction first came in had nothing to do with short-term rentals, because we didn't have this plague of short-term rentals around town. What we did have is we had a significant number that we knew sort of in the background or the underground was illegal suites that were not conforming to any standard. And so life and safety is always the key thing. And so when this was first brought in by the Council of the Day to reduce this, was to hopefully, the incentive was that those people that had illegal suites would actually consider making them legal, like bringing them up to a building code standard. And since then, of course, we've had this flurry of short-term rentals and Airbnb and whatever you want to call it, as everybody turns their house into an investment and a moneymaker. But the initial point was that hopefully by giving this reduction, that we would get safer houses in our community. And I mean, we still have lots of old houses, and we probably all know somebody that lives in a place that, and you're not going to report it to anybody because they need a place to live, And you kind of don't go around saying, I know that you live in a substandard basement suite, right? So it's a bit of tiptoeing around, but yeah, it wasn't an incentive at all to keep from being a short-term rental. In my mind, having, like, owning a bed and breakfast, I don't own a short-term rental, I mean, I live in my home. But I mean, the $1,000, given that if you have a short-term rental and I can rent it for, $300, the first weekend that I rented, I've paid that, like, so who cares?
Yeah.
So that's not, it's not a real driver to move away from, if you're running in a good business, and doing well with your, short-term rentals. I don't think people are gonna be jumping at the small savings there, but yeah, it's about life and safety. Councillor Payne.
I'm just going to jump way back to ask a point of clarification for myself. Others may know it, but the suites are identified through a couple of different methods. If someone comes in and get a building permit to do a suite, they're there. BC Assessment identifies certain suites. I know we have a non-conforming suite in our home, but it's lived in by a family member, but it's known to BC Assessment that it's there. Are there other methods? Like when you say we are not sure that we've identified all the suites, do we know what that margin might be? And I don't know, maybe this is for Sebastian as well, and is it a significant number that we need to think about? And so that's a bunch of questions sort of rolled in together. And I'm just interested if that's an opportunity somehow to increase that safety that the mayor is talking about, and to also recognize the water recovery on that.
I'd say BC Assessment is generally the party that does the work. They will look at, they will pick up the fact that someone's got an advertisement out for renting their suite or whatever, and as soon as that happens, they will go and assess that property and say, you do have a rental suite. We are going to change your assessment to reflect that rental suite. We don't, occasionally if, a staff member picks up that, that person has a rental and is advertising a rental, and we don't have them as a rental suite, so we'll pick up on some of those, but we're not actively checking, listings to see if people are. I think BC Assessment has, I think that's kind of how we know what the difference between what people are actually paying and which ones they pick up that aren't on our register.
I know we picked up a few when we did the blue bin program, because we had folks say, hey, I didn't get a blue bin for my rental suite. Said, well, it's good to know you have a rental suite. So there's, things like that. I don't know, Sebastian probably has some other thoughts on that. Should we just kind of table that for when he comes up? I don't know if you have some time you're talking about that, or if you want to mention some things now.
Well, I think for us, it's really when somebody comes in the front door.
Sebastian, can you?
You need to come to a mic.
Sorry, I didn't mean to wind down a road off agenda.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of different touch points, but we don't actively look for them. But yeah, somebody comes in for a permit, we're reviewing the permit files, something kind of looks a bit off, and we'll look at that. Our focus is trying to encourage non-conforming suites to make them conforming, so that's really where we focus. So that's that. And on the short-term rental, maybe I'll talk to this later, but there is a podcast that our staff has done recently. I will send council a link. A lot of misconceptions, and also there will be a presentation at the committee of the whole. So in order maybe not to take too much time, it's coming up for another discussion, because we know it's important that you understand all of that. I'll just plug that in now.
Before you disappear, just in case Councillor Pinero has a question, so in case you're the guy that has to answer it, I'll just let him ask his question.
Right, so I may not have a question, but just to say that I'd be interested to know, first of all, what, if we have any way of knowing what incentivizes people to rent long-term, because that's obviously what we need. If it's not water and sewer discounts, then maybe what is it? And if water and sewer wasn't, if that discount wasn't put there, it had nothing to do with short-term rentals, and because short-term rentals weren't a problem at the time, it was clearly something else, right? But just keeping it, sort of speaking to what Rick was saying, keeping it as a, things change, and so our tools potentially change too, and I agree, you know, we can't push it too much, but how much can we push it? And finding out what that sweet spot is, because I think we need our incentives and potentially, you know, the bylaws around short-term rentals are sticks, potentially. We could cut them or do whatever we were gonna do, but I think a bit of both is appreciated, you know. If you're gonna hammer people, you also need to give them something, and so maybe water and sewer is not the place, but I think or maybe it is just a little bit, but finding some other place to do that, if that's not the place, or finding that incremental small bit that we can use it. I mean, if it's a tool, let's use it, I would just say. And I'm interested to know if there's any numbers you could give us later that, you know, at those presentations, I'm interested to know what that will look like.
Yeah, we tried to keep it high level so we can speak to some numbers, but in March at the committee of the whole is when we were going to give council really the numbers and how it works, how many we have, what's the cap, and we were hoping to have that discussion around, is this still good in regards to what council thinks? But know that, and I'm not saying this, that it doesn't need to change, but we do have some of probably the most comprehensive short-term rental bylaw, and I would say in Canada, and we get calls all the time on how it works and all of that, and every week we look at them. We've got a system that looks at short-term rentals. We identify those that are non-conforming. We send letters. We're on it. We're spending a lot of time on short-term rentals. Not to say that's an excuse to not, look at it further, but I think before advancing those conversations or having those ideas, I think we need to all be familiar with the baseline is at this point in time, because I think there's going to be some interesting things that'll come out from that. So, but I think after that meeting, we could that meeting in March. I think that's when we could really have those discussions around. Okay, well, I would like for staff to dig a bit more into this piece or explore that piece. That would be my recommendation.
I think the other thing to recognize that's going on right now is through the Economic Development Partnership, there is this study going on. We have broadened that to, we're calling it workforce housing, but it will touch at, it won't be exclusively to say it has to be workforce, because you can't, if you have a rental suite, is that someone that's working or someone that's not? It doesn't get that fine, but that is definitely one thing we strongly put on the table, that we do know that, we have a lot of short-term, a lot of suites in our inventory, and, we want to look at how do we encourage more suites. You already have those properties are already built, so we know, for example, I think our average number of people per household is about 2. So we have 2 people per household, and we have 4,500 single-family homes in Nelson, or so, that's a lot of already built stock, and so we're definitely looking at that built stock, and I think we'll get at all these things. Are there incentives that have to be put in place? Are there current regulations? I think one of the things we hear on short-term rentals is, I have somebody in my house for a week or 30 days and they're gone. And whereas a long-term rental, that's a commitment, and your whole, and now you're into the Tenancy Act and all those things. So you definitely, there's challenges there. I know Selkirk College has just partnered with Happy Pad, I believe it's called, and they have a different system where people aren't committed to that rental person for long term. I think Happy Pad's the renter. So there's a whole bunch of regulations. There's a whole bunch of incentives, there's a whole bunch of things that we really do need to understand better if we're going to shift more people into long-term rentals. I think on the positive side, I know some of the stats coming out of development services are the majority of our new housing have rental suites built into them. So we're starting to see people build those in, and I would suggest we're probably one of the highest number of secondary suites in our housing stock in, probably the province or the country, because we've always allowed those in residential zones. There's lots of municipalities out there that do not allow a secondary suite in residential zones, and at least we're well down that path, but certainly more work. We have a large student population, we have a large transient population for the ski season, those others, so we have a lot of rental in our community, and it's we definitely are stretched. We've had, as you probably know, zero vacancy for 15 years now. So it's we need to kind of look at all those things to try to free up more housing, and I think part of that is definitely our current built housing. How do we free up more of those unused spaces in people's houses now? And there's a number of things. Financially is one thing, but there's if I paid for my house and am I going to take a risk of bringing a renter into my house? That's a different story than I'm a young person. I'm trying to pay for my house and I need a suite to actually cover my mortgage. So I think there's different people at different places that you really need to. I think there's situations differently. The person that's paid for their house, you reduce their their sewer and water, they're probably indifferent to that. It's not a financial thing for them.
Okay, let's carry it.
If I could just comment on that, especially with the aging population, I would say that's a significant thing, because some of them just don't have the wherewithal to create the suite, number one, but it would be a significant financial advantage to them and to the community as well. So I'm sure that's something that's covered off.
Just to point to that, just what you said, if we have this history of being permissive with suites, and we have that luxury of having a huge amount of capital in that regard, that's awesome. I just think we just have to be careful about how it's being used, because it's a huge advantage to have these suites, these spaces in the first place. We don't have to build anything; they're there. But if people aren't utilizing them, then it's not helping us. And so that's to circle back. That's I think the challenge for all of us is just to find out ways to make sure that we're using what we have in a way that helps the community. And so thank you for that, because it's good to know that we have all of this baseline of housing that we can work with, but we just have to find out a way of making people actually use it.
Chris, do you have any idea how many that we have that people sign those waivers, they're not using them as suites?
Yeah, on here, I think we've got a suite waiver 74 in 2021, 84 in 2022. Is that kind of what you're?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we know there's 84 units ready to go, could be
Yeah.
rented tomorrow, that people are choosing not to rent for
That's a
whatever reason.
substantial percentage, really. Like 84 of 480 is
Yeah.
Right?
big.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of them are cases where, you bought a home, it has a suite, but you've got 4 people in your family and you need the space. So you didn't buy it because it had a suite to rent out. You bought the home, it has a suite. Somebody could if they owned the home, but that current homeowner has no interest in using it just based on the size of their family, right? So,
Or, like
Yeah.
in my case, we did build a secondary suite in, but, it's for family. Could we rent it? Yes. Are we incented to rent it? In some ways, yeah. But, I would say there are people that had suites, they rented them out, when they had a mortgage and all those sorts of things, and now they don't, and, your grandkids come home and you're going, I don't really need the money, and I'd rather have the space for when my family comes home. So there's a whole number of factors of why someone chooses to and not, and certainly some are financial, some are I would say mostly financial, how, you know, what your personal financial situation is probably the biggest incentive. If I need that money for my suite, I'm gonna rent it. If I don't, then I'm gonna make a choice whether I think I should or shouldn't. I have a bad experience with a tenant, then I go, no, not doing that again. So but we are just, you know, in summary, it's definitely on the radar. There is a consultant that we're working with. This will definitely be on the table as part of that. And it's not just Nelson centric. You know, we need to look at, you know, that regional aspect is, there's a lot of housing, you know, that isn't within our municipal boundaries.
Okay, so I think we've had this conversation about housing, and as I look at the documents going forward, we're really getting into the minutia next of the numbers. So what I'm gonna actually ask for is 10 minutes for people to be able to go to the bio break and get a coffee and then come back. Because I think we've wound up this bit of a discussion. This is a good time to have a quick break and come back in 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
To see if we can get as much of this work done and hopefully get started on the climate and energy presentation from Development Services before lunch.
Okay, all right.
Is there any updates on weekend or whatever we're gonna do for our strat plan?
We're still working on getting those dates and trying to look, as I've pushed out some of the key presentations that we need to have so that we're not here till midnight. So it could be moving out in the year a little bit further. Yeah, because I just think that we need to make sure that we get all of the sectors covered before we have a discussion, because I don't think it would be fair to like have a discussion when we hadn't heard from a sector. And I just, I wanted to have shorter evenings, more time.
Yeah.
And so
Thank you.
instead of trying to do it all in, you know, we used to do economic development and the arts and culture all in like one marathon night, and after the second presentation, you could just see that nobody was. So I've tried to spread all those out. So we're doing like an economic development day, arts and culture day, and then we're doing a social sector day. And so that sort of takes like 3 months, but we might in there have a special meeting. That's why I wanted to know dates of when people were absolutely not available.
Yeah.
Because if I wanted to look at adding a special meeting day in to try to get some of that work done ahead, kind of like so that we could compress it a little bit, but not compress it all into one day. That's why I wanted to know what people's availability.
Okay.
I heard a couple of dates mentioned for presentations, but I don't see them on my calendar. I can ask you later. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, but I'll check later.
They're,
Okay.
they're either committee days, and then every Friday in January, we have except for the first Friday, every Friday is another budget meeting in January.
I just don't see that, so there must be a place to update it or something, and I'll find it later. Thank you.
Well, it's not, we haven't done because.
Because the calendar hasn't been approved yet.
Hasn't been adopted yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The council meeting calendar hasn't been adopted. But there was I think one that went out a while ago, but it was probably in draft, so it was like, it's always hard to embed draft into what you have, because you're not too sure. But
Gotcha, okay.
every Friday in
That's what I
January,
was
we are
just-
meeting,
Okay.
except for the first one.
Okay.
Okay, back to you,
Okay.
Chris.
So here's what we have for our single-family dwelling water and wastewater rates under a couple of proposed changes here. So 2022, this is after, assuming that you paid by that March 15th deadline and got the discount. Your water rate in 2022 was $3.79 and your wastewater was $7.10, at a total of $1,089. So at a 2% increase in 2023, you'd be paying an additional $7 on water, $15 on wastewater, so $22 for the year. If in 2023 we did, this is one of the options that was suggested, is if we had, if we keep the overall increase to that, what it would be the same as if we had a 2 and a 1.5%, then we'd be increasing our water by 1.05%. So it'd be a $4 increase, and the wastewater would would stay at that $15 increase, so a $19 increase for the year. Yeah. And on a commercial, we typically use this example of a restaurant, for example. Similar situation, but it would be a $22 increase for water and a $42 increase for wastewater, so $64 overall increase at a 2% increase. If we did that adjustment to kind of lower the increase for water, we'd be at a $14 increase, and wastewater would be unchanged at $42, so you'd have a $56 increase. So not a huge change, especially on the residential side between the 2 and the 1.05. I think where you start to see that, though, is when you look at the overall reserve balances and how that impacts moving forward as you get out a few years. So this is what we had for our wastewater reserve at a 2% increase. This is the same chart that we showed you last time, and this is our water reserve at that 2% increase. I just want to point out, when you kind of get to that 2031 year and you sort of see that reserve balance start to spike up, there's a couple of things going on here. One is that we were having I don't know if you remember when we did our presentation last time, we talked about how we had sort of switched the rates around so that we had more going to our wastewater. This would be switching them back again. The other thing is, we're dealing with 10 years out from now. We don't have a renewed water master plan yet. There's a lot of capital work that'll presumably be in 2032 and 2033. We just don't have that built in yet. That's kind of looking out 10 plus years. So there will be more in there, and that reserve line probably won't look like that. But here's where the difference is when you kind of look at a water reserve at a 2% increase and then a water reserve at a 1.05. I think the challenging piece is kind of when you look at, you're dipping down to that sort of $1 million value for your water reserve out in 2031. And I know that's quite a few years out, but it does have quite an impact when you start to get out, over that period of time. I'll just flip back to the last one here so you can kind of see the difference of what an impact that little amount means over 10 years. So here's kind of a cumulative, or sort of the two reserve balances, and then it's kind of a total there at the top of our water and wastewater reserve balances. One of the things that I thought would be useful, though, is to kind of look at a reserve balance in perspective. So here's the 2 and the 1.5% of the difference here too of moving to a 2% over a 1.5%. You can see what a significant difference that has. And this would be it at the 1.05%. But yeah, I wanted to kind of look at this in perspective. So, what is an appropriate reserve balance to have? As a kind of a indication, a lot of municipalities will sort of look at the replacement value of their assets and kind of look at, okay, so, we'll have a policy, for example, that'll say our reserve balance should be, just kind of looking at a cross-section of a few municipalities, kind of in that 2% as a low end, 5% kind of as a target seems to be something that I see quite common. I've even seen some municipalities, one in particular, state that they need to have enough in reserve to cover the 5-year financial plan of capital replacement. So that's quite a high level there as well. So if we were sort of looking in that 2 to 5% range, on the water side, our estimated replacement cost for the water system, that's the lines and water mains and things like that, $75 million. Our projected reserve balance of 4.2. So we're kind of in that 5.6% range. And I also wanted to highlight, I picked out for the water and the wastewater the 1 year that we were kind of on the low end of that. So 2031, we'd kind of be dipping down to that 2.7% of replacement value. On the wastewater side, we're on the high end right now, but sure.
Just a quick
Yeah,
question, generally about our reserve policy.
Yeah.
Do we not? Would it make sense, or is it just too complicated to have sort of a dynamic reserve policy where it's sort of matching inflation a little bit, so the reserves are lower in high inflationary environments and then start to rise when inflation is low. And part of that, I guess, is because what's our sort of, net present value of this reserve given high inflation?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, I've looked at the replacement cost and tried to put that into the dollars of the day, so factoring inflation into the replacement cost as well, looking out a few years. And I think when I've looked at some of we don't have an actual policy that states what the balance should be.
Right.
But the ones that I have seen do give a range usually. It doesn't say it has to be this amount. It's sort of at a low end this, at a high end this. So it does give you some flexibility in there so that you could do that sort of thing.
Well, I guess my question in part is informed by what's our return in those respective environments. So if we're building this reserve, in part it's kind of a hedge against that big hit in the future and the cost of borrowing in that future state. But if we're getting a terrible return, then we're just essentially losing money. So do we, and maybe this again is too complicated, but would it make sense to kind of have this sort of dynamic range based on what's the best return?
Well, I think we look long-term. So we're looking at return long-term. We're looking at, values long-term. I think we want to actively manage all our reserves so that we're getting the best return. I would say trying to manage our reserve balances based on, the return of the day is, I'm not sure if that would be the right policy. I think we want to manage our expenditures on, if we're in high inflationary times, we're probably looking at how do we manage our replacement so we're not replacing in high cost times. I think that's where that's probably our expertise more than it just seems a bit speculative. We're in this for the long game. We're in this for, we want to see, that return, in years where, returns are high, we're going to see, a better contribution to our reserves, and then years when they're lower, yes, lower. But overall, I think I wouldn't look at managing our reserves based on returns. I would be looking at managing them long-term based on what we're projecting our expenditures
Keep
are.
it simple.
Yeah.
And our reserves go, just to be clear, they go to the MFA, don't they?
Almost entirely now. Back when I was the CFO, we actively managed those a little bit more. I think the MFA has some better tools now. But yeah, that's where they are right now.
Okay.
And they have, and again, these guys are balancing, sort of those longer term investments for longer term, type reserves and shorter term, for shorter term. But I think managing that overall thing within, when you're expecting expenditures, et cetera. Like I said, I think we're in for the long game as a municipality.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And MFA is giving us a pretty reliable return that's beating inflation generally.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
They've got a number of funds that we can be in, and one of the things that I've discussed being on the MFA board here at the table previously is whether or not we wanted to look at one of their more, I guess it would be speculative, but one of their other pooled funds that they've just started that has, of course, with anything, a bit more risk, but the concept there is a bit more of a return. And so there were a number of municipalities that have a lot of money on their books that wanted to have, wanted to push that envelope and weren't going to need money for, say, about 10 years out.
Right.
And so it's structured that if you need the money sooner, that there could be penalties if you need to take it out. So it's something that the city has to contemplate as we look and say, okay, if it's 20 years till the sewer treatment plant gets, maybe the money would go there, but it seems like sewer treatment plant might need to be replaced, in 5 years. So we wouldn't be putting our money in there trying to make a little bit more for the 5 years because the penalty might be too great to come out the other end. And so, it's the bigger municipalities. I mean, I think that it could be something that we could look at for a small amount of money, but it's something that we have to make sure that our policy would allow us to do that, because we do have an investment policy that we have to follow, and we'd have to make sure that the current one would allow us to make a change into a more riskier investment strategy. But it is there so that, like I say, MFA has diversified in as much as that's now available. I don't think we'll see very many small communities jumping on that bandwagon, but the big ones like Burnaby and stuff that put in, I think Burnaby put in 600 million as a seed money to start the fund, so.
Yeah.
And pooled funds always usually do a little bit better than.
Yeah, I guess the question is based on trying to figure out if we should be fully funded, and if that's just, are we just giving away money to pursue a fully funded reserve policy? But it sounds like we're not. It sounds like
No.
MFA is doing a good job, and we tend to make money on our reserves. So
Yeah, and I think the other piece we look at is how much of our citizens' money should we have in our bank account versus their bank account,
their bank,
right?
yeah, totally. That's
Right,
a
so
good
so
question.
that's always something that we look at,
Yeah.
I don't think, we don't want to build reserves that to a level that would feel really comfortable for us, but, we have all our citizens' money as well, that's sitting in our bank account instead of paying their mortgages off and all those other things that they have, so we're really trying to, as, Chris and others have talked about, is really smooth those peaks and valleys. We're certainly, as you saw there, we're 2.7% of replacement costs, but really I look at, are we, what's our expenditure pattern, right? Are we spending, 3 million a year or 5 million a year? Yes, we'll have a 20 million year, but on average, if we're spending about, whatever, 3 or 4 million a year, then that's really what we need. And also so I look at the amortization side, what are we amortizing? If we're amortizing, 2 million of assets a year, to me, I want to be at least contributing 2 million into renewal, right?
Yeah.
I think the trick is always the asset management structure in terms of the fact that, as it's become the buzzword in the last, I would say about 10 years. And we fortunately have been a bit of ahead of the curve compared to many other communities in terms of our asset management strategies, is that there are no, when you go to those presentations, I keep going. I think I have like a Councillor Tate moment when I'm just gonna go, they're gonna give me the number so I can run with it. And they never do. It's like that mystery. What is that mystery number? Like, what are you supposed to have as a replacement cost? For Nelson Hydro, for your other utilities, for your city hall. It's like, what is that cost? And it's like, well, you just have to have a plan. Oh man, a plan without numbers for me is not a plan. But you have to kind of just go with the flow on that, because like I get nervous when I see 2030, 31 and I see 2.7, but I'm also thinking, well, by 2031, maybe a couple of, when I look at the graph for some of these bigger projects, like the 5 Mile line replacement stuff will be done. And so, short of some catastrophic event happening, I probably can have a lower reserve because I've already done the work, because I've done my asset management and planning. Because that number to me seems low when you look at a replacement cost of $100 million. It's like, whoa, yeah, that's a little bit low for me, but I'm a very conservative numbers person, so I like those reserves to be a little bit higher. But Councillor Payne, you had a question.
I do have a quick question. It's just a request. When we're introducing acronyms, is it possible that the first time we just mention what it is? Because I think we're probably familiar with them, but maybe there's someone out there just keen to know more about how we spend the money at the City of Nelson, and MFA to them probably doesn't have a lot of meaning. So I'd like to look at that as sort of a educational engagement possibility. If that's, I know it's challenging to do, I could always just get a little yellow card and hold it up when I notice. I know when you get in your own environment, it's very easy to speak that language, but that's just a request.
I think that
and
part would be
that's-
helpful for Chris.
And that's a good question and topic to bring up. So MFA does stand for the Municipal Finance Authority, and one of the things that MFA loves to do is they actually love to come and do presentations. So we could probably have them join a meeting. They could easily be part of a committee of a whole meeting, or we could maybe make them shorter. And one of the strategies that I had, as you know, going forward in terms of council meetings, is to maybe have like a little education tidbit at the front end, and maybe we could get them to like parse it down to like our 15-minute educational showcase at the beginning of a meeting. But I know that Peter Urbank and his team there in Victoria are always very happy to come and do a presentation on MFA. It would be good to have Councillor Payne, because MFA is a unique what do you call it, organization within Canada. Like we are the only province that is mandated to do our borrowing. I mean, we can invest other places, like we could invest in a bank account, but it doesn't make any sense when our returns are better through them. But we must do our major borrowing through MFA. We can't go out and go and borrow money somewhere else. And so it is unique in Canada. And it works really well, and every other province is jealous of us.
Thank you. I think there are many people out there who would, the better they understand how their dollars are being spent, generally the more buy-in we get from that situation. So I think that would be valuable.
I can work on getting something set up to have them come and,
Yeah.
and present. Yeah, I mean, there's two sides to what they do. Of course, there's the borrowing side, which is we're mandated to borrow strictly through them. And then they also have investment products as well that we can invest in. And most of our investments are through them. And we're limited to the types of investments we can have as well. They're very conservative, fixed income for the most part. So yes, in higher inflationary environments, the yields on those tend to rise with inflation. So we do get a higher, as it invests in new instruments, higher coupon rates, we do get a higher return on those. So there is a bit of a correlation between interest rates and inflation in that regard. Yeah.
And that's another good point in the reserves is what's your borrowing capacity, right? And, certainly we've, managed that, that we have room to borrow, and, that does allow us, those larger projects, so it doesn't all have to be reserves. We're looking at, maintaining borrowing room. So when we have to, do a major upgrade to, the wastewater treatment plant, et cetera, it's not just the reserve side of it. We also have created capacity on the borrowing side of it so that we can do that to try to build reserves, especially in the fact that, they're long-term assets, and really reserves are, the current or previous user, right? There's also future users, and that's really where borrowing comes into play. So those, future users are paying their share through, paying that borrowing and building future reserves. So again, we're managing, taxpayers at different places that may or may not be in our community when some of these assets are built or developed, et cetera. So the amortization is, to me, is clear. You're a taxpayer now, you're using that service, you should pay for the use of that service, and that's through making sure at least we're covering the amortization with reserves. But when you build something new and big, then, who now pays for that new asset, right?
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Tate.
Hi, I think it's an easy question. Do you have it off the top of your head? What is the cost per liter of these metered? Or I see that we have in our revenue the metered water.
Yeah, we don't have, so what's our rate that we charge them?
Yeah, the rate, yeah.
Yeah, it's in our bylaw. I can't
Yeah.
recall what the actual rate is right now.
Searching those bylaws,
Yeah.
skill I'm still learning.
It's in
yeah.
it's in the fees and charges bylaw, where we have the water rates and the wastewater rates, and we have the fixture rates, and then there's also a rate there that is the metered rate
Yeah.
that we charge.
I'll
Yeah,
search.
so it'll be in there, and we,
One of those numbers you just keep right
no,
here.
I'm sorry, we only have, I think, 5?
Yeah, we don't have very many metered.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
We don't have many properties that pay a
Yes.
metered
yeah.
rate.
Yep.
And this metered rate is quite historical and really needs to be reviewed and established. We did have a look at it a few years ago and determined it's probably way too low for for what it should be. Anyway, there's definitely some work to be done in that. I think actually the college has one campus that's metered and one isn't, and I think the overall charge is fairly similar between the two of them, which is interesting.
Okay, thank you. I will
Yeah.
try to find it.
Let us know, Kate.
So on the wastewater side, a little bit of a different story. Of course, in 2023, as a percentage of replacement cost, that's 17.3%, and that's by design as we're trying to build up reserves in anticipation of. And again, this wouldn't be enough to fund the whole project. It's going to be a blend of some borrowing, some potentially some grant funding, and reserve balances to kind of work our way through that wastewater master plan. Again, I just picked out sort of a low year when you're looking at 2035. We'll be going back down to that kind of between that 2 to 5% range. So it's just sort of a short-term building of reserves in anticipation of some of the capital projects that we have coming down.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to caution again the momentum we have towards, or the way we're talking about replacing the sewage treatment plant. I know it's likely, and certainly it would make sense that that's where we're going to end up. But given the potential cost and the challenges of that project, there's still the possibility that even with population growth, we can take care of, work within what we've got and work on improvements given potential technology improvements and so on. So with that being said, I did take a scan on the bylaw, did find it. It does look like we have every authority to regulate the once through coolers. And it's that kind of thing that, water in, that's going to end up in the sewage treatment plant. So let's start getting on those things and work towards the hope. Maybe it's still small probability, but there's still a probability that we don't need to invest in a totally new sewage treatment plant. So
Colin can speak to it. We're not meeting current regulations.
It's about the regulations.
Yeah.
It's not about the volume of stuff that we have to put through, but it's about the regulation.
Oh, I thought it was the tip over of the occasional violation we get when we tip over into the, yeah? No?
We have two issues at the wastewater plant in that we can't consistently meet the treatment objectives that are required, and that can be from loadings, and and there's obviously work that we can do and have done with trying to reduce loadings, but just from where our population base is and kind of just the general loadings that you're going to get, we're really at a stressed out point. And so you are correct in that we should be exploring technologies that are available, and I think that's actually a big part of our renewal strategy is going to be how can we maximize what we got. We may have to bring new technology to it, like maybe RBCs go from being the rotating biological contactors to there's I think it's called MMBR. And sorry, I can't remember what the acronym means, but what they are is they're little plastic plates that float around that essentially do a similar thing, but it's a technology that's delivered in a different way, and you're using air blowers to keep everything all up in suspension. Now, I could see retrofitting those units into the new technology, but still with the cost of doing that, this is still, we're talking a very large cost of doing these changes. But with the flow through, obviously, reducing the amount of water that we're putting to the plant and the capacity of it having to buffer these big inputs, that's definitely to our advantage as well, and pursuing these things I think is good. Yeah. I don't think though that even if we do all these things that we're going to be able to fully escape what we've got there. But I think you are right, though, and let's really look at what we can do to really try to keep that cost down as much as we can.
Yeah, and I would say, because I just heard a part of this is triggered by, I heard something on last week from one of the building owners in town. He's got an older building, and he literally keeps the taps running through the cold spells. Oh, it's going to be cold, turn on all of the taps in the building so that they don't freeze because they're old and they'll blow up otherwise. And I just keep thinking, God, we have so much of that in this town. And if we I'd love to hear us explore sending a bylaw officer down and say, yep, it's right here in the bylaw. It says you cannot have a once through cooler. Yeah. So get rid of it. Shut her down. Give us a timeline to get this thing out of here. And then see, in a year, we're like, wow, we're sending a lot less product to the sewage treatment plant. And so it gives us just that little bit of 8 years, 5 years of additional life in the sewage treatment plant. Anyways,
If it's all right for me to interject just
Yeah,
a
of
teeny
course.
bit. I think that while we're doing our liquid waste management planning exercise, which of course is the precursor to us getting to a plant and a plant design, I think that would be a really good time for us to be doing these initiatives, like addressing these flow-through coolers, because what that'll help us do in understanding is how much can we reduce that by, and so we know what flows that we actually are going to have out there instead of us, continuing to move forward with the current loadings and flows that are coming at us. We might as well, while we're going through this exercise, try to refine those numbers as best we can, and then we've got really good data to be building off of for doing the design work and ensuring that we're having a plant that's going to be appropriately sized. So I think this stuff kind of goes really nicely in tandem with some of the other work that we're going to be doing. So I think you're spot on.
thanks.
Any further questions? Back to you, Chris.
Okay. See our development services crew coming in here. We did the suites. I think we kind of got a bit of an appendix here if you wanted to see a bit more of the details of the full plan. But coming back to our recommendation, we still had it on the table that we would be looking to sort of move to that 2% increase for water and wastewater. And that would ensure that we have comfortable reserves as we sort of get out to those lower periods that we looked at, where we were kind of, wanting to keep in with that same 2 to 5% sort of range, and the impact that sort of has long term by just moving that little 0.5% there. But open to any thoughts on that and some guidance, I guess, so that we can kind of prepare some things for our next meeting as far as a bylaw to kind of go through, but just something to kind of give us some guidance on what council's thoughts are on these on the 2%.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Council. Any thoughts? 2 and 2 looks like we're gonna do we need to get blue thumbs. Like we should have like little gloves for like
Are we missing Zoom?
the Facebook thumb up. The Councillor Tate.
Hi, Mayor, thank you. My only question is, I think like all of our departments, given the world economy, is going to need an increase. And my only question is, and I think I mentioned this at a workshop, is there a way to show the residents our little wins and the places where we're actually finding some savings and really highlight those? Because I think in our homes and in our businesses, we're making those efforts. And I think it's important to show, oh, did you know we found such and such thing at this lower cost? Or we managed to put 2 people on the same truck, or whatever it is. And to share that with the residents, because I know that everyone is feeling the squeeze. I know I personally feel the squeeze, and that it's important to reflect that in our work here.
Well, and I think this will address some of those pieces. Is on our Friday presentation, part of that is to look a little bit about kind of letting council know how the city's been dealing kind of with this high inflation environment that we're in, some of the things that our purchasing department's been doing to kind of mitigate some of those risks, some of those costs, where they're kind of looking at long-term planning, building up inventory balances, some of the tools that they have, also what we're doing with our reserves, some of the, like you said, good news pieces that maybe are going to help us through this challenging time. So hopefully some of that answers those questions. And maybe when we also come back and talk and do the RFD for the water and wastewater rates, we can kind of include a little bit of a blurb in there as well as some of the things that we're doing. And we're mindful of the inflation and things that we're looking at now and some of the things we're doing. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Yep. And I think just working with Ginger in terms of, now that we've got a new communication strategy and to get some more, I don't know what you can talk about at the sewage treatment plant that's as exciting as going in that drive down Vancouver Street in the snowplow, but perhaps we can have a little vignette on water and savings. So
It's almost like, are you imagining like a regular series called Saving Your Money? And then there's a little bit every, it's about regularity, right?
That's your idea, but that's a good idea. I like that.
I'm just trying to understand, yeah.
So I think that, I think that's why we sort of tried to bring on the new communications strategy with the hopes of being able to capture some of these things. And I think it's kind of, charming that we keep referring to sort of these 2% increases as inflationary. I mean, this is inflationary. Inflationary, those numbers would be like 6 or 7%. So 2 is just, it's more than 1.
But that's one of the, Mayor, to your point there, is one of the benefits of what we've done over the years of building up these reserve
Exactly.
balances, that we don't have to be reactionary when we see inflation to say, well, inflation's this, I guess we need this much of an increase. We can smooth things out a little bit so we can ride these waves and say, okay, inflation's up at 8%, but we're going to try and, we can maintain our plan here of 2% or 1.5%, 1.5% or 2% going forward. So I think it's just, like I say, one of the benefits of having these reserve balances where they're at and not taking our eyes off of that long-term goal.
And I think,
Exactly.
and it's not just the reserves, it's the capital work that we've done over the last 10, 15 years, because we're in a place that we do have some luxury of putting off some projects till later. I can't remember, about 15 years ago, we were having this same budget conversation, or 12 years ago, and there was a water main break right here on Ward Street, and it was gushing water, and the council of the day was having this very same discussion when we were bleeding water out of that water main break. And yes, because of age of still some of our infrastructure, I think Colin said last time we had a water main break up in lower part of Rosemont there that was age. It was an older pipe, and just that freeze thaw that we get, those are all challenging conditions. But that's tends to be more of the exception now than the rule. And when I started here as the CFO, we were literally digging up pipes, putting a clamp around them, and burying them again. And when we started replacing them, those pipes had 20 clamps on them, and they were not being replaced. So now, and that, they're big expenditures, but that pipe we're putting in the ground now has a 80-year life to it. So these are, a future council in 30 years maybe we'll start to feel the benefit of that, and hopefully you'll see reserves grow during those times because of that length, the life of some of these assets we're building today. But there'll be new regulations come up and new challenges, so that's the other side of it. But if we hadn't done all that work in our infrastructure, and you're in these high inflationary times, you have no choice but to do those emergency repairs and spend those dollars at this high cost. And as Chris said, and you don't have the reserves to pay for them. There's literally, I'd say, the majority of communities out there have no reserves. They don't have money to pave a street, replace a water main, none of that.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you,
Thank
Chris
you.
and Colin. And I don't know which one or if both of you also have to stay, but I'm looking at its development services, climate and energy, and I'm thinking it's time for Sebastian to come and be in the hot
So,
seat
we'll move to the
with
back
his
of the room.
with his team. And he's bringing with him Natalie.
Just right in the folder there.
The rest of them are staying very much in their seats back there. Councillor Payne.
On the same line as the acronyms, I think it would also really be beneficial for those people who may be watching later is if when someone comes up to the microphone, they actually do just fully introduce themselves. Does that
Sure.
make sense? We know who they are.
Oh, now look at that. Now, see, Matt wanted to introduce himself. Look at that. You see, now he's,
Look,
oh no,
here they are.
here they all come. So now they're going to be busy introducing themselves. So, Sebastian, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us the opportunity to talk about who we are, what we do, and what we've been up to in the past little while. So the intros, I guess we can do introductions, but my next slide is kind of showing who's. Yeah. Okay.
Show who you are.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's just see if this works. Oops. Okay. Well, here's the whole gang in the photo. There's 8 of us, but my name's Sebastian. I'm the director and also the approving officer. Approving officer is essentially a person appointed under the Land Titles Act who essentially looks at subdivisions. Natalie, who is just to my left, is the senior planner, also the deputy approving officer. Rhiannon, who's a bit further to the left, is a planner, and Matt, who's kind of in the middle there, is also a planner. So that's the planning side of our operation. There's also the building permitting and inspection side of our operation, who are not present at this meeting. Somebody needed to stay over there. And essentially we have 2 building officials, so Bruce and Amanda, who are both level 3 building officials, so meaning they can do all the types of inspections, so including Part 9 and Part 3 buildings, so Part 3 being more complex buildings. We also have development technician, who is Valerie. Valerie is the first point of contact. She does so many things that I'm not going to list them for the sake of the time we have. But essentially, point of contact, first person you see. She will help with a lot of inquiries and also making sure that we have a smooth process in the permitting, review and permitting side of things. Daryl Beck, who is our engineering technologist, who is partially shared with our services and public works. He really looks at what's under the ground, so things that we can't see. So that's our group. And so you'll notice a little dash line to the top to the climate and energy team. So we're currently working on combining those 2 teams together. So essentially, development services will be called something a bit differently, and we'll include the climate and energy team under that. So we're just slowly working on the transition details, and so those are things that will be happening in the new year. So just wanted to identify that. But for the focus for today, I will be presenting more on the development services side of things. So just to give you a high-level overview of what we do, I think it's important to think about what kind of documents we use. LGA means the Local Government Act. So that's essentially where we get our authorities. So we can't necessarily do anything we want, right? The Local Government Act has a series of things that authorizes council to regulate and tells them how they can regulate those things. So the primary land use document that we have is the official community plan. It is meant to be a high-level document, has a vision, has goals, objectives, and policies. It is high-level, but it is a regulatory document, meaning that you don't necessarily have to do all the things that you have written in there, but you're not supposed to go against policies within your official community plan. So that's how they're laid out. So being a high-level document, essentially, it kind of trickles down and you start looking at stuff in more details. And that's kind of where I categorize kind of master plans. There's a whole bunch of them, and typically they sometimes live on their own, but most of the time they eventually get integrated into the official community plan. Think about neighborhood plans, think about transportation plans, so active transportation plan falls under that. Infrastructure master plan, we've been talking about water and sewer, things like that. They all feed into the official community plan. Housing strategy, special area plan. So under special area plan, you would have, the downtown design guidelines. You would have the waterfront master plan. You would have the Railtown neighborhood plan, things like that. the Housing Needs Report, which is a fairly new requirement under the Local Government Act, where essentially it says that, you have to show us that your OCP has policies in place and land use direction that allows to meet your housing needs in the next 5 years. So that's also a requirement now. And then you kind of trickle into more the regulatory tools, the stuff that we do on a daily basis, which bylaws we use. And those are building bylaws, zoning bylaws, parking and landscaping bylaws, business licensing, the list goes on. You will have an opportunity to talk a bit more about this throughout your 4 years. I promise you that. So I won't spend too much time on that. And I wanted to also talk about the Climate Action Plan because with that plan, some municipalities are integrating them with the OCPs, and when I say OCPs, official community plan. So what eventually happens is you need to think about, wherever it sits, but you need to think about all those regulatory documents, how they fit into with your climate action plan. So, it can sit on the side or it can sit within that, but it is kind of a high level plan as well. And then same goes with the council's strategic priorities. So we got to make sure that all those things mesh together. So Planning 101, that's the one slide for that. On a more day-to-day basis, when I had that lower level of the pyramid, I guess, the regulatory tool, a lot of our business is the permitting process. We issue permits for buildings, development, variances, signs, sidewalk cafes, temporary use permits, subdivision, business licenses, STR, short-term rentals. And there's probably 3 times as many as I've listed there. So there's a lot of permits. So it does take a lot of our day-to-day. And usually what happens when somebody comes in for a permit, there's usually some sort of a initial discussion, and that can involve our development technician, planners, building officials. It can involve the engineering tech, one or more of them, depending on the complexity of the project. It's pretty rare that we get somebody just come in, hand us a permit, hand us fees, and leave. It happens, but not often. There's usually a lot of work that goes into even before we receive any fees. Then usually the application would be submitted. It goes through a development technician, Valerie. We'll make sure that the application is completed, the fees are paid. A complete application really expedites the process. So it's important, if we can at that point in time, really either not take the application until it's completed, or we make sure there's a strategy there to get all the other documents in play. Then we review the application, and it's referred to many departments. It's important that we consider all city operations before we issue a permit. There's a lot of stuff hidden under the ground. We got to make sure we don't put anything on top of those. So that's why there's a lot of people that are involved in them. And then we issue the permit. And as general idea how long this all takes, it really depends on the application, but let's use a single family home with a suite in it. If it meets zoning, if we have all the required documents, typically we like to issue them within 6 weeks. Of course, that depends on time of year and how many applications we have, but it doesn't take years to get a permit. It goes pretty quickly. But often the biggest delays are when we don't have a complete application. There's a piece missing. So that's the permitting process. And so things that you're going to hear and you're going to become familiar with, it's amendments. When things don't meet bylaw, or we want, council wants to go in a different direction, or wants us to, dig more into policy. So we'll go through bylaw amendments. Some amendments are in the form of a rezoning. You're allowed to build 3 units. You want to build 6. You go to council. There's a big process involved. I guarantee you that you will be looking at those. Variances as well. That is more of a slight amendment. I can't meet my setbacks because of topography. I need to go a bit higher because, again, topography. It's usually topography. Can't meet parking. Don't want to meet parking. This is why. Lot coverage. Can I go a bit more, but I'll give you this in return, and this is why it makes sense to go a bit more. Density, again, a word that you will become familiar with, usually related to rezonings. We can't vary density, but increasing number of units is usually involved with density. Another thing you will hear often is, I'm not against the idea, but please not here. So there will be a lot of that. We will try and coach you through some of those arguments, and our job is to go beyond the NIMBYism, and that's where your official community plan comes into play. You look at your policies. What does your policy say in regards to increasing density or changing zoning? That's really where you need to focus on. But that's really what we're here for, is to help you through that.
So Sebastian, just before
Yes.
you go into the details, one of the, and as you saw from everything that Sebastian presented, is those are council's policy documents, and they're the marching orders for this team. So when they're sitting down with a developer or a homeowner or whoever, they have those policy documents that have come from council, obviously with their professional advice. Here's some good policies. What goals are the community trying to achieve? And that is built into, that's why an official community plan is a large planning exercise with the community. What kind of community we want to build, and ultimately those turn into those regulations that this team is working with, and they're working with developers to meet those policy goals of council and community. And there'll be competing ones. There'll be competing objectives. We want a waterfront pathway. We want, some arts and culture. We want density. We want affordable housing. We want, so there's a big number of goals that are in those documents, and they're trying to find the best fit for that project. So if you have a project on the waterfront, obviously we want to protect our waterfront. We want our waterfront to be accessible. So those are probably the biggest goals they're trying to advance as the community. So when you're seeing projects, they're unlikely going to be able to meet every single objective that we have as a community. So looking for, this particular development, why are we focusing on, accessibility or community accessibility? Well, it's on our waterfront. We really want to see that ability, so we're going to negotiate. They allow us access along the waterfront, and we allow them more density or something like that. So there'll be trade-offs. And one thing I like to say is if the developments you're seeing don't seem to be meeting your objectives, then change the policy documents, because those policy documents are saying this development. They're not, this team's not bringing things forward unless they're meeting your policy documents, and or making those recommendations, because a property owner always has the right to come to council and say, we want a variance or an amendment or something like that. But you'll see from our staff, if we don't feel they're meeting those policy objectives, we're going to recommend against what the applicant is applying for. If we think they are meeting those policy objectives, we're going to identify that. But and it's really hard at when the development's at the council table to start now trying to rework that development. The most effective thing is really kind of gauging those developments that come forward, and because, and not just the ones that come forward for amendments, but the other ones being built in our community, because a lot of them won't come to this council table because they meet all your policy and regulations. So that's, they are going to the OCP review is on the docket, and that's a big planning exercise to really now step back, and here's what our objectives were before, and here's what we're trying to do, and obviously there was, you know, another, whatever, 5 to 10 plans that have come in between now and then, and we, you know, build those in, so we'll do OCP amendments along the way, but now it's time to step back. Are we building out our community the way we want? Are the developments that you see coming to the table, or you see built in the community, do they seem to fit with what we're trying to do? And if you feel they don't, or the community doesn't, then we change our policy documents, our zoning, our regulations, etc. Because next time that a developer comes forward, you know, there's, you know, no, this is kind of the development we want. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, and you know, so in terms of you know, the day to day, so I think it's good to look at stats just to see what's happened over the years. So you see the past 10 years, and this year, keep in mind there's still 2 months worth of stats that need to be updated in here, but this, if you look at it, you know, we'll probably add 30 or so permits. We'll probably be relatively on the average in the last 10 years in terms of number of permits we've issued. But I think the real story for this year has been the construction value. As you can see, it's in excess of $70 million. So way over what we've traditionally seen. And yeah, things cost more now, but they don't necessarily justify that increase, right? So the reality is we've issued probably less permits than the last 5 years, but some of the permits that we've been dealing with are very complex. So big buildings, big projects. So that seems to be the story of this year. One indicator that we use just to kind of see, to compare, I mean, we you know, we're in Nelson, we love to talk about housing, right? So the indicators in terms of what we build on a yearly basis, or sorry, not build, how many we've approved to build. So these things, you know, a single family home can take a couple years, larger projects can take 2 to 3 years. So takes a bit of time for things to catch up. So some of the 2019 projects aren't completed yet. But anyway, so this year we've issued permits for 185 units. So it is, you know, a pretty big year, not the biggest in the last 10, but what you'll notice here is what really are kind of our lower densities, what's in the green is somewhat consistent, but what really changes is the number of multi-unit, because they typically come in as big projects. And what we, on a yearly basis, we, in the last 5 years anyways, it's been pretty consistent. We issue around somewhere between 40 and 50 permits for single units. So single unit would also include secondary suites or laneway house, and out of, you know, roughly half of the 50 that we would issue would be in the form of a secondary suite or a laneway house. So some of these are brand new buildings. Others are, you know, retrofit in the sense that somebody had a basement, or somebody's building a new unit in the rear yard. And, you know, density in its place on existing services is as sustainable as you can get in regards to financial sustainability for the municipality. You're not adding more roads to plow, you're not adding more pipes underground, and also sustainable, you're not digging up, cutting more trees, you're using existing to, you know, you're creating a unit within an existing space, typically, is what happens. Laneway houses are a bit different, of course, but you know, we've been tremendously successful, and because we're so used to it, we don't realize that this doesn't happen in many municipalities. So you know, just a plug on that piece there, that I think it's really important that we highlight that. What you're going to see in 2023, some big projects. So the health campus, that's up on 11th Street in Fairview. 75 long-term care beds plus a community service building. So that's a 3-story building with roughly 30,000 square feet of commercial space. Pretty substantial development. 808 Radio Ave, there's a 25-unit townhouse development. Hasn't started yet, but it's in the books. 611 Vernon Street, 125 assisted living facility, plus commercial at grade. So that's going to substantially change the streetscape on Vernon for, I think, for, positively. 900 Lakeside Drive. We haven't issued the permits yet, but close to issuing development permits for a 28 unit townhouse development. That's just phase 1. Phase 2 would add another, 80 or so units. So give or take between 100 and 120 units down there. Another thing that will change our skyline, so to speak. Silver King campus up in Rosemont, 36 unit dorm building. That's an aerial photo of what's happening as of probably last week. So a lot of these projects are literally just scratching the surface at this point in time. But once the foundation are done, like these things are going to start going up pretty quickly. So things you're going to be seeing. Questions?
Madam Mayor, we have some questions.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Are you first?
Go ahead, Kate.
Thank you. I was just wondering, where do you guys overlap with other services like, say, West Kootenay Transit, for example? Like because when you build density in different places, then you hopefully would be increasing bus ridership. And when do those conversations take place, if they do at all?
Yeah, no, I mean, Nelson Transit's involved in a lot of these big conversations for sure. The OCP policy, so that we don't have to kind of have these conversations on a regular basis, you look at your OCP policy, where are you putting density? You're looking along your collector roads so that, transit planning doesn't happen, doesn't change really quickly. It adapts over time. So land use planning and transit and transportation planning is really integrated. So those conversations happen more at the policy stage in terms of, you don't want to put a 60 unit development in the middle of nowhere because it's hard to bring transit to that. There's nothing in between. So those bigger conversations happen. We don't necessarily have conversations with BC Transit on a regular basis. We go through Nelson Transit.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm new.
No, yeah, no, it's all good. But I think all of these things, it's really important that the idea of planning is to look at really long term and make sure that all the pieces are in place. But those are good questions. Like, okay, we're building all this density up there. Are we anticipating that everyone's going to drive, or do we want to provide different transportation options? So we need to think about all of that.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I was having a conversation about affordable housing with somebody on the street the other day, and so I went and I looked at the three major ones: the Hall Street, the Lakeside, and the Share. And it's 129 units were added. That's a $40 million investment with those three projects. So my question is, we have another chunk of housing coming in here with obviously multiple $1 million coming into our town. I guess my question is, are we actually, through all of this, are we reducing our housing crisis? It feels like it's a moving goalposts, and like we keep adding housing and large investments, but are we making a dent here? Is it enough? Is it quick enough? Are we always going to be kind of playing this catch-up game in our housing issue?
As Sebastian said, the housing needs report is getting at that. That's part of the goal of that, is identifying what those future trends are. We're a small community, so it's hard for us to, really project how, we're many ways are sort of a, when people get tired of the Vancouvers and the Kelownas and the whatever, we tend to, we don't tend to be the direct place for immigration. We tend to be the fallout of some of these challenges in those other communities. But I think that's why you're doing some of those. And at the small community level, it's this community the size of ours it's difficult. I think what we know is, we've had a zero vacancy rate for, 15 years. Yeah. And we've, as you said, we built a lot of housing in there. We also see probably the number of people that live per household seems to be dropping as well. So we have less people in our existing stock. We're certainly adding secondary suites, etc. And it's not a Nelson boundary issue. It's more of a regional issue. We know the feds are planning to bring in 500,000 immigrants per year by 2025. The stats I heard were building 265,000 units of housing a year. So, so we're going to build half of what I guess maybe two or three people per household, maybe, but that's going to be another huge pressure. What does that do to people living in, these communities like that immigrants move into, the Halifaxes, the Vancouvers, the Torontos, the Montreals? What's the fallout? What's the impact on us? And I think that's why you're starting to see governments, I know in Ontario, I know in Nova Scotia, they're basically overriding local government regulations and just imposing, deciding from afar what your community is going to look like. I think I heard was Hamilton. They just did a whole official community plan about density and building density. The provincial government came in and just rezoned all this rural area to high density or high, for sprawl, which was not what the community wanted. So it's a challenge to.
It's really more of just a comment as we're talking about all this development in terms of, can we tackle this issue, or is it, I guess it comes down to what people want, are the developers that are coming and the kind of housing that's being built.
Yeah, no, it comes from a lot of different places. I'm not sure if we have like a straight answer, if this is what we need to build to fix the problem. I don't know that number will ever be there. We'll have the housing needs reports to guide us, and it's important that we keep updating that and look at census data. But it's continuing to work with BC Housing, and we'll touch base a bit more on what we're working around, like a housing entity study. There's a lot of municipalities now, especially that are similar to Nelson, that have some sort of an arm's length to the city, which essentially acts as a developer. We don't know if that model necessarily fits the bill here in Nelson, but we're working on it with the Community Futures and the RDCK, just to explore what that could potentially look like. So other conversations we'll have with council later on. Continuing to encourage density on single-family dwellings. So, like most of our new homes that are being built have a suite in it. Continue to control have a tight control on short-term rentals. And, the reality at the end of the day, I know people say there's nowhere left to develop in Nelson. It's not quite true. We do have quite a bit of density. We have the golf course that's approved for 300 units up there. We've got, the Kulos project down on the waterfront. And so we have a lot of infill opportunities. And I think if you're seeing what is being built, if you're seeing the trends, we're building more than we used to build. And, our population, we're just increasing at 1% per year. So it's not like, unless there's a lot that's not being captured, it's not like we're, some other municipalities in BC are increasing at 5% a year. So, I think we're catching up. I don't know if we'll ever reduce it past 0%. I think vacancy rates have been at 0% for a long, long time. But I think our efforts are really about, getting more projects off the ground, but also housing choice, not about just pushing one product out there, because that's not going to fix the problem either.
For sure. That full spectrum of housing.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Payne.
I do see 3 of these 5 projects seeming to be solutions, because you'll be with the assisted living and the, what do they call the one on Vernon Street? Assisted living.
Yeah.
That will take
Dependent
a
living.
lot of seniors out of the family dwellings, thereby opening up that opportunity. And probably those families going in will suite it to be a mortgage helper. The student one is a big one. It's very exciting that Selkirk identified that and was able to move forward with it. The one I'm not familiar with, just a quick question, is 808 Radio. I didn't go over there and look, but is that where a house is right now that will? It's across from the AM radio. I just looked at it from Google Maps.
I think it's where Purcell.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, Google Maps wasn't precise on it. And then my actual question is, the housing needs report that I found was from 2014. Is there something more recent that I just couldn't get access to on here, or where would I get that?
I think that's probably the housing strategy, the 2014 report.
I just put in housing needs report. And
Yeah,
that's what
the original housing needs report dates back from 2020 or 2019. So that's a newer piece.
Again, I'm new, and finding these documents is there should be gold stars given if you can actually get to.
You can get a couple, I think.
I think that one you can find it on the RDCK website.
Okay, that's what I was gonna
it's
ask.
fine.
Is it the regional one that's been done for the RDCK? So
Yeah.
it's not specific to Nelson, it's the
There is
regional.
Nelson is specific within it. We paid to
Within
be
it.
in it. Yeah, you'll find
Perfect.
it's all broken up. So you can, if you want to kind of, you can read about the slow can
No.
and see what the,
It's
no,
okay.
but I mean, it's kind of
Yeah,
interesting is
I get
because you
it.
can go and read about the slow can and then you can see what it says about Nelson and then you can see, so they kind of parsed it off because I believe that when we did it for the East Kootenai part, those guys are going to really be offended by me now. But across the lake, so the Cruston area, like, so that's like an area. So they did kind of put it into sort of segments, so it's more digestible. But it's kind of like when I read it the like third time, it was like, oh yeah, you get that kind of comparison.
Okay, I was just looking in the wrong place, and I'll take a further look at that. Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of significant work that we've completed from 2018 to 2022, I apologize, the slide is awful, but we've worked on some new bylaws, the sidewalk cafe bylaws, step code 3, those are a few things. Some of the major development projects that we've approved, these take up a lot of time, some difficult rezonings in there too. Policy document, the Nelson Next plan was originally, completed under development services. The downtown parking strategy that was completed and is now being implemented. Same thing with the active transportation plan. The Heritage Master Plan was presented to council last year, and the next step on that will be how do we, what are the priority action items that we want to focus on in the next little bit. And yeah, so there's a whole lot of policy documents. This is not meant to be all of them. On the infrastructure side, I think this has been a fairly new thing that Development Services has been participating in, really on, going from, plans and policy to actually implementing it on the ground. So some examples are the 3rd Street bike route, the Lake Street improvement, lakeside bike racks, the wayfinding strategy, which is underway, the Cottonwood Park enhancements, which are also underway. We've invested in, we've created a little design station at Development Services. So there's a few staff members that have design skills. So we're doing a lot of this stuff in-house now. It's a lot quicker and a lot more cost efficient. So pretty exciting to be able to do that in-house. Ongoing projects. What are we working on? What will we be working on for the next couple of years at least? Welcome to Nelson signs. So, we've got a design that was approved. Right now, we're in the tender phase. Just so keep in mind that we got the grant funding a couple years ago, and we probably applied 6 months ahead of that. So those numbers are not accurate anymore. So right now, we're at a process of how can we keep the costs under control? Now, we haven't gone out to tender yet, but we just know what to expect. So we're thinking about ways to achieve the new signs without, spending, without going over budget is the main idea. But that will be completed. Wayfinding sign strategy plus implementation. So, the image there on the right-hand side is not necessarily meant to debate the colors today. I mean, that's draft, and there will be some chances for council to get involved with that. On the Cottonwood Park enhancement side, we've been doing tons of stuff down there. There's a new mural, the waterfall viewing area with the Izushi Friendship Society. They've been wonderful, and they've been doing a lot of work down there, some new artistic railings. The washroom building is almost complete, which will include storage in there so that we can move that shipping container out of there. some new lighting, some new bollard lighting, electrical to deal with, you know, some of the ugly overhead power, and also to bring the amount of power that we need for the stage. Some new shade structures. They were installed. We took a few photos and then we took them down, but they will be there next year for the Market Oval, which is really neat. There will be some new bike racks, some new bear-proof bins, and overall just enhancing the whole parking and circulation to get to and out of the park. Cost implications, so we did receive $700,000 in grant funding to complete those projects from the province, an additional $220,000 from the CBT, and the city contribution at this point in time is roughly $150,000. So those are all projects that we're hoping to complete by the end of next year.
Sebastian, if I might, and I'm gonna just shout it back because you're not gonna have the answer. The guy behind you there, Colin Innes, might. The bridge repair, so we can have circular traffic through the Cottonwood Falls area.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, yeah, the issue, just for the new members of council, is we've got a very old bridge structure that's in there, an old wooden bridge, and in order to make it appropriate, if we're going to have vehicles going across it, the bridge requires upgrading. Now, that's a costly venture all in itself. And so one of the things that we're actually looking at in this design process, is there a way that we can have the appropriate being able to get vehicles in and out of the park and deal with any kind of vehicle that needs to turn around in there without having to use a bridge, and can we forgo a bridge structure as a potential way to achieve some savings here? I'm not totally convinced that we can at this point, but I think there's actually a pretty good opportunity for that. It would save us about $90,000 to not put the bridge back. And so if there is an ability to make that savings, that's certainly something that I'm going to be putting forward to Sebastian as an idea to go along with this. But with that, we also need to ensure that there is a place, so if there is a need for a vehicle to turn around, that's actually achievable within this area. This is a hard area to do that in, just because I think everyone's been down there and you've seen a whole lot of vehicles that get jammed in there. So part of that strategy is ensuring that we've got enough parking while still being able to have enough physical ground space so that could occur in. But I'm actually just working through that right now. We did a detailed survey of the park and its topography, and so I've been working on that, trying to figure out a couple of different ways to approach it and incorporate some things like rain gardens, and other ways to try to offset some of the, of course, as soon as you put a sheet of asphalt in there, all the water just wants to shed immediately off of it. And so that would be a big change and put a bunch of impact on our existing infrastructure, as well as we've got a lot of what we call control points in our engineering, which is the elevation of that building is what it is, and it's never going to change based on it still being there. And so a lot of the contouring of the park and setting things, if I didn't have that as a control point, there's some things I can do, but it's there, we got to work with it, and so that can provide some limitations. So I'd say I'm about 3/4 of the way through the process, and we've got some ideas about how to achieve some savings here, but I'm going to still have to work with Sebastian on getting that finalized here, and hopefully we'll be have that figured out for first thing in the new year.
So just again, to make sure I heard that right, so the bridge is about 90,000 to repair. Okay. So my follow-up question to that is, I mean, great if we can figure out how to turn around and not have the bridge there, but my concern would again be a little bit around that oddity of safety and emergency vehicle access, because it is sometimes a bit crazy down there with the parking and with the access. And to me, it would seem that if we needed to bring the fire truck in there or an ambulance in there, that circularity would be an advantage in terms of the fact that I can't see it turning the, say, fire truck around down there. But, you know, obviously it's a small enough area where we could get people to leave the area. But I mean, again, it's leaving when you only have one way in and one way out. So it's just, in my mind in terms of safety when we do have a big draw down there on any days. So 90,000, it'd be nice not to spend $90,000, but let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. So anyways, thank you for answering the question.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, that other side of Cottonwood Creek where we have that empty lot will get developed. So, I think this is pretty key in circularity in that area. So I think this is one where we're going to have to spend the money to create that longer term circularity. The only other thing I was going to say about this is, this is a really good example of where that planning comes into place. We did what was called the SNAP, the Railtown Sustainability Neighborhood Plan, and really all this work in Cottonwood Park, et cetera, is really driven from that plan. And when there's grants, et cetera, that come up, when we're working with the Azuchi Friendship Society and others, these planning documents allow us, everybody, to be on the same page and working towards the same end goals. And so that's why those, like I said, doing those planning documents are important, because the SNAP was done, I don't know how many years ago now, it seems not that long ago, but it takes this long before you actually see these, and no developments have happened yet. So all those, start to create that vision and planning for that, and that's why we spend the time to invest in those plans up front.
Thank you. Few other ongoing projects. So in terms of transportation infrastructure upgrade, we've got a grant in for some missing sidewalks in Fairview, and the reason they are missing, I think this is interesting anyways, is that part of Fairview was not within the city, and they had development standards. So that's why if you go further up, there's sidewalks, and then further down, there's sidewalks, and then the rest of it, when it was developed back in the 70s or maybe before that anyways, but when it was amalgamated in the 70s, and yeah, so anyways, awkward. There's missing sidewalks between those two sections, and as that area develops with the health campus and Selkirk lands, we want to make sure that there's options for safe options for all users. And we're also looking at additional bike parking, and those two projects have gone through a grant application. So that was submitted in October, which would cover 70% of the cost of those projects if we're successful in getting the grants. So the city contribution would be a little over $100,000. So that's one couple of projects on the go. Then there's also, as you know, this was presented to you in November, the second phase of the primary bike route. So the idea of the primary bike route is that spine that goes, through the entire city, and then once we complete that, you start to have a really convenient path that people can start linking all their needs via cycling if they choose to. And at the same time, we're looking at other road improvements along those corridors. There's some really awkward intersections, and there's some good opportunities here to fix those. And some of those improvements were identified through the Granite Point rezoning at the time that eventually we're going to have to look at those traffic improvements. So we think those are good opportunities to catch those when we're looking at creating these segments. So it's all about active transportation, but it's also about improving it for all users. So that's what we're focusing on. And, at this point in time, we're just wrapping up with the conceptual plans and the detailed reports, and 2023 will be the year of engagement and also detailed design, so that we could, in theory, be ready for construction by 2024. We'll need to have a discussion around budgets. So far, funding opportunities, we've applied for under the federal funding grant stream for active transportation projects. So that was submitted in August 2022. The federal contribution would be 60%, and what we're asking from the feds is $1.1 million to complete this project. I think they've been overwhelmed by the amount of applications they've gotten, so the only news I got from them is no news, please don't ask us again. So that's where we're at. We're just sitting on that. But that grant, if we are successful, gives us 5 years to complete the project, which is really nice because it gives us a lot of time to look at other funding opportunities. And, if we get the completed detailed design and engagement done, then at some point in 2023, it allows us to be ready for the 2024 intake for the BC Active Transportation Fund, which covers, there's a typo in my slide, it's not 75%, it's 70% up to a maximum of $500,000. So if we can start planning ahead, being really shovel ready for these grants, it sets us up nicely. So that's what we're going to be focused on this year, is having those conversations with the community, and then from there we can do the detailed design. Other projects, Steep Creeks, we'll be chatting with council on that in the near future. Housing choice and affordability, I did allude to this housing entity study that we've initiated. We plan to have phase 1 completed by March 2023. Phase 1 is basically just giving us an overview of what are other municipalities doing out there in terms of creating housing choice, mostly on non-market housing, and seeing if there is a model that might be interesting for Nelson, who's involved, and how do we, phase 2 could be looking at more details of, okay, if we're really interested and we've identified stakeholders that are part of the conversation, how do we move forward? Heritage Master Plan 2,
Sorry.
Yep.
Sebastian, just in terms of that, at the last NADP, I think they broadened it a little bit more than just this one solution, looking more holistically at housing from secondary suites to whatever. Is there an opportunity to grow that housing pie?
Okay.
Especially in the interim, while
Yes.
these are long term to look at
They
these
are.
type of things. So what do we do in the short term, and how do we make our housing stock as available as possible? What options are there?
Yeah, thanks for that. And, we have a lot of internal discussions. There's a lot of local developers or business owners that are keen to get stuff going. It's just, it takes a bit of time to get these projects off the ground. The funding is very challenging for these large projects. But know that we have a lot of conversations, because there's no building permits issue, we can't really talk about them. But yeah, people are keen. They want to be part of the solution locally. So those things are happening as well. On the transportation side, there's the transit exchange. So we'll be offering a supporting role with final engagement and design. Also looking at design opportunities for Victoria Street. So if we're renovating a block or two, it'd probably be worth looking at the other 2-3 blocks that are adjoining to that, so that we have a consistent streetscape. I've got a couple of ideas in the back of my mind, but we'll explore those as well. Building bylaw, we're looking at step code. There's some changes coming up with at the provincial level. We want to see where we fit into that, so we'll be doing some industry engagement early in the new year. City lands, we do have quite a bit of land and assets that we're looking at. It's important to have a long-term strategy around that. We've got a couple of pieces for sale, so Natalie's been kind of the city's real estate agent on the side. So interesting learnings, and with those sales come really new opportunities, right? Opportunities to fit in with the OCP and policies around new housing, implementing Railtown plans. So those are, really key pieces. We can leverage those lands to help, others take that on. Another conversation we want to have is around the tree master plan. It's from 2012. I don't think the plan is bad. I think the plan needs to be looked at, updated. Where are we at with our urban canopy? What are best practices in urban forestry? What is forestry? What's our urban canopy in relation to climate change? Our tree species, what are we planting now? Are they going to survive in 30 years? So we need to have all those conversations. Also, what kind of trees are we planting underneath our infrastructure, just to avoid some of the issues that we're having right now around the right tree at the right location is really what we're about. And also just where are we at? I think, I would guess to say that we've got a really healthy urban canopy here, but let's quantify that, or at the very least qualify that.
And
And
the recognition that, that all those maples that were planted 70, 80 years ago are
yeah,
70, 80 years old now, and some of them are coming to end of life. It's just
Yeah.
the reality of an urban tree.
trees are an asset like anything else. At some point they need to be replaced. Never a popular thing to do because you can see them, they're not hidden underground. But yeah, they are to be treated as an asset for sure. So we're hoping to find some grant funding to hire a student or a recent graduate to help us go through those through that plan. I will let Natalie speak to this slide here, which is all about the fun, exciting OCP review.
Can you hear me? Yep. Okay, great. I know that Kevin and Sebastian kind of talked about the OCP, but I'll try and fill in some gaps too. Sorry if you have to hear the same thing.
Natalie, can you just push lock on that? You need to speak into the microphone for folks at home.
Okay, is that
Is
good?
it, I don't know, is it on?
It's on. Yeah, but it wasn't before, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so why are we doing the OCP update in 2023? I think the last OCP, our current OCP, was adopted in 2013. You're required to update those every 10 years. So that's why we're gonna update the OCP in the next 1 to 2 years. So that's kind of the background on why we're proposing this project coming up. And so what is an OCP? I know that Sebastian already kind of talked about it and Kevin filled you in a bit too, but an OCP, the Local Government Act enables all municipalities to prepare and adopt an official community plan, also referred to as an OCP. An OCP is a type of bylaw that sets out broad community objectives and policies that guide long-term vision, decisions on planning and land use, and provision of municipal services. OCPs typically include planning policies that support positive economic, social, cultural, and environmental outcomes. And at the same time, an OCP strives to provide a degree of certainty about the location and nature of community change to residents and landowners. Some of the objectives that we're going to achieve while we rewrite the OCP is, number one, we're going to want to meet the Local Government Act requirements. There's a number of things that need to be in the OCP. The second is to update the OCP to incorporate recently adopted council policy and plans with a special focus on Nelson Next. Acquire and integrate data and studies needed to support the OCP review, so there'll be some things we don't have on hand that we'll need to gather. Have a robust conversation with Nelsonites about how Nelson will develop over the next 10 to 20 years. Incorporate important conversations and partnerships with First Nations. Update our development permit areas. We have 4 right now. We've updated our wildfire regs and our laneway housing guidelines, but the other development permit areas really haven't been updated in the last 10 years, so they really need a refresh. And then also we want to strengthen our monitoring and implementation of our OCP. So the project will be managed in-house by Rhiannon, Matt, and myself, with help from consultants on technical matters and some subject matter experts as needed. We anticipate the project will take around 24 months. The first 6 months will be background research and studies. This summer, we hope to start public consultation. That'll go for the duration of the project. We hope to have a draft in the summer or fall of next year, and final adoption by the end of 2024. So we'll come back to council in early 2023 to present a more detailed work plan. And we're still in the incubation stage, so some of these details might change slightly, but it gives you kind of an overview of what we're thinking so far.
Okay. Last slide. So yes.
No rush, you're just standing between, the whole room and lunch.
Yeah. Luckily it's planning and everybody loves it. So obviously big news for 2023 is the OCP review. I think that's going to be, being talked about with the community. But we're also going to be, continuing on other projects, on the housing front, on the transportation front, and on our urban renewal projects. all this stuff requires a lot of community engagement, so we're going to have to think about, making sure that we avoid engagement fatigue. So being creative, now that everyone's used to Zoom and Teams, we have a new opportunity, a new tool to reach out to people. So we're going to make sure we tap into that, but at the same time, do some one-on-ones. So it'll be a pretty exciting year. On the permitting side of things, we always try to guesstimate what's going to happen. Obviously, you've seen that many projects have been approved in 2022, so I think 2023 is a year heavy on inspection side and a lot of troubleshooting. Came in early this morning and I Googled alternative ways to say thank you for your patience, because there's a lot of that stuff with these big projects, right? We try and anticipate a lot of these things, but sometimes lanes need to be closed, and construction, it's like, oh yeah, it'll be closed for 2 weeks, then it's 2 months. There's a lot of delays, and we just try to work with people as best as we can, but it is a reality. Construction is disruptive for the people in the immediate area, but we try and stay ahead of it, anticipate a lot of these things. We learn as we go, but there will be a lot of that in 2023, I think, with these big projects happening. And likely there's still some more conversation around 900 Lakeside. There's another phase. The old furniture store has been sold. What's going to happen there? There's another project that was in the books on Bilby Road that's coming back. So there's a lot of things in the works. So it's going to be, I suspect that we might not have as big of a year. Hope so. But I still think we're going to have some significant construction value. So we're going to be managing that at the same time as an OCP review with all the ongoing project. And I think one thing, there's a lot of questions around, housing, transportation, let's get these things going. Like, planners are trained to think about what the city is going to look at, or what urban environments look like in 30 years. So we always need to put that lens on, is the decisions we make today are not for tomorrow, right? They're for 30 years down the road. So we'll be talking a lot about that through all these individual approvals. But it's really, what is it that we want to see in the long term, and how do we get there? So all these things don't change instantly, but when we think about housing choice, when we think about transportation choice, when we think about climate change and the environment, it's all those policies that we're putting in place today. It's not necessarily meant to, oh, well, this is how I do things today. Why would we do that? Well, this is the city we're anticipating in 30 years, so we need to get ahead of it, and that's usually how long it takes to make it there.
Councillor
That's
Woodward,
it for
you
us.
have a question.
Just two things. As you move through the OCP process, as you were saying, Sebastian, being able to reach out now with technology, and I was thinking, reaching out into the seniors living area, or living homes, maybe they can't get out, but we could bring we could do a Zoom meeting within that, and same with schools, students. It'd be really interesting to gather up some of the youth ideas, because they're going to be inheriting this town in 10 or 20 years. The other thing is, I would be really curious to see if, as you develop the new OCP, to sort of have I don't know if it's a document, but have some kind of record of the differences you find between the old and new, and see what, if you're making a change from the old and new, what is that change, so that you could actually capture that data, and maybe that might give us a lens into the changes are being driven because from the old OCP to the new, rather than just kind of dumping the old OCP and having a fresh new one. Yeah. I'd be really curious to see the differences from what was done. What was it, 10 years ago the OCP was done?
Yeah, and I think Natalie alluded to, having a more rigorous implementation strategy and measuring, our successes. So it's a lot about that. It's important to get the baseline information. And I think naturally we're going to talk about, here's what is in the plan today. Does it still make sense? Right. And those are conversations we're hoping to have with the community, because at the end of the day, it's not development services, it's OCP, right? It's the community's plan, right? So that's how we need to engage. And I've got some smart people next to me, so feel free to jump in and add on to what I'm saying. Yeah. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, Councillor Page.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm wondering, as a bit of background, obviously the NADP has taken on the strategic priority of addressing or hoping to address workforce housing, because that's really well within their wheelhouse. But when that work comes back for this housing entity study, the city obviously has larger, broader values for community well-being and who's served by the housing continuum. So I'm curious how we're integrating those larger needs and values into that work, because I would worry we would get too pigeonholed into the NADP's strategy, even though a broader city strategy may address both what the NADP is looking to address with workforce housing and some of those larger, some of those other demographics that are impacted that aren't necessarily categorized as workforce housing.
Well, the first thing we did in creating that that terms of reference with the RDCK and the NAEDP was take away that word workforce housing and calling it non-market housing, because that's what it's all about. So I think we're all on the same page. I think there's a lot of words getting thrown at this, and it gets confusing. But at the end of the day, I think the term to use is non-market housing, and that can fit a whole lot of different people. And I think some of the BC housing projects that have been completed are all about what income. There's an income threshold, but then it's all based on your income. So the term workforce housing to me is non-market housing. It's people that work and that can't afford market rent. Yeah. So it's a quick answer to your question. I think in having those broad discussions, I think it was to kind of come together and what are we actually trying to achieve here. And I think we're all on the same page in terms of providing housing choice. And one of the challenges is how do you create non-market housing, because the builder still needs to pay his materials, they still need to pay their staff. What can we throw into the mix to reduce that cost, and then therefore reduce the cost of rent, and that usually requires some sort of a intervention from someone.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a recess for lunch. I see the whole of the climate action team came in the last few minutes. Hopefully they've come to join us for lunch, because we're going to take a break now.
Thank you.
So,
You need a
motion. Sure. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Page. So we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock. Okay.
Hi.
And we're all back. And so I'd like to welcome the Climate Energy Team, which is a division of Development Services. And I see, I'd like the resolution to reconvene, please. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Panero. All in favor? There we go. So, Climate Action and Energy Team is here. Carmen, you were here earlier, but the rest of your team probably doesn't know that we are hoping for introductions of your whole team so we can get used to the names. And I don't know, can you turn that off for a second? There we go. There you go. Now you're all on the screen. So if everybody can do a quick introduction so we get to know face and name, please.
Yeah, so I'm Carmen Proctor, the Climate and Energy Manager.
I'm Cecilia Jakes. I'm a Senior Climate and Energy Strategist.
My name's Emily Mask and I'm the Climate Programs Coordinator.
That button pushed?
And I'm Avi Silberstein, the Energy Programs Coordinator.
The button need to be pushed down the whole time you're talking, or you just...
I think it goes, there's a lock.
Okay,
so make sure that you've got that. Oh, on yours it doesn't, Carmen, yours is always on, but that one needs to be locked, or you have to hold it the whole time. Okay,
Great.
So there you go. We're going to put your presentation back up now that everybody's been able to see everybody's smiling, happy climate team faces.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for allowing us this opportunity to introduce ourselves and the roles that we play here on climate action. And just a little bit of history. I began with the city in 2011 and largely focused on the development, implementation, and management of the energy retrofits program. And about just over a year ago, I became the Climate and Energy Manager and was tasked with building a team. So our team formed just over a year ago, and largely the focus has been on hiring, onboarding, and developing these roles, which has been both interesting, exciting, and challenging. Of course, challenging because we're being tasked with doing things that have never been done before. And of course, that's like rewriting anything, right? It can be challenging, but it is really satisfying. The fortuitous part of this work is that these fields attract really passionate people that want to go to school and learn and actually decide and choose these career paths because they are passionate about this work. So when we are lucky enough to attract these fine folks to come and work with us, they're working really hard because this is where their true passion lies. And so we've actually, even though these are new and developing roles, we've actually gotten quite a bit of work done, which we're here to share with you today. So you'll learn what each team member does and sort of highlight a little bit of the work that we did in 2022 as well as what we're looking forward to in 2023. Most of our team is here with the exception of Natalie Douglas, who is away. And also there is Erin Thompson and Jeanette Pothoroff, who support our team. They contract to our team, so they're not actually employees, but they do they're contractors and they support the Energy Retrofits program. And when Cecilia presents, she'll talk a little bit more about the new role that we have upcoming. So Nelson Next was approved in 2020. However, climate action began much before this. And our plan is unique in that it's an LCR plan. And so what that stands for is low carbon resilience. So that's actually addressing both mitigation and adaptation at the same time. And what we found when we started doing this work was that this is actually the emerging trend is for plans to be developed this way. So Nelson is definitely on the right track with that. There is some cases where municipalities have mitigation plans only or adaptation plans. And so mitigation is driving down those emissions and adaptation is helping our city plan for the climate risks and impacts that we'll face, such as wildfire is the biggest risk here for this area, and so there's a lot of fire mitigation work going on. And of course, as you see here on the slide, transport, buildings, and waste. This is where most of our emissions come from, so we're looking at really driving down the emissions in these three areas. So Now, one thing I really wanted to highlight was that, sure, we can do lots of mitigation work and we can do a lot of adaptation work, but really what we need to be also looking at is shifting the work that we do so that it actually does address both. So I'll give you a good example of that. When we're looking at energy retrofits in a home, largely in the beginning, we were really focused on bringing down that energy efficiency, and now we're shifting into also looking at how can we, help the homeowner make sure that their home is also resilient against those climate effects such as wildfire and flooding, that sort of thing. So looking, do they have, a yard that needs to be fire smarted at the same time? So that's sort of just an example of, not that we're doing mitigation work over here, adaptation, but how can we actually be doing this work in tandem? So our team supports this work in the mitigation and adaptation across all of the departments, and we also do deliver programs. And we ensure that this progress is actually being made by playing a really effective role in tracking the progress, nudging the progress, and then reporting out on this progress as we also look for opportunities of where else a climate lens could be applied and what other kind of alignment that these departments and the community could be doing so that, we can, as we strive to reach our goals. And some of these examples will be shown in our presentations of where we actually have supported staff and that sort of thing. I should just back up. So Nelson Next is our umbrella document. We are looking at doing the implementation plan. We are in draft phase and we're going to be finalizing that likely in the first quarter of 2023. Nelson Next is the what, and so you can look at the implementation plan as the how. And we also, in saying that we support staff, we're also supporting all of the guiding documents that the city is responsible for. So here's a real good snapshot of some of this work, and the team will be sharing some of these highlights in their presentations. One thing I want to highlight here is that climate trends tend to evolve very quickly, and so what we really need to be doing when we're delivering programs and designing and helping support the staff and community is looking at these emerging trends and how they actually come into play as we're doing this work. So it's really important to build these strong relationships through partnerships, collaboration, so that we can align and be really cohesive across not only our city departments, as well as the community and also regionally. So that sort of is my introduction. I'm going to hand things over. Each staff will take their turn sitting here, and I will sit here just to support and help answer any questions that may come up. So next I'd like to introduce Cecilia. Switch places.
Carmen, can everybody hear me? That's good. So it's lovely to be here again. My role is a little bit different from some of our teammates in that it's not program specific. So I'm really responsible for coordinating the implementation of the climate plan. And that means various different things. Carmen already mentioned that our team tracks and reports the progress that we're making on our plan. You'll hear more about that when I talk about 2023's priorities, but that does sit with me primarily. And one of the things actually that I love most about my role is that I'm very integrated across the different departments. And so I, support climate action work across the city. So not just within our team, but that can look like working with our fleet manager to marry a funding opportunity so that we can have access to a new electric vehicle for our fleet, for example, or providing input on hydro's strategic plan to make sure that a climate lens is integrated into that. So that can look like either generated from within our team based on an opportunity that we have come across, or we're often approached by other departments saying, hey, we want to integrate a climate lens into this project, how can you support that? So that's a lot of the work that I do. And then I also am very connected across the community here to a lot of community groups that are also very passionate about climate change and those that are not specifically climate focused as well. And so you'll see on my next slide what some of those partnerships are, but that is also a major part of the work that I do, is identifying those partnerships and then building them and making sure that those are really focused on our priorities as well, which are of course transportation, buildings and waste, and having a climate resilient community as well. And so, as Carmen mentioned, climate action is a rapidly changing space. There's a lot of new technologies, a very kind of evolving policy landscape as well. And so I keep abreast of what those new regulatory frameworks are. For example, the roadmap to 2030 through Clean BC. I lead the reporting for the local government climate action program through that. And also keeping abreast on a more federal and global level, even in terms of like what the latest recommendations are from the International Panel on Climate Change, and then bringing those forward into the municipality on things like nature-based solutions for climate adaptation, for example. Councillor or Mayor?
Yep, sorry.
That's all right.
Jesse?
Through the chair. I was just curious, have you been, with your role, have you been in touch with other small municipalities like us? Is there like a, because I feel like we're doing a lot of foundational work here for what small municipalities can do, and I'm wondering, like, are we sharing that? Can we share that?
Absolutely. Actually, that's a huge part of the work that I do, is keeping track of what other municipalities are doing and actually reaching out and connecting them if there's something that we would like to learn more about or need, you know, even collaborating with them on those things. So in particular, I have a regular meeting with the sustainability director for the District of Squamish, who is very similar to us, recreational community. They have, you know, different plans. You know, they have an adaptation plan there and a mitigation plan as opposed to an LCR, but lots of shared learnings in terms of what they're doing and how they're actually seeing success. And so whenever I'm working on something like the implementation plan, for example, a starting point is always that high-level survey of what can we learn from others, and we are often approached in tandem to that by other municipalities who want to learn from us. And so consistently we have asked to provide input on e-bike financing schemes, home energy retrofits program. We have, Emily can speak to all the interest for the organics diversion program that comes from all kinds of places. So we are super connected in that way. Yeah.
And I'd just add, we also, on an informal basis at this stage, has reached out to those 4 small munis that we support financially, because they've all received funding through the, I forget what the new acronym for that is.
LGCAP. Yeah.
What's it called?
Just give you a sign.
It's the Local Government Climate Action
Right.
Program.
So they've
LGCAP.
all received funding through that. You know, they have small teams, so for them to be able to, you know, take that on and just the efficiency, creating their own programs, et cetera. So we certainly see an opportunity, as we've done on the financial services side, to partner and, you know, have a larger pot and larger programs. We've had discussions with CalSCAR as well under that same thing. So we're certainly looking at how do we, you know, use the investment that we've made to support other communities, as well as, you know, how do they, if we could, you know, if we can pool that funding, it probably gives us a chance to hire additional staff and do additional things that we can benefit their communities. And clearly the energy retrofit that started here in Nelson, that became the REAP program, was really a good example of using our expertise and growing our department that can serve both, you know, both that regional as well as what we're doing. So definitely a lens.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great example. And, you know, when the LGCAP came out, those municipalities definitely looked to us to come and, you know, share with them what we learned through going through that process. And definitely, yeah, it was great to have those initial conversations with them, because I think there's definitely a desire to do more. As Kevin mentioned, it's just about staff capacity and expertise. So you can definitely play a leadership role in that space.
Just as a supplemental, I had a counselor from another town contact me and ask, how are you guys doing this? Like, and how is this happening? And so I kind of described what we were doing and that, you know, to contact you. But it was interesting that they were saying, I would really want to get this going in their town. And and just, you know, all the groundwork that we've done, I realize now that like, it's a lot. So I kind of like was trying to say, you know, I got to start baby steps, but we've been at this for a good chunk of time, so.
Absolutely. It's a really great place to be doing this work, actually, for that reason. Which is a really great segue, actually, into another part of my role, which is I am constantly identifying and looking for funding opportunities to bring in money so that we can actually do this work. We know that these projects, you know, they have a price tag with them, and so we've been really successful in that, and I'll share more about that on my next slide, but that's one of the things that I do very consistently, and then I also support not just the grant applications from our team, but across the municipality as well, because what we're seeing is that most major funding applications, they do require that climate lens assessment now. And so we're actually at times able to offer that in-house support for those applications. So, and then of course, like, we are doing so much, and making sure that the community is aware and informed and also inspired to participate is another big part of the work that I do here. So all of our team members do a lot of communications, and how that rolls out is I'll often like have that filtered through myself, and then I apply that kind of overarching, you know, is this going to move somebody from awareness into action? Is this aligned with all the other communications? Is there an opportunity to marry, you know, something from the home energy retrofits department with the Fire Smart team? So making sure that we have that integrated approach to communications that are going to be really effective. And so that's the high level. I also lead projects and do a whole bunch of other stuff, but that's the big picture. And over the past year, one of the biggest wins that we've had is that we have been really effective in bringing in funding. And so myself personally, these are the applications that I've led. That doesn't mean that our team member has not contributed. Emily spent a lot of time working with me on the funding for the organics program, for example. And actually you can add another $100,000 to that figure there, because we just had some great news for Fortis that they want to offer us another year on the contract for the new role that they'll be funding here for an energy specialist position, which I'll talk about in a sec. And then as I mentioned, the partnerships are a key part of my role. These 6 are the ones that I kind of nurture and make sure that we're working together effectively. And we've had great success. I mean, you guys have seen the Youth Climate Corps that have, you know, come and delivered a presentation here. And as I mentioned previously, we work closely with the Chamber of Commerce, but also really identifying the types of behaviors that we want to be encouraging in the community, like, you know, low carbon transportation. So we'll look at our community and say, who is passionate about that? And so we partnered with the West Kootenay Cycling Coalition, for example, on Go By Bike Month to say, like, we both have the same goals here, like, let's work together on that. So really proud of these partnerships, and you can expect more in 2023. And then you're aware that there is a draft implementation plan that was brought forward to the final council meeting for the previous council. That is a project that I've been leading along with Carmen, and we are going to be bringing a more finalized version forward in Q1 of 2023. And so with that, this year is also going to be a big year for our team, and one of the immediate priorities that I will have is onboarding our new team member who is funded by Fortis BC's Climate Action Partners program. This partner will be focused primarily on our corporate GHGs with a community component, specifically with our buildings, and looking for retrofit opportunities and efficiencies along with asset management here, as well as the community GHG focus largely on low carbon transportation and retrofits in the commercial side of things. So that new role will be with us on a 3-year contract initially, with you know, most likely renewal after that, which is really exciting.
Nice.
And then along with the finalization of the implementation plan, there's a few things that'll be rolling out. One is a funding competitiveness system, which we're going to be launching in early 2023, which is basically just a way for staff to collaborate on funding applications so that we are being as efficient as we can, but also making sure that we have, you know, building on the success of our previous applications and not having to reinvent the wheel every time. So that's what that's about. We're also going to be, or I will be leading the creation of our first climate report card, which will be our first public-facing communication to the community around what we've actually done so far. And that will be coupled with our community emissions inventory. And that'll really tell us where we've come to over the past couple years, along with various key performance indicators for our climate programs, but also for the municipality at large. And it will also have that community piece, because we know we work very closely with, the NAEDP, for example, or the Chamber, and there's lots of people who deserve recognition and acknowledgement for the work that they're contributing to the Nelson Next Plan. Through the Mayor.
Councillor Payne.
Thank you. What's the timing on that?
Yeah, so likely spring. So we want to couple that with the community emissions inventory, as I said, and we've committed to doing that on a 2-year basis. And so we want to measure the previous 2 years and hope to get a jump on that in January, actually. Now, those do take a couple months in order to, they're quite in-depth assessments, and with the local government climate action program, we are also obligated to report on our corporate emissions as well. And so we'll have to go through those 2 processes, but we are already tracking and making sure that we're keeping abreast of the work that's being done. So that report card likely is a spring date. So as a best guess.
Will that be annual thereafter once it's implemented?
That's exactly the intention, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm going to do that. Okay, if you just press lock, it just stays on, I guess. Sorry about that. And of course, the first year, will be a lot of work because it's never been done. But subsequent years, we should see, a lot of momentum towards that, and it's just building upon that. Mm-hmm. And as across the departments, across the city, they'll be more aware of what types of things they should be monitoring and looking at throughout the year that can contribute to that progress. And as we're all aware of the progress that we're making, we're also aware of the progress where, the areas where we're not making enough progress, and can, it's just a lot more visible to everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for that, Carmen. With that, related to the implementation plan, we're also going to be activating our networked approach to working on our climate goals here. So you'll hear from the first kind of iteration of this on the Steep Creeks tomorrow. So you can look forward to more of that. And then we'll also be organizing some climate education training in the new year. Staff have really expressed that they want to know more about what to expect here locally, and they want that to be really relevant to the work that they do every day, and so we're really responding to that need. And then lastly, one of the things we're going to be looking at is a low carbon mobility strategy. So right now we have a lot of unanswered questions around what the future of transportation is going to look like in Nelson. We're not yet sure what it means for the increase in demand and things like electric vehicles, for example, the charging requirements. There's questions around the role of the public sector. What are they going to be doing? Does it make sense for us as a municipality to be installing a bunch of EV chargers, or is there somebody else who's going to step up and fulfill that role within the community? So we'll be working with that in collaboration with Nelson Hydro, of course, and Development Services. And alongside that, we will continue to support all of the departments with their climate action work, and that is kind of an emerging picture because opportunities come up all the time. But again, our team is really focused on making sure that we are targeting transportation, buildings, and waste, as well as our largest adaptation priorities. So that's really the big high-level picture for the next year.
And as we work with the departments, we're going to really try to get them to a place where they're seeing these opportunities and their alignment with Nelson Next and the work that they do.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any questions before she gets up? Oh, going once, going twice? Okay, next person.
Thank you. We have next is Emily.
Hello, I guess Carmen mentioned, my name is Emily Mask and I'm the Climate Programs Coordinator at the city here. I am entirely focused on our organic waste program, our food cycler program. Our biggest, this program actually speaks to aspiration number 6 out of our climate action strategy. That's Nelson has a thriving circular economy and generates the lowest waste per capita. And this organics program was one of the highest asks out of our community engagement for our climate action plan. So our achievements out of 2022 were we secured three big grants for our program. One would be the Columbia Basin Trust's Climate Resilience Fund, and the second being the FCM Green Municipalities Fund. Afterwards, we started working on our RFP. We need to open this up to a public bidding process to secure a manufacturer. Public bidding process. That's the
RFP. I think
RFP.
a lot of people might not understand.
So the request for proposal was created, and what we did was we defined performance and sustainability criteria to really create the best and most solid program possible. And out of that, we created a purchase agreement with our successful bidder. Through this process, we were able to define how we really wanted to work with our manufacturer to create this novel program. As the first municipality to create a pre-treated organics program, we have big shoes to fill, and it's really exciting. But we really wanted to manage this properly from the signing to implementation. So we signed our purchase agreement with our successful bidder, which is Food Cycler Sciences. We're very excited about that. And since then, we've been working on program development. So in 2023, we will still be working on program development, but we plan on launching in early 2023 and evaluating the program. So later this month, we're taking an order of 1,600 appliances, and it's really exciting and awesome. We will be taking an order of these Food Cycler Maestros, which is an improved version of this household appliance. It's at the back of the room here, but we're lucky to have one of the first appliances. This hasn't yet hit the market yet, but we will be taking this order in later this month, and with the improved design from the first model. It now has a 5-liter bucket as opposed to the 2.5 liter. It has it's a bit more energy efficient. It has more acceptable foods. It can take almost all of your household waste, food waste, other than some very big thick bones. In the purchase of these appliances, we ingrained sustainability criteria. We are creating a repair program so that all repairs can be done within our community, and that an end-of-life program has been set up so that they're fully recyclable at their end of their life. That includes all parts in the repair process. So that was really exciting, and is one of the biggest questions I get in my inbox. How is Nelson going to make sure that this program is sustainable? And we actually have built up something like I'm pretty proud of. So that's our repair and our maintenance program. We have selected a pilot neighborhood, and that will be Fairview. It's official that we can announce that. We worked with our Public Works Department. We worked with WildSafe, Pest Management, Conservation to really select a neighborhood that we think would we can evaluate the benefit of this program. We also, there's a lot of community benefits that we think that'll work well for us. We're designing it out of there. We have our early adopters list that's going to help, really the entry point into our community. And then we have our neighborhood pilot that we're going to evaluate with our waste management consultant. This program is getting a lot of interest in waste management, so I'm really excited to work with our waste management consultant and create some really amazing data to inform the purchase of the rest of these devices, and really create research for all of waste management to know of how this program works and how it can be implemented into a community. So as we're focusing on our residential pilot, we will also be piloting our multifamilies. We're going to take a few multifamilies and we're going to see how this application works for them. That'll likely happen while our single family approach is underway. We are conducting a comparative analysis. What everyone wants to know is this as effective? Will it divert as much greenhouse gas or as much waste and reduce as much greenhouse gases as a traditional weekly wet curbside program? So as we know, both Creston and Castlegar in our region are developing those programs. And what we'll be doing is we're going to collect research on our behalf and compare to those programs and create some regional statistics and see if it actually has as many benefits. So we'll be comparing social, financial, technical, and environmental benefits of the program to really get a full picture of how this works for all of us.
Question, Councillor Payne.
I have 2 questions, if that's okay. What is our current per capita waste in Nelson?
That is I think basically it's 120 kilograms per house, per resident.
Per house or per resident?
Per person, per residence.
So 120 kilograms per resident per year, thank you. And the other question, I'm just interested in how you selected Fairview as your pilot neighborhood. Was there any correlation between the wildlife incidents that we experienced last year to determine that neighborhood?
Definitely. Like, this would be a good place to compare. There's a lot of data that came out of there just, in this last year, and it's going to be hard to compare that directly because it was a sizable, it was a heavy bear year for the whole community. So if we were to take, the past 4 years of bear activity in that area, we also know that the residents in that area are eager for a solution. As I can tell from my early adopters list, those folks are very interested, and even with like issues of rats coming out of Lower Fairview is also something we can get some information on, and we'll be able to really evaluate the benefits and see if this approach works to alleviate some of the stress of wildlife and waste management. And what it really does is it eases household waste management. So giving residents a solution like this, and it's not a one-size-fits-all, it's not going to fix all of the attractants, but I think we'll really be able to work with residents in that area
So I just want to clarify, sorry Emily to interrupt, but so Fairview did have the highest number of conflict with bear. Is that what we're talking about? Thank you. And the rats I understood from previously.
Totally.
Yeah, and I think there was a number of factors that played into it. Wasn't
because
just
people are going to ask, right, Kevin?
Yeah. So yeah, it wasn't just the wildlife, the bear encounters. It was, we need to do this in a collection area so that we know what we were hauling to the transfer station before, and what we'll be hauling after the program is put in place, and what impact the removing those organics has done to that waste stream. We're piloting a drop-off model since we didn't get funded for curbside collection. So again, were those locations accessible? With this appliance, it includes, the refillable filter. So we're going to create a dispenser option, and again, those grocery stores, etc., are more in our Fairview area than our other neighborhoods. So there was a number of factors that came into play of why Fairview. I think originally we were looking at Rosemont because it tended to in the past have more of those wildlife encounters, but I think we heard from the Wild Safe BC person because of that, those those residents have changed their behavior so that they're getting less wildlife conflict. They used to be the highest. Now that they're aware and they're taking steps to reduce that. So yeah, definitely one factor, but certainly there was a number of factors that came into play.
Thank you.
Councillor Page.
Thank you. My question is around the expected volumes that we'll be diverting on top, because of course it's not like organics disappears. It may be out of the garbage component of the pickup, but more precisely how closely we're working with the RDCK staff directly to get a clear understanding and provide them with a clear understanding of what the expected volumes are, because of course the city and council has agreed to be part of the broader RDCK organics diversion strategy, but we're still not yet sure what kind of volumes and what kind of clarity of volumes, because maybe you could speak to some of those opportunities you're looking at to not send things up to the transfer station and out to Salmo, and what will be left over, because I anticipate we will not be processing 100% of this material within the community in the near term. We'll be sending something to Salmo, which will be a dried product that they expect will have to be rehydrated, and the impacts that will have on their broader program.
Yeah, so we have a monthly organics working group with the RDCK, and I've been able to give them our initial projections that came out of our pilot project of what we would anticipate from a 20% of our community being engaged in this project, and the results that we saw from our pilot. But that is very preliminary data, and we'll be able to build that up with this larger scale neighborhood pilot. Our communications have been really good. One of the RDCK staff also sits on our advisory group, so they're very much involved they know where we're at with our program development. But it is kind of a learning relationship where we're going to have to see how much residents use on site, because one of the biggest program benefits to this program is that residents have access to their soil amendment. And as you might have seen the survey that we have out most recently, we're trying to get a hold of how much can we anticipate residents using on a household level, and how much will they be using the drop-off location. So yeah, those results are kind of to be seen through this process. But with our waste management consultant, we are able to set up more specific measures and to be able to capture that data more accurately for our information, and to build out the program further, and also for the community-wide approach.
Okay, excellent. Supplemental?
Yes.
So just picking up on the conversation here around pickup versus drop-off, I guess the question that I'm having when we design a pilot from a scientific perspective to understand how it's going to impact residents, is it the right call, I guess, to say that that component of the program design is driven by grant funding versus understanding that in the end we may expect to pick things up, or that just evaluating both the drop-off and the new technology creates the opportunity to not understand, or to muddy up the waters, as like this rambling is doing right now, in terms of where the impact is and what the effect is on the residents. Would we not want to subsidize the picking up of the organics in some sort of program, just to keep as many of the variables as consistent as possible, to even just see how the product works inside people's homes and how much uptake they get?
Yeah, totally. I have kind of two answers to that question. One is that we have been looking into doing waste audits, to get a handle on how people are using it. A lot of that's going to have to be resident reporting, and which is exactly what we had to do in our pilot project. Of course, curbside collection is convenience, but ultimately, we are not able to put up, we don't have as good, we're not able to create the information really, until this program is really on the ground with 1,600 residents. The collection schedule is there's so much unknowns that what we could do is create the information to build out the best program, and how that could drop-off locations could be the answer. So yeah,
we're going to be piloting it in the way that we're going to be monitoring and tracking what kind of concerns need to be addressed, and we won't really know until partway in it if are these drop-off locations used effectively, or do we need to put in another way, like curbside collection. Out of this pilot, we're going to be able to determine what people are doing, and what kind of components of the program we need to take out or add back in, what kind of funding we would need to do that. So we plan on learning a lot. And
okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to have good data on what the difference we make by using a current collection route. So we know what we're collecting now per month, or per every 2 weeks, I guess. And we are going to, once we have the pilot in place, we will see what that change is. Are people, picking up the program? We'll see what we collect at the drop-off locations. And as Carmen and Emily said, we're certainly working with residents to understand? Are there barriers in the way for doing that? We're certainly, where are these locations? How many do we need, etc. I know, for example, I think it's Whistler that, really only has drop-off locations for all their household waste. And I think, a community like that's really good to understand, how they've made that work as well. And, I think we've talked about, when people just can throw something away, it leads to that behavior that you just throw things away. And hopefully you recognize how many trips did I actually make to drop off my compost versus, how much food waste I'm making. I think Mayor Morrison talked about that, of changing habits by, going, geez, look how many buckets of this I produce every week. Maybe I'm producing way too much food waste, and I need to look at my buying habits. And that's part of, hopefully, the behavior change we see, is that people stop wasting and, do more, buying on what you need. And we don't need the Costco-sized bag of carrots or whatever for a two-person household. So we're hoping behavior change happens as well. So I guess there would be, you could have went one way or the other, I think. Went curbside and see what that is. I think the benefit of starting with drop-off is trying to back up from curbside probably would be way more difficult than going to curbside in the end if we're not seeing the results. So I think this is probably the better route to go is if you have full service and trying to get away from full service. It was kind of like when we switched from weekly garbage to bi-weekly garbage. If we always had bi-weekly garbage, probably nobody would have ever known the difference or said anything different. So people tend to feel there's a lesser service than if you kind of make adjustments that way than making adjustments the other way.
Councillor Lockenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think Canmore is another place to look to as a highly recommended program of neighborhood drop-off. I'm really interested in all we do here, and Cecilia, this is maybe more for you, is the feedbacks that we get and design into our programs. I think any system, certainly any system that you want to change, you have to be very conscious that it's feedbacks that drive that change. And so what I love about our organics program and the vision of that is the feedbacks that the CAO is talking about. It's helping people immediately get information back to them about what their behavior is, the impacts of their behavior, as opposed to just sort of dropping it off. You lose that feedback. The feedback's way too big and probably completely disconnected from their behavior. So that's part of it, I think, is exactly right. However, I think we need to be very intentional as well about how we employ feedbacks in the rest of our climate program. So again, we can deliver information back to our residents as quickly as possible. How does their behavior produce an outcome that we all want? And so I would maybe challenge our program to almost have this question for everything that we propose doing. Here is the feedback that's going to loop that we're designing and going to deliver back to the consumer to help continue to drive that behavior. And one example of that I've mentioned a few times, and I'd love you at least to think about it, is providing every resident with a roadmap to 2030 for them. So this is your journey to 2030, and these are the steps that we are asking each other, but you as a resident, to do in that journey. Check on the food cycler, that's one of it, and you've already done it for those residents in Fairview and eventually for the rest of the residents, but it's something that they're very clear about what they're doing and what they're expected to do. And then at each step, what are the kind of feedbacks that are going to come back to you to tell you whether it's working or not, whether your actions are creating the ideal outcome, and if they are, then how does that sort of motivate you to do even more and then to evangelize the program, for example. So just as a general challenge to you in terms of designing the program.
Any other questions? Okay,
Oh, sorry, was it me?
Councillor Payne.
So we're currently, sometimes this takes a while to process, so I'm back to something we were at. So we're currently at 120 kilograms per person per year. We want to be the lowest, I can't remember the terminology, but do we have a target? What's our target? What's our 2030 target? Want to have that? We want to reduce it by 25%. Do we have a target?
I think when we looked at, that's by weight. And, organics is by far the biggest portion of that. And I think that stat also includes sort of, you get a assigned a certain amount of waste that's produced in the community as a whole.
Okay.
When you throw your bed away or some other things. So I think that number is not just you individually. It's if those bigger things end up in the waste stream, they're assigned to the residents as well. But when we looked at the organics just for household waste, not including those larger pieces, I think it was, I forget what the number was, but I think it was like close to 70% of that gets out of the waste stream. And it's the 70% that's causing GHGs. The rest is not, by and large, it's creating those GHGs in that waste stream.
Cecilia, I think, has something further to say.
Yeah, I can, just as you're speaking there, Kevin, I can add as well, like part of the contingency of the application to the Federation of Community Municipalities was actually demonstrating that we exceed a 70% diversion threshold through the addition of the organics program. And so we were conservative in our estimations of how much organic is in the waste stream. We said it was 35%. We know that within our pilot programs, we saw way more waste being diversion. We have some ideas about why that might be. It was, the pandemic. People would have been cooking at home more. We also have a really environmentally conscious community here who, is likely having a healthier diet with more fruits and veg than in other places. So we can speculate as to why that number was so high. And Emily, as she works with the consultants, like that stuff will become more clear as we start measuring the impact of the program. But just to your question around, like, do we have a waste target? Part of the thing with the climate report card is showing where we are and identifying where we need to have source-specific targets within our work, because 75% by 2030 is a big lofty goal, and it would be great to break that out into incremental steps, like, not just for waste, but within, our corporate use of vehicles, for example. Like, what's our incremental target that we're looking for? So it's something we're having conversations about. I'm not necessarily convinced that we need to have, targets that are conservative. I think having the aspirational goals, as we did in Nelson Next, was a great approach for attracting talent. So there's different ways of looking at them, but certainly we're going to be talking about when it comes time to measuring the progress on these things. We'll clearly see in our emissions inventory that our waste will have decreased, right? We have 200 plus machines in our community already that have been diverting their waste for quite some time now. And so we will be able to see that measurable impact. So just want to kind of preface that is something that's on our radar.
If I could just add one thing to that too. I'm not sure if Emily was going to mention this, or I think it's important to note that this program is taking a lot, obviously, to develop and get to the stage where we can launch it. Our plans and intentions all the way along have been to, in tandem, do zero waste initiatives and campaigns alongside of this, because as we know, we're not going to be equipping everybody all at once with a way to reduce this. So we can get the whole city primed, though, at the same time, to actually be creating less waste. And as we showcase some of the highlights and successes with this, it will be way more on top of people's minds, and the awareness will be created of waste and what we're doing around that. And as we continue and have consistent messaging and initiatives for zero waste, we should start seeing that add to this overall goals and achieving those as well.
What are we doing?
Just further to that, in answer to your question, Councillor Payne, is the RDCK has used in most of their reporting that they've done around the organics diversion there at the regional district, who is ultimately responsible for this, they've used the number that organics are about 40% in their mind of the waste stream, and their goal of reduction is considerably less of that, if I was to go back to the document, but that's what they kind of use, is like when you're trying to figure out, like, is it mattresses or is it the garbage or is it whatever, but they have, their consultants were using a number of, in the area of 40%. So.
Good to note too that that's inclusive of yard and garden waste
Yeah.
as well. Like even on the Clean
Yes.
BC website, it's closer to that number. But if we're really, we're obviously not going to be putting our garden leaves in the food cycler, so we are conservative when it comes to that.
I have to say, I do get my indoor plant trimmings go into my food cycler. But no, I haven't raked up the leaves and tried to put it in yet. No tree branches yet.
Chair, Mayor. Because of this drop-off location component, I'm kind of curious of how we might ensure that people are in fact dropping things off. I could conceive of a use case where someone uses the product and gets down to the reduced volume of the 10% and chucks that dried waste into their garbage, and we would have no visibility on that I can imagine. Have you guys considered and wondered how we might know if that is or is not happening? Because it certainly would show up in our garbage as significantly less anyway, because it wouldn't have the water, but rehydration on the other end would be a kicker.
I think the first approach is education. It's like, this is why we're doing this, and if it doesn't have the ultimate destination of either the central compost facility or the user's backyard, that it's not, we're not achieving what we're setting to achieve. And then secondly, I guess it would like waste audits and just trying to improve education based on the feedback that we receive from our audits.
Like clear bags or something.
Yeah, that's ultimately if council really wants, the recycling materials out of the waste stream, the organics out of the waste stream, you're pretty well forced into clear bags, and those have definitely caused controversies in other communities. But again, I think if you work with your community around that, then maybe we can get there, because it's the same person that if they're thrown their organics in that garbage bag's probably thrown their recycling in there and other things in there as well, right?
Okay.
Any further questions?
Well,
Councillor Lockhart.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, this might be for the whole team. The amount of GHGs the average Canadian produces is somewhere around 20 tons per year. And I'm not sure what we've got for Nelsonites, but maybe 16 tons a year is what we assume an average Nelsonite produces. Is that about right? 16 to 20 tons overall of GHG?
I mean, those numbers are included in the Community Energy Emissions Inventory. That's the Appendix A on Nelson Next. So if you're curious about what that number is precisely, that would be the place to find it. I don't know it offhand.
Yeah.
It sounds
Something like that.
something that I would be comfortable with, but I couldn't speak to the specific.
Okay, so I guess my question is, let's say whatever it is, we can look it up, 15 to 20 tons per year. That's equivalent to about and at about $1,000 per ton to mitigate, and I think that's actually pretty decent. That's how much it costs to, mechanically sequester from the atmosphere the equivalent of a ton of CO2. So $1,000. So let's say $1 a kilo is what it costs. So in our communication, it would be interesting to see how this plays out. But again, in the spirit of those feedbacks, as a resident, if you're producing 15 tons a year, that's about $15,000 that you're, borrowing from the atmosphere. That's going to have to be paid back eventually, either in some sort of dramatic sequestration program in the future or just in terms of climate effects. But let's say $15,000 per year is what each of us need to put into our heads in terms of if I don't change behavior, I'm on the hook for 15 grand per per resident or per member of my household. So if I'm a family of 3, that's $45,000 a year that you're borrowing from the atmosphere. Then if we then take your historical debt, we're probably each on the hook for a couple $100,000 that we're each responsible for. Excuse me. And then given that, it sure puts the cost of or the benefit of reducing or of changing your behavior into perspective. It's like, if I can just maybe drive a little bit less, I'm effectively saving myself and my responsibility thousands of dollars a year. If I can get to a net zero lifestyle for my family, maybe it's $45,000 a year that I'm saving the planet, but also saving myself ultimately in terms of responsibility. So I would just, again, maybe, I keep coming back to this because I track how, we in Nelson, but as a country, we've been moving, particularly as a country over the last 10 years, and just how terrible we've been doing. And it seems to me that we just don't understand the benefit. Like we're making changes to our behavior for some theoretical reason, like it's going to have some theoretical benefit, but the actual kind of direct benefit of every behavior change we make, like actually doing the work needed to use the food cycler, like what's sort of driving that behavior, and can we continue to encourage those kinds of behaviors? And it might, how we communicate it or how we deliver those feedbacks might be a little bit different in what might work. But I definitely think giving people a sense that your behavior is costing you, or costing all of us, $15,000 to $20,000 per year per member of your household, that might help. And you can really get a long way into paying down that debt just by some relatively simple behavior changes, like using your food cycler, for example, and maybe driving a little bit less. Just another thing to maybe consider in the implementation plan.
Okay. I can respond just quickly on that, Councillor Lockenberg. So I think the economic evaluation is a great point, and it works really well for some people. Some people are really drawn to numbers and they want to see the dollars and cents of, what's the impact of the action that I'm going to take and what does that mean for my life. One of the things that we lean on in our team is some really good consumer research around what are the specific talking points that motivate different types of people. And so some people, yeah, you're right, it's absolutely like there's a dollar amount associated with what you're doing. Other people want to feel like they're participating in a social movement, and they want to have that type of messaging. Other people are going to respond more to something like, is it the trend, like on trend thing that is really, going to speak to them. And so we take a really holistic approach to the types of communications that we want to be creating, and making sure that we have a diversity of strategies for really, again, moving somebody from awareness to desire to participate, and then supporting them to actually integrate that behavior into the work that we're doing. And so as our team is developing this program, that is absolutely a part of the conversations around how we're going to be reaching people. And Emily's leading a communication strategy, of course, as a part of this work, and those types of things are falling within there, and they are being considered. So I really take your point. I think that looking at it in terms of like all the different types of motivations in our community, and then really speaking to those as they come up. So thank you, Councillor Lockenberg.
Yeah, thanks. Good work.
Interesting enough, with the food cycler pilot, we did ask that question. Why did people use these machines? What did they like? And at that time, wildlife attractants, rats, were at the top of that list. People didn't want to see skunks and rats and stuff in their yards, and that was a big driver. Convenience, it was not yucky like wet compost, so that's the unfortunate and fortunate part of human nature. All of us have our own needs that we're trying to meet, and some of them, some are driven by, as Cecilia said, financial, some are driven by doing the right thing, some are just driven by, I just want the easiest thing to do, and taking, meeting people where they're at, and appealing to what drives their behavior and creating that momentum. I think that's really what we're trying to do is, if you can do the easy things and you go, oh, geez, that wasn't so bad. Yeah, I can ride my bike more, or I can do that. If we can get, those, you get into a bike cheaper or easier, or all those things, if we can do that. And, Sebastian talked about, the mapping on 3rd Street now that you're starting to see, the heat map, that there's more and more people using that. Other people see that and go, oh, okay, well, I can do that. So, yeah, it's multifaceted for sure. And definitely, that feedback loop, as you talked about before, is continually getting that feedback. And, Carmen, with the energy retrofits for, the last 10 years, certainly has heard from many customers of why they retrofitted their home. And to date, unfortunately, not a high percentages about GHG savings. It's about energy savings. It's about a more comfortable home. It's about, but who cares at the end of the day? If you insulate your house and you're losing less energy, or you switch to a heat pump, my belief is, I don't care why you did it. If you do the right thing, then we're gonna give you that check in that box, and so. But all those tools are important because all of them appeal to certain people in certain ways.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, continue on, Emily. I think you're almost done.
Okay. Yeah, this is a hot one. Okay, so in early 2023, we'll be phasing this program into the community. What we plan on doing is releasing a few appliances and the educational material that goes with them, doing in-person tutorials with our residents, and seeing how our approach works. We're going to implement our program slowly into the community, refine our techniques as we see challenges to improve our uptake in the community and to really create a better program. There's a significant education component, as I mentioned, as we couple of points ago mentioned, to this program. We're going to be really working with our residents on a one-on-one, like a lot of personal touch points with our residents to really encourage the uptake of this program. I feel very fortunate that this program has so many benefits that really do speak to all sorts of people. If it's not greenhouse gas emissions reductions, it's just smelly garbage that we all have to deal with. So yeah, we really look forward to that part of the program, and I think my presentation is done.
Thank you. Next. I think I see Avi. Nice to come next.
Avi.
Okay, hi everyone. I'll keep things brief. I know I'm aware of the time. But yeah, my name is Avi Silberstein. I'm the Energy Programs Coordinator. And what that means is that I coordinate the Regional Energy Efficiency Program. So that's, the acronym is REAP, and it is a partnership between the City of Nelson and the RDCK. And what we do is we offer residents support to make their homes more energy efficient. This includes putting in a heat pump, replacing windows and doors, adding insulation, those types of measures. The team that I work with, as Carmen explained earlier, Janet Poffenroth provides program assistance. Erin Thompson also provides program assistance, and she's also the heating specialist. And then Carissa Birch, who works with Nelson Hydro, helps out with on-bill financing as well. So it's a team approach. So 2022 was a successful year. We had, we're projecting by year end that we'll have had about 375 participants registered for the program. And, we compare that to last year, we had about 300, so it's nice to see an increase there. The most significant change we made, other than hiring me, was to implement the CRM. CRM is a customer relationship management tool that it's basically an online database that helps us track participant interactions. What that means is, as I just explained, we do have a team, and when we're interacting with a resident, I might have a phone call with them, Janet might email them. All those interactions are tracked on a database, along with any reports, such as their EnerGuide report, which I'll explain a little later. It's all in one centralized location. So as we're on the phone or on email helping somebody, we can see all the communications that have taken place so far, and we can see what their specific issues are, so that, you know, when you call customer service and you have to explain yourself for the 10th time in a row and give the whole backstory, people don't have to do that with us. The backstory is laid out right there. The CRM also helps us improve our data collection, which will in turn help us drive increased participation, and it helps us work better as a team. And just to give an example, when we set up the CRM, we deliberately had only one registration form for all the different programs. So if you log on to our registration form to register for organic waste diversion or the e-bike program or energy retrofits, it's the same form. You're putting in all the same personal information, but you're just selecting a different program. And what that's allowed is for to increase awareness about the different programs. So, you know, with the most recent press release for the organic waste diversion program for the pilot, we had something like 400 plus people go onto the registration form and register for the pilot. And all those people saw that one of the other programs they could register was the energy retrofits program. So last month we had a record high 45 registrations into our program. So that was really rewarding to see that worked out. In terms of our stats for 2022, we've initiated the evaluation of the program. The analysis will be ready in early 2023. That was because, of course, we need to wait until all the 2022 data is in. It is conducted by a third party, by the Community Energy Association, and it'll provide data on the total amount of reduced emissions in our region.
Just to jump in, that data is collected from through the energy evaluations, and what we have for our program is an identifier code that sets our evaluations in our program apart from any other evaluations that may have been done in the area. And we have an agreement every year with Natural Resources Canada, and they give us that data back to be analyzed.
Thank you. So in 2023, we're in the process of applying for the FCM's Community Efficiency Financing Grant. That's a CEF grant. And if we are successful, we'll have the resources to scale up our current offerings in order to be able to help even more residents, help them do deeper energy retrofits, and emphasize the importance of decarbonizing their heating and hot water. We're also going to be able to continue ensuring that our program is equitable, and we'll be able to focus on climate resilience. And also this coming year, it's been a while due to the pandemic, but we're looking forward to hosting the Green Home and Energy Show again and other outreach events. Okay, and then I'm just gonna walk you quickly through what the participant journey looks like.
Yes.
Avi, on that question with the Green Home and Energy Show, how widely are we promoting it? Because it seems to me this might be, again, a good opportunity to get some regional interest, like really extended, invite people from Grand Forks and other places. It's pretty, I mean, I remember going to it a couple times. It's pretty useful, it's pretty powerful, and you could build it into a bigger event that a lot of communities might benefit from.
Yeah, for sure. We've generally in the past focused on vendors that are from Nelson and area. However, the participants, even though we market it in Nelson and area, typically we've seen residents as far as like Nakusp even come to the show itself. But yeah, that's something, because we haven't done it and we've been onboarding new team and developing these roles, we haven't actually dug into the weeds as to what the show could look like now that we actually have a few more programs and lots more staff to contribute. So we'll have to do some brainstorming.
Yeah, because you could imagine it's one of those things, if somebody does come from Nakusp or Grand Forks to the show, has a chance to meet with you, be like, hey, there's something we could do in Grand Forks, and start to see these kinds of things popping up around the region. That would be great.
Well, there was one in Trail a couple of years ago, at the time when they're called the West Kootenay Eco Society, actually, re-implemented it elsewhere.
Great.
Okay, so the participant journey begins when they register through our registration form, and then within 24 to 48 hours, I call them and introduce myself, introduce the program to them, and kind of give them a general idea of how it works. To me, this is one of the key parts of the program because it enables me to build that initial connection with them and to listen to what you know, what is their goal, what is their aim in registering. And it's important to build that connection and trust early on, because this is a long process. This is going to take the resident several months to several years to complete their home energy retrofits. And I want them to know that they can come back to me at any point throughout, email, call me, and just I will be there for them. And the whole team will, you know. So after that, they
On
Yes.
that, are we capturing the reasons why they're both why they're choosing to participate and sort of what that connection point was to participate? Is that part of the CRM?
Yeah, one of the questions on the registration form is, how did you find out about this program? And so we have stats on that. There's another question that says something like, what are your goals with registering for this program?
So that if I'm interested in GHGs, I would say that, or
That's right.
home, or I heard there was a rebate.
Yeah, exactly. So after that, the participant gets contacted by our partner organization, EcoFit, and they're the company that we partner with to do that EnerGuide evaluation of their home. They schedule the home evaluation, and then an energy advisor comes into their home and spends 3 hours doing a top-to-bottom, inside-out energy evaluation, including the blower door test that I pictured here, and everything else. And a couple of weeks after that, the homeowner gets their report. And the report clearly lays out, here are all the different retrofits you can do. Here's how, you know, in order of where you'd get the most bang for your buck. Here's what the savings would be for each one. And once the resident has received that report, we get in touch with them right away. This is usually, Janet will call or email them and say, hey, I have your report in front of me. I know you received it recently. Are you overwhelmed? You know, do you need help, or do you have questions? And really just walk them through planning the retrofit, because a resident will probably pick one or two to begin with and decide how many they're going to do, and sometimes they need that guidance. Then they do the retrofits. They call EcoFit and schedule a post-retrofit evaluation, and then they get that post-evaluation report, and then we get in touch with them again and say, you know, and this time it's usually Aaron who gets in touch and says, hey, congratulations, you finished your retrofits. Now for the fun part, let's apply for those rebates and grants and look at financing and all those things. So we help them out at that part of the journey. We also do check in throughout the retrofit. We use the CRM to provide, you know, a nudge every 3 months, every 6 months, just to say, hey, how's it going? Do you need help? And it's been really, or it will be useful in that sense as well to have the CRM. And yeah, the only thing I'd point out to wrap things up is that each interaction can be quite lengthy due to the complexity of these programs. There's the federal programs, there's provincial, there's utility rebates, there's multiple financing and loan options, and some folks do need a lot of help. Some people only need a few emails and a few check-ins, but some people really need that hand-holding, and we provide that. And the whole team really takes our customer service role really seriously, and we take pride in helping people from the very beginning to the very end. So that's an emphasis for us. I'll turn things back over to
Councillor Payne.
Understanding the breadth of opportunity we have for energy retrofits in Nelson with the existing building stock, if you were to, you know, pie in the sky, how could you really quickly ramp up beyond what you're doing in light of the, you know, as you say, the exemplary customer service you provide to get people from start to finish? Is that a clear enough question? How, could you double next year? How could you double next year what you do? How could you get to 750?
I'm going to take that question. This year, the uptake has been quite extraordinary, considering we haven't done a lot of marketing. And I do believe that is because of the added Canada Greener Homes grant. And so all through the last decade, I've seen a direct correlation with the incentives. And when they are good, the uptake is generally better. We are looking to scale this program up, and one of the key things is actually robust marketing strategy. Because right now, because we're not doing a lot of marketing, we really are capturing the people who, I guess we could say, are keeners. And what we really want is we want to actually look at that target audience and that opportunity of the people who are out there who don't think that this program can be for them. And so that's going to be a really big focus of ours, is to penetrate into all of those areas and those pockets in a lot of different unique ways and strategies to actually show that with the support of the team, with low interest financing, and with the incentives, that actually this program is something that they can participate in.
Just one supplemental. Avi, you mentioned to me at the open house on Thursday night, the Nelson Hydro open house, that the financing, I don't know if you said it here today, if I phased out for a minute, but the financing has gone up to $40,000 for the energy retrofits. Will that be, do you think that'll be a big driver for people to come on board?
Yeah, that's a federal initiative. It's kind of attached to the federal Canada Greener Homes Grant. It's the Canada Greener Homes Loan Program, and it was just launched a few months ago. And yeah, I think it'll make it more accessible to people, but we don't know how long it'll be extended for. And we've asked, and they don't know either.
So that's challenging as a homeowner, I would say, for me to commit to this process, thinking that loan will be available. And at what time does that come in? And I don't need to ask all these details, I'm sorry. But there's money on the table, folks. If you want to do it now, go for it.
Well, if I could just add to that I think will provide a little bit more clarification. As we look to scale up through the FCM's Community Efficiency Financing Program, we actually have to have a loan component within our program aside from what's available elsewhere. And so we'll be looking at where are these gaps in that particular loan product. Why would people necessarily choose the loan product that's associated with our program as opposed to that one? And so right now we're doing a lot of investigating on what are those gaps, because we do know one thing is that you do have to come up with that capital, and then once all is said and done, you would get that financing. And so what about, people being out of pocket and not being able to afford that? So we have some unique design challenges ahead of us, and we're really looking to make our program sort of speak to all of the areas and how these other programs may not be selected as their first choice, sort of to balance it out. Ultimately, the integrity of the program, we want to show our residents all of the options and then sort of guide them through the pros and cons of each one and really help them find the best fit that's going to get us to the outcome that we're looking for, which is deeper energy retrofits and decarbonization.
And for City of Nelson homeowning residents, the maximum loan for energy retrofits now is $16,000, is that correct?
It is, but we're looking to
I
have a
mean-
loan associated with that through probably an external financial institution, such as a credit union, and that would be much different loan terms. That would make it more equitable. I should mention too, like, our program isn't just for homeowners. We actually do appeal to renters as well, because there are a couple of, between the province and utilities, there are ways for renters to also participate and bring down their utility bills.
But not the loan component.
Not the loan component. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to shift back over.
Thanks, Avi. And Natalie is not here, so I'm going to try to do these slides some justice. So I probably won't go into really big details on the work that she's the expert at. What I will say is this position is entering into its third phase, so third year, and this is largely supported by FortisBC's Built Better funding. And the year that we're going into is going to build upon the first 2 years. So the first 2 years, just for context, were research, and then this last year was how do we actually how does this look in practice? So the research that was done on embodied carbon, which is looking at the carbon associated with the building materials that go into the home, as opposed to the operational carbon, which is what does it take to run your home. Looking at that research, we had good results from that. And so we wanted to sort of test, like, you know, now that we know that you can actually bring down carbon by choosing different materials, how practical is that? So Natalie's worked very closely with the building community to determine how to best look at that. And out of that will come some case studies. And then next year, we're going to largely focus on presenting that, but also being really driving the awareness in the community through education and a lot more engagement. Because when something starts to become the norm, then people start to ask for it, they start to demand, and that's what eventually changes industry, and which we are already seeing. This is a very quickly evolving sector. And she's also going to be looking at how can we integrate these considerations to embodied carbon into the practices and the policies that we have here at the city. And also among that, we want to really explore retrofits. So right now, when people do sign up for the energy retrofits program, they do get the copy of the materials guide and a little bit of verbiage on that, but we want to further explore. There's not been any study or research done on that, and so we're not maybe going to tackle that work next year, but we want to explore what does that look like, and maybe that's what year 4 looks like. So one thing I would love to highlight is Nelson's among the few leaders in Canada that's actually doing work in this space, and Natalie has been invited by BCIT, who's going to be hosting their very first awards conference within the first quarter. She's been invited to be a judge. So what this means is she's going to be first and forefront of looking at some of these projects that people feel are worthy and that they've really, reduced the embodied carbon. She'll be at the forefront of seeing all of those different projects and will be an important part of that awards. So I can't say enough about, how exciting it is to actually be working among a team that is actually, we get the opportunity to do some of this really groundbreaking work. So. And as you can see, I'm not going to read off of the slides. There's a lot there, and she was so generous to do these slides, knowing that she couldn't be here. But I'm definitely not the expert on embodied carbon, so I'm not going to really say too much. We will probably come and share an update with you guys sometime in the new year for that. So I just want to say thank you, and I really do want to sort of use this opportunity to really paint a picture of like coming around full circle. So over a decade ago, the Council of the Day approved and wanted an energy retrofits with on-bill financing implemented. That began a very strong connection and relationship with FortisBC, and we have fostered that relationship through the years, and that really has led to our work now actually being able to have the gusto that it's going to have through these positions that have been funded. For us to go to FortisBC and say, look, we've done this great work in embodied carbon and we're hoping to continue it, and for it to be a fairly, quick yes, is based on the credibility that's been built throughout these last few years by council. And what I really want to say is, in the first few years of me doing this work, I had so many other municipalities and not council, mayor, but staff come to me and say, what are you guys doing? How do you convince your mayor and council to be able to do some of this leadership work on this space? And I was always, because I only know what I know, I'm like, well, actually it's been driven this way down to staff to actually do this work. And so I just want to say, thank you for, the years of this progressive thought, and, and the continuation of that has really, been what's led us to here. And, with the final example of being this climate action partner, that's great. And we're going to have a new role and we're going to get lots of more work done, but it's actually fairly unheard of that a small municipality gets to have a position of its own like that. The RDCK has a senior energy specialist, and they're part of that Climate Action Network, RDKB, and I had actually been asking for quite a few years, like, what about us? And they're like, well, this is sort of how it works. You know, really, you share that resource. And I think with us building a new team and having, people in these positions to be responsible for it, based on all the credibility of the past years, it was a yes. And as you guys heard, it went from a 2-year contract to them actually offering us initially a 3-year contract with the work that Cecilia has been doing back and forth to finalize that. So yeah, I think that's a good place to end it. Thank you, team.
And I just add to that, because I think it was, a two-way partnership in the, those early years. This was new work for mayor and council as well, and showing the value is really, I think, what allowed the program to grow and councils to have faith in the work we're doing, and eventually being able to grow the team, and that also was credibility with funders, credibility with partners, and it really does take that, both the vision and the results ultimately lead to the growth and the capability. So just in my mind, doing good, smart work that provides value is always what makes the success. And so thanks to this team, and thanks to this council and previous councils. It's we've come a long ways in that 10 years.
Any further questions, councillors, before the energy team gets to move to the energize like the bunny? Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Just as a reflection of what you're saying, I think there's a lot of excitement in this idea of what small towns can do. I think that's what really drives me forward in this direction of thought is that, yes, there are these huge centers in Canada, but there are so many hundreds of communities that are like us. They're small and probably struggle with the same questions of how can we tackle these issues. So I just feel like what we're doing is groundbreaking in the sense of just that, that's showing that small communities can do this work. And that to me may be, at the end of the day, for me, I think that may be the most beneficial, because what we do here is very beneficial, of course, but we're very small. But if you multiply that by hundreds of communities, well, then your impacts are actually getting quite large. So I think that for me is like what drives me forward to continue to work in these fields and support these fields. So yeah, for the greater good, I guess, would be the words. So thank you very much for your work.
We saw that at the AKGLG. How many communities went, wow, we need to find out what you guys are doing.
Yes.
How do you do that?
Yes. So thank you.
So thanks again, climate and energy team. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you more often in the new year.
Yes, you will.
We know where you live.
Upstairs.
So,
And
so if we could have, we're going to take a little, I don't think we have to have a pause for a little bio break. 15 minutes, and then now Jesse just left.
Coming, we were suggesting.
Okay. Okay, so if we're all kind of regrouping, we'll come back, and sorry for anybody that was at home and watching it currently live streaming right off the get-go. We had to go outside and take advantage of the beautiful crisp Kootenai weather and have a little photo for our Christmas card of City Council. So apologies for taking a little bit longer on our short break. So we're coming back to discuss resource recovery, otherwise in the vernacular known as garbage. And we're gonna turn it over to Colin Innes again, and I see he's got Chris Jury, our CFO, in the second chair.
All right. My mic live? I think it's live there. Perfect. I was joking with Chris there that after the great presentation before us here that we should call it Talking Trash with Colin and Chris, just so we get more
Yeah.
viewers watching
Yeah,
the
yeah.
resource recovery piece, because it's hard to compete. But anyhow, actually, of course, we're here to talk about garbage and recycling. And actually, I think one of the most important things that's happened in garbage and recycling is that we're thinking about it less as being trash and more as a resource to recover. And I think that's actually really important for us moving forward in the future, and really is a great way to frame what we're doing here, as opposed to just thinking about it as garbage, because there's a lot of things like the organic stream that come out, as well as all the recyclables that are being collected that are quite useful. And it's really good that we are finally starting to think differently as people and get these things out of landfills, because they're certainly a higher, better purpose for them. So that all being said, garbage and recycling, of course, everybody has experienced that if you're living in town here. And so on a bi-weekly basis, we collect both garbage and recycling. It's in our primary collection truck, which I've got a picture up there, is a split compartment truck, which allows you to put garbage on one side and recyclables on the other side, which allows us to collect both of them at the same time, instead of having to send one truck around to collect garbage and another one around to collect recyclables.
Should we make this full screen? I wonder if we can,
Oh yeah, is there a way to do that there?
hit the,
There we go. Thank you. So one of the things that we do in our recycling is what's called a single stream approach to recycling. And there's several different ways that you can go about collecting recycling. The form that we do is actually the most convenient, and of course convenience comes with some pluses and convenience comes with some minuses. But before I jump into that, I'll just give you recycling can be collected a number of different ways. You can either have like neighborhood collection sites where you could be collecting, everybody take their recyclables and deposit them somewhere. That's one way you can do it. You can have more of a formal depot that things go to. There's and then there's curbside, which of course is picking up in front of people's homes. With picking up in front of people's homes, you could do a split stream approach, and so that would be where there's more than one can that's out in front of a home, and you've got a truck that's got more than one container for recyclables. There's some trucks that I think they can collect up to 6 different streams of materials. Again, in doing that, there's a cost and time that goes with that. The single stream approach is something that Recycle BC, although it's more prone for contamination to find its way into the recycling, is actually something that they feel has the most benefit ultimately. And the reason for that is it makes it really easy for people. Unfortunately, unless or without ease, if you have something where somebody's having to make a lot of choices and go through a lot of work to get to where do I put this recyclable, unfortunately, a lot of people just get frustrated along the way and they wind up putting it in the garbage. And I mean, we're really wanting to keep this out of the garbage, and that's the whole point of this. And so single stream is the best way to get the most amount of participation into a program. The downside, as I was saying, to single stream is that with that, unfortunately, you can get more contamination that works its way into the recycling. And most of that's largely due to people just not necessarily understanding what's an appropriate thing to go in there, or some confusion with what could go in there. There can also be just people make a mistake, and you've got two different bins at home, and somebody winds up throwing something in the bin, thinking they're throwing it in their garbage bin, and it winds up in their recycling. With our collection, obviously, if staff, with the previous blue bags, if we had seen that there was something in the bag that looked like, ooh, something's gone in here, somebody accidentally threw their lunch in here, and this isn't recycling, that would be something that we would divert. And now we've moved to a blue container that we're using instead of the blue bags. That can be a little bit less easy to see because, of course, things can get buried in the bottom of a can. But the good news is from hearing back from the staff, there hasn't been, since that switchover, there hasn't been a big, upsurge in things winding up in the bottoms of cans that aren't supposed to be there. I know I've certainly encountered that in a previous municipality where folks would get smart and put a whole bunch of newspapers and things on the top of the bin, and then the bottom of the bin would be bags of garbage. And it wasn't until you started pulling stuff out of bins that you'd really be able to see that was going on, but fortunately we haven't had that going on here. Now, we made the switch from having blue bags, which is how we originally had been collecting the recyclables, to blue bins. And the reason for that was driven by Recycle BC, which is, we're actually a contractor for Recycle BC. And the reason why the blue bag was ultimately phased out of use was in the recycling equipment. You've got all kinds of conveyor belts and things to move all these materials around as they're being sorted. The problem with all these blue bags is they get all caught up in all the machinery. It causes breakdowns. It's very expensive for them to get all this out, and you have to repair things. And then there was also from the people involved in setting up the program, it kind of was like, okay, so we're recycling, but then these bags are kind of garbage in what we're doing, and it's like, this isn't really making a ton of sense what we're doing. And so that was another impetus to phase out the bags. One of the things for our crews, it has made the collection process of the recyclables a little bit slower with not having it in the bags. And the reason for that is that with the containers full of loose materials, it's really easy, for something to fall out of the container while you're loading the truck. Well, you and I are having to bend over and pick it up and get it into the truck. Doesn't seem like a big deal. But if you do that a couple of 100 times in a day, it just starts adding time to your disposal. The other thing is it affects us on the other end when we're dumping at Groman Narrows, because we're not able to just deposit all of the material in bags right by the hopper where it all gets compressed. You're having to slowly feather them into the hopper. So let me jump ahead here to our next slide. Like I said, the city is actually a collector for Recycle BC, and Recycle BC is the group in British Columbia which is been set up for the collection of recyclables. It's the philosophy that was in behind it was that this is something where the producer of these materials should ultimately be responsible for them, and this is what the Recycle BC is an organization. On their board are folks from like Loblaws and big companies like that, newspapers, because these are the products that they're putting out into the marketplace, and what the approach is that they should be ultimately responsible for being, having placed these items out there for folks to take home, that they should be involved in the collection of that and make sure that these things don't all wind up in a landfill. And so the city is hired to collect these materials. So we work as a contractor for Recycle BC in doing this. And we do our work under what's called a Master Services Agreement, which spells out both the rules that we need to follow in doing this, the materials that are acceptable in our program, and also spells out how we're paid for the collection of those materials. Part of this is that we're to be collecting recyclables from residential homes and not from institutional or businesses, and so there's a separation there with us being responsible for one end of things, and we're not to be collecting for businesses. Not that the ultimate recipient, the depot that takes these recyclables and trail and then ships them off, obviously they do work with commercial entities, and so it's not that commercial stuff can't go there, but for the purposes of how we're getting paid for what we're doing, we're here to do this for residential homes and multi-residential buildings, but not for us to be out, picking it up for the grocery store or for a restaurant or something like that. We're to be doing it for non-commercial purposes. So when the city collects our materials, they get taken out to the Groman Narrows transfer station, and from there they're compacted, and then ultimately I think it's GFL, if I remember correctly, that has the local contract that then picks them up and takes them to their facility, where I believe it's all then shipped to the Lower Mainland. Okay. So our residential collection, now in our map there, I know this is going to be really hard to see on the big screen, but hopefully in front of you you're able to see it. All of the areas that are in yellow here are the areas that we pick up on a Monday. Now these are some harder to get into areas, which is why you'll see, throughout the rest of the collection maps there, or collection areas, sorry, that there's some yellow portions within those areas. And so these are places where having our larger truck go and collect is really difficult, and so we're having to send a different truck there to do the pickup work. And then as through the week, you can see on the map there, those are the days through the week that we go and make our collections. So on the Monday, those little yellow routes there, there's two small trucks that go out to do that. And so on each one of those trucks, you'll have two staff members. They're collecting both garbage and recycling. They're able to separate them. They've got the truck with the two compartments on the back. They put the materials in there. So they're going to all of these, like there's some alleys that are pretty tight. There's some areas that have quite a slope to them. Just some areas that are difficult to maneuver a truck into, and so these are all the areas that get picked up on the Monday by the two smaller trucks. And then for the remainder of the week, we use our larger truck, which is Unit 9254, which was the picture that I showed you right off the start of the presentation there. There's three staff that work on that truck. So there's a driver that drives the truck, and then you've got two what are called swampers that hang off the back of the truck and are actually the ones that are going and retrieving the materials and getting them placed into the truck. Being a swamper I've really got to give it to the staff that does that work. Number one, you're out in the elements all day, and number two, you are lifting garbage bin after garbage bin after garbage bin after garbage bin, and that is not an easy, repetitive task to be doing. And so I've really got to give it to the staff that is working on those crews. They've got to work really hard to get everything done in time, and it's a very physical job. One of the things that we had considered before we bought our new truck was there a way to have more automated collection? I certainly had come from, in Prince Albert, our system was a fully automated system, and I was accustomed to using that, and so it's a mechanical arm that's reaching, tipping the bins and putting it back. You just have a driver in the truck. The difficulty that we have here is largely due to space constraints. You need a lot of space in order to be able to make that work, not only from the truck and the arm reaching when we've got some pretty narrow alleys, but even just in your placement of your bins. In order for the mechanical arms to work properly, if you have a bin of garbage, then you need to have a meter, and then your next bin, and then a meter to anything else that could be close, like a car or something like that. So in the layout of putting things out, especially if you had front of street pickup, where do you fit the cars plus the garbage bins, and it can get pretty constrained. And so ultimately, we had looked at it. We had gone to Kelowna and looked at a couple of different trucks. We looked at the way that they were collecting. We talked with our staff about how we were doing things, and in the end, we wound up settling on that, really these having a truck that's the manual load seems to work best for our current condition. The one big change that we had from this truck to our previous truck is our previous truck staff had to really lift material up to get it onto conveyor belts. So there was a lot of lifting and going over to get to hit a far conveyor. Whereas our current truck is rear load, and it's at kind of waist height where you're tipping the material into the truck, and so there's less having to really reach and lift. And so that's been a lot better for staff not being injured, because of course when you're really having to reach and lift, that's really tough.
Question, Councillor Willard.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm curious, as with our food cycler program, will we be reducing the weight?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's actually something that where I'm really quite excited about the effectiveness of the program, because most of the weight that goes along with your garbage is due to a lot of the wet food and things that are in it, and so really by getting those items out should really help a lot with what as far as how much we're lifting. And I think it's also going to be quite interesting to see how it impacts the amount of garbage that we're
Right.
ultimately tipping. I think that's going to be quite an interesting piece as well. I guess a third factor in there that's going to be really interesting is we get a lot of people during the summertime when you've got putrefying garbage and the smell and everything that goes along with it that are, would like for us to be, obviously I can understand why people would like to get rid of putrefying garbage in the, quickly. But something that I think that could be quite interesting to see how that really helps with that whole situation too, because if you don't have that start to putrefy on you, and if you reduce the quantity of it that you're, amassing at any rate, we may not need to really consider going to more enhanced pickup, just because through that technological change, we've managed to change, kind of the nature of what it is that we're doing. So I'm actually really quite excited about it. I think this is going to be really neat to see how this impacts what's going on here, because I really do believe that it will have an impact here.
Great, thank you.
So, now, one of the things I thought I'd just flag, just to let everybody know too, is typically through the Tuesday through Friday, there's the one truck out there. You've got the 3 staff that are engaged in doing this. Now, the thing where we really get put to the test, I guess would be a good way to put it, is when we have statutory holidays or some other long weekend. I guess most of that's due to statutory holidays that then impact on this collection schedule. And in order to be able to get caught up, we are basically having to do 2 days in one. So we have our older truck, which is Unit 9253. And so if we've had a statutory holiday that's impacted our pickup, we'll wind up actually having to put both trucks out onto the road. And so you'll have on that truck, you have 2 folks that work on there, so you could have up to 5 people that are out just to get caught up with dealing with a statutory holiday.
Colin, just, and I think this ties into the work that our climate team is doing, and it's just shifting sort of focus of our employees, because I see, our staff that are in resource recovery not as swampers anymore. I see them as, their job is to reduce waste, right? And we have to reframe these jobs about, it's we need you to be being aware of what's in that waste stream, being that educator, being that compliance officer, and really your job is to pick up as least waste as possible. Ultimately, that's your job. We're doing a good job if you're picking up very little in a bin. And your recycling bin's full and there's no organics in your waste stream, then we're doing our job. And we need our frontline staff to reframe the work they do from from, being that brawn that they used to be, and still are at this point, to really being that educator, that champion of waste reduction. And I think that's where we make these differences.
Question, Councillor Payne.
I'm just interested in how the day varies for the waste collectors, combined truck driver. What are you framing as a new name? The garbage reducers? No?
Yeah, waste reduction.
The waste reduction team. How does their day change between summer and winter? I'm assuming that the snow in alleys and the windrows and all of that sort of thing make it much more challenging.
That is
And
correct.
especially the placement. I always find it a little challenging where to place my garbage with the snow collection in the vehicles.
That's a really good question. Snow makes it a lot harder for them to do the work they're doing. One of the real big things that affects, as soon as you've got the slippery ground, stepping on and off that truck becomes something that, it's pretty easy to lose your footing. And so they really, trying to maintain that 3 points of contact when you're coming off of something and getting that ingrained in your mind. And so you're always stepping down and hanging on so you're not falling off, because it gets real easy to, all right, let's get this last block done, and you're jumping off the truck, and then poof, that's when you're wiping out. And so the snow really affects that. It makes it very hard for them. It's cold, and that's not pleasant either necessarily, but it's a lot of slipping in the snow that is difficult. The other thing that's really difficult is last January, when we had the major snowfall there. I think there was 3. I know there was 2 full cycles of garbage for sure. Maybe even the third one that was impacted by us being able to get out and get into all these areas to do that. And so we just weren't able to collect garbage at that time. So I really appreciate all the folks here in Nelson who came down. We brought some bins down to the yard at Public Works there, and people brought down their garbage, and I really thank everybody for doing that, because at that point we just didn't have the ability to get through all the lanes. We needed to clean up enough of the roadway network before we could even get into the lanes and dealing with that. And so having that snow really impacts how well the garbage crew is able to do the work in the lanes, because it's already a pretty constrained environment, and then you add a bunch of snow in it. I know there's a couple of steep spots that on a real bad day it's more like a bobsled run than trying to drive the garbage truck down a lane, and that's not an easy thing for the staff there, and especially for the poor person that's hanging onto the back of the truck while you're doing that. The winter makes it a lot more difficult. Staff's pretty good though. They're able to pretty effectively get things done. If there's a fairly vigorous snow day, you may see them coming into the office, checking in about an hour after everybody else, and so it's taking them that extra hour to get everything done, and so they stay out there until they're able to get it done. But they're normally pretty good about being able to do it, and maybe in the summertime, especially if things are a little bit lighter, if it's been just a light week for garbage, they'll be back a little bit earlier. But they work very hard doing it, so I really appreciate all the hard work they do.
Could I just ask one supplemental question? Is there anything that you could say to me as a citizen or anyone listening that would make it easier for those folks to do their job?
Sure. One thing that really helps, and this is something which I realize why people are doing this, and so it. I think they're doing it with good intentions, but when there is a really bad snow day, some folks, won't put out their garbage until later on, because they know typically, they don't normally come out here until around noon, and so I'll put my garbage out at 11. Well, if we've got a really bad snow day and the guys know that they're not going to be able to get this portion of things done, they'll then jump forward in the routing because they're able to access areas. And so if because everyone's supposed to have their materials out first thing in the morning, I'm realizing that people are waiting because they're trying to make it so we're not having bear conflicts and all these things. But the one thing that it does do is make it so if we do have a major snow event and crews are trying to be out out and productive, that it can make it so we'll be going through a neighborhood and people won't have had put their materials out. And then of course you're getting all the phone calls later to, can you please come, and you missed me. And it was like, oh shoot, well, what time did you put it out? Well, I put it out at 11 when I normally put it out. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, we were there through 9. Well, you're never here at 9. It's like, yes, we do get that, and we appreciate what you're trying to do, but one that would be actually quite helpful is just for people to remember that if they could get it out right at the start of the day, that helps us the most, because depending on what's happened, we may need to reroute, and that still allows us to make the collections from where the area that we're supposed to be collecting from, but obviously the time frame is a little out from where it has been.
Thank you.
So,
I'm one of those people. I will do my schedule.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just on that note, though, I mean, I think Councillor Payne brings up a good point. Is one of the things that I've heard, and we all hear these things, is that in terms of the laneways and the fact that you do go down the lanes to pick up, which are already narrow, and then particularly in the winter they get even narrower, and the fact that we have, in trying to deal with our housing issue, we've allowed more laneway houses, and people do, I mean, we're all creatures of habit, and let's face it, I'm just as lazy as the next guy. I love pulling into the garage knowing that I'm never going to have to knock the snow off the car in the morning. Like to park as close as possible to where we live, and so in terms of cars parking in the laneway where there's, they're really sort of squeaking a vehicle in there, and perhaps it's not even the designated spot for when the laneway home was built. And the fact that I would imagine that it'd be very nice if, at least on garbage day, people try to park street side versus lane side on garbage during garbage week or on their day. So, we're asking for one day not to park your car right behind your garage, because you're not parking it in your garage for whatever reason, and narrowing down that access point even more. I mean, I can see that as a challenge as I go and I look down you come down my street, which is great, but then it goes down the lane below my house, and I know that can be very narrow, and I'm sure that would be an advantage for you to have those people to be thinking about on that day to make sure that car is moved, and then it also allows, when we finally get around to being able to plow those alleyways, that we're doing a good job of plowing as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think one of the we've had to work with Bylaws, somebody will be storing a boat or storing their travel trailer and things like that, and a lot of times these things can, I realize why people are looking to store them there, but again, it's exactly to your point, it makes it a lot harder in working around them because we're working with these narrow lanes, and so having any kind of encumbrances like that, especially in the wintertime when we're in a slippery condition, it just makes it that much more hazardous to do the work. So for downtown collection, we use the small truck, and so there's all of our downtown bins that are located on Baker, Victoria, and Vernon. We empty those daily. There's one staff member that goes around and does that work. It's about 2.5 hours, roughly, depending on how busy things are. And then they're also picking up any kind of mess that's accumulated around the cans. Typically, we're only having to be in there for the one pickup in a day. However, if there's a real busy, if it's really busy in the summertime, sometimes there can be a lot more materials, and so you may need to have somebody come in the evening just to ensure that bins have been taken care of. And then, of course, during bear season, that may be the other thing too. We've certainly upped our frequency of pickup when we're dealing with that, just to try to get these materials out of there, so we're not causing any kind of human-bear conflicts. So there's the downtown collection, and then there's the park collection. It's the same truck. It's a staff member. The only real difference in what we're doing in the parks and the pickups with the downtown garbage is that for us to collect from the parks takes us about an extra half an hour to what it takes to do the downtown collection. Now, for most of the year, we're doing the parks on a daily basis, but when you get into the winter season, things really do start to drop off. And so, I'm sure this week here, going and picking up 3 times from the parks is going to be sufficient. I mean, staff would still continue to monitor to make sure that we weren't having any kind of overflow, but with the lack of or less people using the park at this time of year, we're able to reduce that collection frequency to 3 times a week. Now, bear-proof bins. As far as, I guess this is a two-part story. Now, obviously, there's the city garbage bins themselves, and so the ones that are in the parks. And so we had, I guess, worked with WildSafe, and they had identified areas that we should be switching out our bins. And so, there, as you can see, there's a lot of parks here that have already been converted to the bear bins. Now, we started with things like the cemetery because, of course, you know, if you got an open bin, you're right up along the tree line, you're right on the fringe of town. You know, these are places where there was a lot of potential for bear, coming into contact with the garbage. And so we've kind of worked our way down to, we're finally down into the to the waterfront, essentially, which is what's left to be done. So we had gotten some bins into Lakeside and to the sports field, but then in 2017 we kind of had a little bit of a shift in what we were doing, and we started to make bins available to people, and so you could have a bear bin at your own home. Now, obviously, it's not the same style of bin that we have in the park, but it's a bear-proof bin that has a latching mechanism. You got to get your thumb into it to be able to pop it. I know I had trouble opening it the first couple of times, so I'm thinking that if it's able to deter me, it's probably going to be able to deter a bear. But they seem to work well, and they're pretty durable cans. And so we had made a bunch of those. There was 100 of those that were made available to the public. There were 64-gallon bins that were made available. In 2019, we added another 150 of the 64-gallon bins, and then we added 50 of the 32-gallon bins that were made available to the public, and we sold a bunch of those. By 2021, though, it was we weren't getting any. Nobody in the city was asking for them, and interestingly enough, we had people in the cusp that, well, can I get a bin? And it's like, well, we're not selling these, so we were able to sell. I think we sold a number to Nacusp, and I think the last one actually went to Bella Bella, of all places. So anyways, that's what we had done. And then, of course, in the last year, we shifted back into putting the bins into the parks themselves. If I remember right, there was 4. I think it was 4 that we placed last year and were put out. So we've got a number of bins here to still pursue, and those again are largely the waterfront is where we need to finish doing that work. You're ready to jump in there, Chris? Okay, swap you for the hot seat.
Any questions for Colin?
Just,
Councillor Payne.
how much were the bear bins? Sorry, I don't know, somehow I missed that.
Oh,
You remember? It doesn't, like 100, 400?
No, more than like it was like 120 and 80 or something like that.
Okay.
Size,
That's
right?
ringing a bell.
Yeah.
Okay,
remember
thank
They
you.
were deeply discounted.
They were, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that was like surprising that we were able to even get them at that price, and they were very deeply discounted.
Yeah, I'm
At the time,
surprised I
because
missed
now they're-
that, because something I would take off.
Same bins are quite a bit
Good
more
to know,
expensive.
good to know, thank you.
Councillor Page.
So obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about the bear program and getting this community tighter when it comes to bears. One of the things I'm not seeing on the bin side of it is the downtown and the street garbages. Can you address that? I see a lot of lists of the parks, but I don't see what I might see on Baker Street, for instance.
Sure. Well, that's a really good question. I think the rationale for us not moving to the bear bins in the downtown was just due to that daily pickup that we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think our rationale was that because we were going to be out and collecting them frequently, that it wasn't an area where moving them all to being a bear bin was something where we thought that was kind of, I guess, the first place to start at addressing bins, whereas in the parks and kind of areas that are off the beaten path was more where we thought to put them. That is certainly something that could be considered, would be to change out the downtown bins to a more into a bear bin style, and that is certainly something that can be done. That's it was just our priority had been to address the bins in areas where there was less of that recurring pickup and us kind of on top of it, so to speak.
Right. A supplemental.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this sits within your domain, but also the bylaw enforcement or the waste enforcement as it pertains to individuals who are not storing things in a bear safe manner. Is that something we'll be looking at spending more resources on in 2023 to increase the compliance on top of the, on top of the carrot side of things?
Yeah, we are going to get together and really look at all those options around how do we do a better job of this, and compliance is clearly one of those things that we heard from Wild Safe BC, so that's definitely on the radar of how do we up that. We certainly had to do that in other areas, such as people parking their vehicles on streets when we're trying to snowplow, etc. So we've had to have bylaw go around. We certainly have had not so much bylaw, but we've done, certainly when some of the rules changed on recycling, that we had to have people go around in advance of that to make sure people were, doing the right thing when we were seeing, a number of the products that were being put in the recycling bin not being the ones that you should have. So I think that is definitely one of the pieces we have to look at. If people aren't doing the right thing, then the carrots don't work, then there has to be some sticks. And certainly the awareness this last summer and fall, I think sets us up well to to start having that conversation with our communities. And again, I think our folks that are out there collecting this material, need to also be aware that where they see, challenges at people's houses, that they're not doing the right thing. When we had Dave White here doing that program, he was right in our community, and I think he was out every single collection cycle and was really on top of it. And the person is a regional person, so we just were fortunate that Dave lived right in our community, was very passionate and went above and beyond. So so I think that was part of letting our guard down when that he wasn't here anymore doing that level of work. It clearly showed that when you're not there, things slip, and we need to make sure that we set that bar higher again.
Thank you.
Okay, so just as a bit of a recap here, I know when Emily and the organics team talked about where we're at as far as the organics program, we had our first order of food cyclers, which are set to arrive by the end of 2022. So 2023 we'll start our pilot program and kind of roll that out into a select neighborhood. Sounds like Fairview is the spot that was selected to start that off. They'll spend 2023 analyzing those results and kind of fine-tuning the program. We have until the end of the year of 2023 to decide if, based on those results, if we're going to roll this out then as a citywide program and take advantage of that option we have for another 2,400 units. And then that would be rolled out in 2024. So again, the idea would be that the households would have a food cycler unit. We, at least for this pilot program, will have one drop-off location at Public Works, which I think is there now, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep, and we'd be adding one likely at sort of at a local grocery store area, kind of working out the details of that right now. So folks would have the opportunity to drop their, I want to say their food amendment, is that what it's called? Soil amendment at any of these two locations, or they may choose to use it in their own gardens. So the volume of that's, again, still sort of to be worked out. And then we would have that picked up at those two locations and brought to the Salmo recycling facility and the transfer station. And we're also looking at possibly options of using that in our parks as well, so that, maybe we'd have to be trucking that off as well if we can use it in our parks, if we're having folks use it in their own gardens. We'll see what remains. It's a bit of a history on the fees. In 2019, we had a $40 annual fee, and the tag fee was $1.50. In 2020, we moved that to a $75 annual fee, and that was to fund the purchase of the blue recycling bins that each household received in 2020. In 2021, we kept that fee at the $75 level in anticipation of needing to put some funds away for an organics diversion program. And what that was going to look like at the time, again, at that point, details were still being worked out on what sort of program that would be, but there was definitely going to be some funding involved. In 2022, we increased the fee to $100. In 2020, we also increased the tag fee to that $1.75 there. In 2022, we increased the fee to $100, and that was again to kind of continue to fund the organics diversion program that we now know is going to be the food cycler program that the team spoke of. For 2023, we're proposing that we again just keep that fee at the $100 level as we work through this or kind of pilot program to see how that works. And if we decide to move on with a full city rollout, then there would be an increase in the fee at that time to sort of pay for a citywide program. I see a hand raised here. Sorry.
Chris,
Yep.
we're going to do something one way or the other.
Yeah.
So even if this program doesn't in the end work out, we're going to have to do something. It's going to cost us money.
Yep.
Rather than shock people with a big increase or a bigger increase in 2023 or 2024, should we not do 25 cents this year or 2023, 25 cents next year? Like just start, make it incremental and really start pushing on it. The communication ultimately will be eventually you're going to, with organics being diverted, you should produce less waste. So overall your costs won't go down, but at least the people that are in a sense abusing the system by producing too much waste pay a little bit more than as opposed to some people who's really doing a diligent job to manage their waste are still, you know, we've been asking them to pay more and in a sense punishing the good actors in the system. So can we, I mean, obviously council has to decide on this, but as a general rule, kind of like the user pay model more than just a blanket, everybody pays regardless of what you do in terms of your waste management.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, options are on the table for sure. I hadn't thought about the tag fee so much. I was sort of looking at that annual fee, and my thought was, you know, we're rolling out the food cyclers to a select neighborhood. If we increase the fee now to sort of pay for the folks in Fairview to get food cyclers, I thought it was more appropriate to sort of time that increase with everybody's getting a food cycler. So if you live in Uphill or you live in Rosemont, you know, everybody's paying that additional fee, and with that, everybody gets a food cycler. So if there was a way to make that work was sort of where I was coming from. At the $100 level, we'll have funded the whole pilot program if we do $100 for another year. So we've kind of got that as a self-contained program. Now we can look at phase 2. Okay, it's citywide. Let's put in a sustainable fee that'll kind of pay for the whole city, and everybody's getting a food cycler. Was kind of my thought process behind it, but
you were addressing putting up the tag by 25
yeah, the tag
cents.
fee.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that, but that's a
Yeah.
I think the other factor that's changed since the last time I think we raised fees was what you used to be able to, what you used to pay when you took your bag of garbage to the transfer station was, I think, less than what, you know, our $1.50 or something back in the day. Now it's a minimum of $3.50 a bag, so it does give us that capacity to raise that garbage or that tag, and so yeah, I think we're able to do that now and not create an incentive for people to just drive it to the transfer station, which is what we were seeing in the past. And their minimum load is also gone up quite a bit higher as well. So so those built-in incentives aren't there anymore for self-hauling.
Councillor Page and then Councillor Payne.
Yeah, I wanted to dive in a little bit to this 175 tag fee, given the light that we've already been notified by the RDCK that we're looking at a 10% increase potentially. And I guess my question to start, well, on the front end to the retail side, it's a $3, $3.50 fee. What is our wholesale rate? Like, what are we paying essentially per bag?
We're not paying per bag,
I know
we're
we
paying
aren't.
per ton.
I know, but do we have a sense?
We're
125
only-
a
Yeah,
ton.
it's
recovery of
100,
this
yeah, it's
125 a
125
ton.
Yeah. I don't know what,
That's a few
per
bags.
bag, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the cost recovery of the 175 might be when broken out.
Well, we used to, what we had done in the past when we set the tag fee, it was really to recover our tipping fees.
Tipping fees, yeah.
And I think even at $1.75, it's exceeding our tipping fees now. And that was really council, really looking at a disincentive to produce garbage, not just as a cost recovery. So, so I think, yeah, we're on the positive side of that
all I need.
equation.
I liked that before. I like it still.
Councillor Payne, and then Councillor Tate, and then Councillor Pinero.
Just quickly, do we know how many bags we're getting? Like, how many tags are being sold? Is that?
Yeah,
Did I miss that on there?
It's on the
no, it's another slide.
Yeah, I
There it
could-
is, there's your tag.
I guess I could, yeah, if we're
The math.
jumping ahead.
Oh,
Yeah.
the tag rev, okay,
At
I
a buck
got it.
75 is just
Fine,
kind of,
thank
it's
you.
a good question though.
Quick.
84,000?
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Thank you.
Councillor Tate.
Maybe you already said this, and I apologize if it's a repeat. What is the cost of the food cycler retail?
Retail, yeah, not sure that this is sort of a new product here, so I don't even, not sure.
It would be nice to show,
Yeah.
like, you're saving money on buying one of these on
Yeah,
your own,
yeah. It's
for
a-
example.
It's substantial. Yeah.
But
I
we
think
don't know the cost.
$7.95-ish, I think there.
700 plus tax, thank you.
And I did have some tag fees sort of projected, tag fee increases projected down the road, but, if it's something council wants to kind of initiate this year, that's definitely something we can look at doing.
Councillor Pinero.
So, I'm not awesome at math, but that's 4 years that's sort of captured here, and the annual fee's gone up more than 100% in that 4 years, and there's always sort of a justification for that sort of outlined. But when it goes up to 75 and it's justified because we have to pay for recycling bins, and then it goes up to 100 and it's justified because we have to pay, does it ever come down?
At 35 for the recycle bins, now you go back to 40 before you go up again.
That's,
I gotcha.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe this is normal, I don't know what 2018 or 2015 to 2018 looked like, and it
Yeah.
used to be a $20 annual fee, I'm not sure, but that's quite extreme, it seems, and is
Well-
that normal, and is that the future? Or is-
No, it's really what happened, as Chris said, in 2020 when we had to increase that for the bins. The intent was to remove that the next year, but then council approved the organics, and we knew we were going to, it didn't make sense for us to reduce the fee and then, reduce it by whatever, $25 and then increase it by $50 the year after. So it created that a bit of a cushion so that we could, subsidize the product for everyone. So what Chris is saying here is at the $100, that pays for the net cost of the rollout of the food cyclers. We did receive, as Emily and Cecilia pointed out, quite a large grants for that initial purpose. We're hopefully we'll be looking for additional grants down the road. But ultimately, we have to make this program sustainable. We have a 7-year warranty on these machines, so we know that they will, there won't be additional capital costs for that 7 years, but ultimately, those are going to have to be replaced every 7, 8, 9, 10 years. So we have to, build reserves so that we can replace those at the end of their life. So, so at the $100, it's sustainable right now. That's likely going to go up when we have to roll this out across the whole the whole city. When we looked at this, this was less expensive than us collecting another 52 weeks in a year. As Colin said, we have 3 to 4 staff with a truck, et cetera, and then you still need a bin to put your wet organics in, which is those new. And in our community, they probably have to be bear proof, which are getting close to the cost of food cyclers. So as soon as you go organics, you're doubling your cost quite easy in your program. We did reduce actually over the years, previous years, because we used to collect weekly, and if you collect weekly, you double your cost, basically.
So just supplementally, when did we go to
Bi-weekly?
Oh,
Back in 07, 08.
Okay, so
2010.
Yeah.
2010.
but in 2019, $40 was paying for that truck and those people
Bi-weekly, yeah.
bi-weekly to
Yeah.
do what they're doing,
Yeah.
right? So
The difference is recycling and organics. Those are back in those days, we were not collecting or, recycling, curbside and,
it's garbage.
and we didn't have organics. We've added 2 new streams.
yeah, just like I said, I'm not a mathematician, but just the optics of
Yeah.
Yeah.
the continuous climb, and then we're always there's always something, obviously, but it does sort of make more sense to kind of, as Kate said, we paid for that, now we're back to our benchmark instead of the new normal always being 100
Yeah.
more. It would be a bit scary if in 2027 we're up to $200 annual
Yeah.
fee, but that's.
I think
Yeah.
Kevin spoke to have if it's a food cycler program that we roll out, those will have a 7-year life. So we need a fee that's going to allow us to replace those every 7 years. So we're just looking for a sustainable fee that pays for the collection portion, administration, but then also that capital replacement component.
Tipping
So,
fees
yeah.
that we pay.
Yeah,
The,
tipping fee.
the expensive side of actually resource recovery is actually on the RD side. That's where our budget here is what? About 500, their budget's 2 million.
Yeah.
So we're a small portion of we're the collection side of this only. It's the disposal side that's really the expensive side, and that's gone up substantially over the last number of years. But that's again, new regulations, the cost of that.
Councillor Lockenberg and then Councillor Page for second time.
Yeah, just for context, I would say when figuring the cost of resource recovery to the city, or broadly speaking, so 4% of our GHGs from waste, our waste represents about 4% of our GHGs at about 90,000 tons a year. So let's say 4,000 tons a year from waste. And then if you add the consumption-based emissions, basically the emissions generated by our consumption, then who knows where that goes, but it's probably something like triple that. Well, at the price that we're externalizing for our waste consumption, we're talking about $4 million a year that our residents are essentially putting in terms of externalizing costs. So anything we can do to then drive down consumption of and ultimately reduce waste, we should at least be conscious of those numbers, that even a modest reduction, and if that means tipping fees go up, then that money going to help us overall reduce emissions is starting to pay back some of that debt that we're otherwise sort of, externalizing or just sort of producing and then forgetting about. So I would say in general, we get a bargain for our waste management, essentially taking it to Udashenya or to the HB mine site. So we should really, I think in general, look at raising tipping fees to, again, get that feedback loop in terms of, hey, this is how much it's costing you. And then also maybe some communication like, man, you're not even close to paying for what this really costs. If we were to actually apply some real cost accounting to this, your tipping fees might be $300 a bag as opposed to $1.75. So I know some people don't necessarily respond to that, but really that's just being realistic ultimately. It's like, that's really what this costs. It's hundreds of dollars per bag, not $1.75 or $2.
Because of the external
Just the externalized costs that we don't even consider. Like how much, because we know that our emissions,
wildfire.
our waste produces 4% of our emissions in the city. So just calculate that amount of emissions. So that's about 4,000 tons per year. Then multiply it by that $1,000 per ton, and that's what it costs. But we don't ever consider that. We just externalize it and forget about it. And then we complain about $1.75. Some people do. I think a lot of people think it's low, but some people complain about $1.75 for. But come on, realistically, it should be $100 a bag or $30 a bag.
Councillor Page.
Yeah, just through the chair to Councillor Pinheiro. I think one of the places we can have a strong assurance, and it's because of the good work of Jury and his team, and of course Colin as well, is when we collect these fees, they really stay inside of environmental services. Like they do not bleed into any other area of the city in the first place. So as we implement these programs and roll them out, if we're building reserves at some point, those reserves might be more generous than required to continue to implement further programming when it comes to environmental services. But what you are picking up on and seeing, and it's right there on that previous graph, is that change coming down from the province to start to say you guys have to start dealing with organics diversion by 2030. You have to have something in place for recycling, and this is the scaffolding of that. Like I recall with some clarity having a conversation about whether we would implement our own, people would be able to make their own blue bins, and Recycle BC certainly came back and said, no, you have to buy the real ones for $35, and you have to all have to look the same. But there was some excitement about the bring your own solution to Nelson. So I think there's a lot of confidence that I certainly have over the years of that whatever is being collected here is staying well within inside of this resource recovery component. So if we started to balloon a reserve, it would then just reduce pressure for increasing rates in the future. And so residents would receive that back in some fashion. It's not being fritted away.
Whether that's in an increase in service potentially during their season,
Maybe.
Or,
If that's potentially.
Councillor Payne.
Just a quick follow-up. So what I'm hearing is that the $100 fee with a 7-year amortization on these units will continue on to build a bit of a reserve. Is that sort of your intent right now?
The $100 fee works based on the grant funding that we got to kind of cover those 1,600. If we moved forward with the other 2,400 with no grant funding, we would need to increase that annual fee in order to make that sustainable. Now, we may be able to obtain other grants and sort of look at that. But at $100, that only kind of works with this pilot program. And that's why I was suggesting that we just keep it at $100 till we finish the pilot program, and then sort of look at what does phase 2 look like, how much grant funding are we able to get. If we need to do this on our own, then this is what the fee would need to be, over a 7-year period to kind of pay for that capital cost.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? The only thing I've learned in all of the years I've sat here, going back to 1999, is that resource recovery, no matter whether or not you want to talk about it in pieces of garbage that you throw into a bag, or to look at the more holistic view that's been brought forward to us by Councillor Lockenberg here about what the GHG potential is and the climate issues that can come of it, is that it's an expensive business. One only has to look sometimes at the financial page and see the stock price of Waste Management to know that garbage, although I'm not supposed to call that, resource recovery is a super big national program, or international program even, because we know what happened when we kept trying to send all of our garbage somewhere else. And one of the problems with waste is that we put it out there and we forget about it, and we don't take any claim in participating in it. Once on Wednesday, every 2 weeks, the garbage truck drives by my house. So I think that these costs, and I hear what you're saying, and when you look at the way it's gone up, that it looks funny. And I was even asked, like, why didn't we get our money back in between time? And I said, because we're trying to build a reserve for whatever the organics program would look like, because the shock sometimes is worse if it was back to 40 and then we wanted 140. That's a lot more of a bitter pill to swallow. And we just know that in general, costs are going up. So our cost to collect gas has gone up, labor has gone up. Yeah, it would be great for the numbers to stay the same. I would like to see at some point maybe not having tags, but at this point I don't see it, because I keep hearing from other avenues that tags are a disincentive for people to actually deal with their garbage. And I'm still trying to weigh out how that works. I mean, I put a tag on, but when I look at the cost, I think I bought enough tags 4 years ago that I'll be putting a tag that probably cost me a buck on the bag for the next 10 years, because I bought a whole bunch of them. I mean, you know, you don't have to wait
What's that?
to buy them.
Secondary market.
Yeah, I could sell off my tags and make profit, yeah.
Shorting tags.
So, but anyways, it was just one of those, it's expensive. There is no doubt about it. And you only have to go to the odd joint resource recovery meeting at the regional district to really have your eyes opened as to what the ongoing costs of managing resource recovery is throughout the region. So, seeing no more questions,
Yep,
continue
okay.
on, Mr. Jury.
Sure. So this is our 2022 resource recovery budget, and then the forecast for 2022. So we had the $100 fee. The tag revenue, we had budgeted at $148,000. I'm seeing it trending a little bit lower than that. It's very hard to sort of forecast because it comes in big chunks. Where you have Safeway or one of our big retailers just put an order in for $15,000 or $20,000 in a particular run. So it's kind of hard to, we may have. Last year we had a bunch at the end of December. That might happen again this year, or it might come in January. So it's a little bit hard to sort of predict when those come in. Our conversation here about potentially raising the tag fee may cause a run on people to go to Safeway and buy some tags. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. So yeah, I'm just kind of a bit conservative on that one. But the build side, of course, we know what that is. We know how many households we have, and we send that out at the beginning of the year. Other revenue was primarily grant funds. We had anticipated we would receive some through Food Cycler. If Food Cycler Sciences was successful in a grant, that some of that was going to flow through to us. That didn't happen, so we're a little bit lower on the grant revenue side, but we had some operating grants in there. On the operating expense side, we're seeing the labor for our regular resource recovery staff that Colin was speaking of coming in quite a bit lower than budgeted. That's a good news piece. There's a couple of aspects to that. One is, as Colin was mentioning, we did have that period in January where we weren't able to pick up, so there are a few weeks there where we didn't have anybody collecting. Also, in talking with the management and staff down there, I mean, they're a really efficient bunch of folks that we've got running that right now, and there was some learning curves with the new truck and the blue bins as opposed to the bags, and I think 2021 was a little bit of a higher year, but 2022, I mean, they're doing a great job. I mean, yeah, they're very efficient and kind of reducing the extra time that they need to spend, so we're seeing that come in a little bit lower. The organics diversion side, we're trending pretty close to budget there as far as our costs in that area. So we'll be able to put into that reserve for our program pretty close to as we had budgeted is kind of what I'm forecasting here for the end of the year. We talked about some of the thoughts for 2023's budget. Sounds like there's some perhaps thoughts on doing something for the tag fee in 2023, so we can definitely take a look at that. We do have the RDCK tipping fees potentially going up by 10%. We've applied some inflationary increases, of course, to the wages budget, and then a little bit higher in some of those other areas like the vehicle operating costs and sort of looking at fuel. Again, the RDCK tipping fees, we know that that's going to be a bit of a higher increase. Any of the funds that are in surplus there go to the recycling reserve, which is just for the resource recovery. So that would go to fund any capital program that is part of the program. And we would sort of look to 2024 and what that looks like before we sort of implement any sort of fixed fee increase. Again, just kind of looking at potential grants, and if we decide to roll out with that 2,400 option for 2024. So what that would look like for a 2023 budget, keeping the fee at $100 there. The tag fee, I'm kind of budgeting that to be a little bit lower. If we do have, residents in Fairview making use of a food cycler, we could see them using less bags, which would be a good thing. That's kind of what we'd hope to see. Are they putting out half full bags with the same tag on them? Are people using it in their own garden? I mean, it's really just going to be tough to kind of see what happens there. But kind of looking at a bit of a decrease.
Question, Councillor.
Thank you. So you're saying that we could have a whole bunch of cost savings on the user end through the food cycler, which could reduce on the city end costs? Or am I not seeing that right? I'm just thinking of the time it takes to collect, whether people are able to do the job and not hurt themselves, for example, because they're lifting less, our tipping fees. Could there be a bunch of savings happening?
Yeah, I would think or they still have to go past every house to pick up the recycling and the regular waste. And
Right.
Really don't know, I think, what that's going to look like until we kind of run this pilot, I would think. But
We should see a savings ultimately on tipping fee for sure, though, because we will be taking less material there, so we should see that. It'll be really interesting, though, to see, if there's, if the bag weight coming down just because those materials are out of there, how that affects the production rate, because when you're doing the heavy lifting, you gotta make sure that you're doing everything proper so you're not hurting yourself, and so some reduction in that may make it so the staff's able to be a little quicker, so we may see some benefit that comes across there, but I think primarily what you're gonna see is gonna be a reduction in the tipping fee because those materials have been diverted out of that stream.
Cool, thank you.
I know personally, you produce sort of one bag of garbage like this a month now. Once you get the organics out and you're recycling out, if I was in the city, I wouldn't be putting $1.75 or something more on that little bag of garbage that has no smell, no nothing to it. I'd probably be maybe producing a bag once a month or once every 6 weeks or something. So I think we will see less garbage that needs to be picked up. And I think, council may be able to consider, do we need to pick up garbage every 2 weeks? Maybe it's once a month if we are successful and get all that organics out of the waste stream, and we're all left with this little bag of sort of extras. That's really not much at all.
I could easily go to once every third pickup, but I like to talk to the garbage man every week, every 2 weeks. So I still put the little tiny bag with the tag on it just so I can talk to them when they come down the street. So, Councillor Tate, I'm going to go to you first before I go to. Oh, you didn't. Okay, Councillor Page then.
Comes to me anyway. My question is on this 2024 potential full rollout. Would we consider using debt to soften the blow of a rate increase and working that into a payment schedule instead, given the initial capital improvement? Just to soften the rate or expenditure.
It's a great question. I know that MFA borrowing has to be for capital. This would be something quite new for them if they would consider a food cycler to be capital, right? So tough one.
I think you can do an operating loan for 5 years. I think you're either build reserves so that the reserves replace these all the time, or you're in a borrowing all the time model. So I think you're either one or the other, because you can't have that same person paying the debt repayment and building reserves, or you're sort of double
paying,
charging that individual at the beginning. So if we went for debt, then I think you'd just borrow every 5 years or 7 years for the replacements. But we can only borrow up to 5 years for short-term borrowing, so you'd have to
it'd
do
only
it
be
over a
to lift the
5-year
program
cycle.
up. It'll only be to get the program off the ground and try and even out the
Yeah, but
distribution.
then if you're paying that borrowing back, you really don't have that capacity to build reserves.
Yeah, you have to do both.
I think you need to do one or the other, or you're charging that one person more.
Councillor Lockenberg.
Well, I would just stress that we're gonna be doing something with organic, so if it's not the
This-
phase 2 of the program, we have to do something. So should we not, as part of softening the shock, start something this year and start building up some of that reserve
I just think
today, this year?
the reason we don't want to is because we're not providing the service to everyone. So it seems a bit unfair already. I live in Rosemont. I'm helping subsidize the person in Fairview that has the food cycler, right? So,
But if the intent is to build up the reserve, that reserve would then go to those future, but you're saying that
Yeah,
there's a year of no benefit in which.
yeah.
But that's gonna be the case either way, that there's a year of no benefit.
Yeah, but now
Yet-
do you charge them $125 no benefit, or, we're already at 100 and not everyone's gonna benefit right away from this?
I understand. I'm confused though. Ultimately, it's not like there's any sort of differential rate. So everybody's paying the same amount at some point.
Yeah.
So,
We just wanna try to time it more with the service.
right, so they feel like there's kind of a even.
Yeah, you get some value if we're gonna increase this $50 and I don't get any service, it's a harder sell than I increase it $50 and you get a new unit that,
Yeah, I get it. I get it's a harder sell, but ultimately that's kind of,
it just
I get
seems
it.
from a fairness point of view that,
but the reality is it's not fair or unfair. Either way, everybody's paying equally at some point. I'm just thinking, rather than get into a cycle of financing this by debt, just start a little bit early and get into a bit of a reserve, build up that reserve ahead of time would be better, I would think.
our recommendation is 2023. Let us give a chance to roll this program out.
Sure.
I don't know if we're probably not even gonna be into 2024, probably before we're actually introducing the next ones. We've run a bunch of numbers. I think we're not uncomfortable with, going forward, even with no grants of making this work without some substantial increase. So.
Yeah. I mean, there would be an increase in 2024 when we roll out the whole program, for sure. And you're right, we could start that earlier. But yeah, we had $75 for 2 years. We got $100 for 2 years. Starting the fee increase when everybody receives their benefit just seemed to me to be the right timing to kind of roll that out. And I'm with you. There's different ways of thinking of this, and some would agree to have it earlier. I just thought exactly like what CIO Cormac was saying, just as sort of a fairness piece of like, I'm not getting anything for this $40 increase in 2023, as opposed to delaying it for a year and then saying, okay, now everybody's getting something.
Right.
Just,
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, just from
Yeah.
a clarity and for the public's benefit, if they're listening, it's really not about fairness and reality. It's about fairness and perception, because either way, everybody's gonna pay equally, regardless whether it's next year or if it's in the future. It's just the timing so that
Yeah.
the benefit is received.
And
but it's really just perception.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, it is, I'm paying $25 more this year, and I'm not getting anything.
And not getting.
And even though, long term it all works out in the end, it's just sort of more of that short term
the
kind
perception.
of. Yeah.
You can always sign up for the early adopters program.
Yeah, there you go.
And I think we're almost at the limit there.
Now I really think she's got her hand up.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Tate. I noticed that, and we are all aware that there is some motivation from the community to look at more frequent garbage pickup in the summer and bare busy months, but that's not here. We're not looking at that yet. That's separate. Would be a different cost. Is that in your vision right now, or is that anywhere?
Yeah, this is just based on a status quo. I think we're going to learn a lot from this food cycler pilot. That may solve a lot of the issues of wildlife attractants. We'll see, right? We've got a nice sort of isolated area here of Fairview that we can kind of look at. Then based on that, you know, is it enough doing a food cycler program? Do we need to do more? I think this is kind of our opportunity to learn. So we're just kind of basing it on a status quo of keeping with that 2 weeks.
Follow up?
For sure.
Is there an opportunity to kind of crunch some of those numbers and get some of those options out to the community this year while we're doing this, while this is on the go, to maybe have some of those options with numbers available? Like, okay, well, this is how much that would cost, and this is how much that would cost.
Sure, that's certainly something that we can look at. One of the things, though, to remember, which is something we've got to factor into this, is that during the garbage weeks, the staff that are engaged in collecting garbage are obviously engaged in collecting garbage. But in the off weeks, there are public works staffing, and so, you know, dealing with, you know, whether it's signs or cement or potholes or whatever it is. So it's not that I guess we can't look at doing that. I mean, it's certainly something we can look at, but one of the things to remember is that there is a staffing resource there that's shared between two areas, and so if we were to be moving into that, we'd have to think about, well, how's that impacting some of the other things that we do from, you know, taking care of infrastructure and that. So that's something that we'd have to take a look at and see whether that makes sense for us.
And I think some of that complexity is what needs to be brought
Yeah, I just want to
forward.
remind council that we have that notice of motion tomorrow.
Okay.
That
Thank
would
you.
see us move a discussion to about bears and other things that we might want to be looking at within our resource recovery plan.
Okay.
To our strategic planning sessions. So I kind of want to just say hold tight, but tomorrow that's on there. I'm sure that that will probably be a positive response from council. I mean, you also have the decision to not move that notice of motion forward, but so that is coming tomorrow night to the council meeting.
That helps me understand the order. Thank you.
Yeah, so, and then it'll go to strategic planning, and then we as a council get to have a moment of when we're gonna think about all the things that we'd like to see happen potentially, and then we'll ask that, then we'll give them marching orders or direction or suggestion or whatever we do. Yeah.
And I think for clarity here, so we're projecting a contribution to that recycling, well, I'll call it the Resource Recovery Reserve, of $132,000 for 2022 and almost $60,000 for 2023. So it would be, you know, we have billed for those fees, so council could certainly reallocate those out of reserves into actually operations and increase the expenditures for more collection. I think it's what, 8,000 to 10,000 a week is our cost per collection week. So, you know, at next year's budget, you could potentially get 6 more weeks and still balance the budget. As the mayor said, you know, it's proposed to go to your strategic priorities, and, you know, council certainly has the right before any time to say, you know, we want to increase our budget by more for this year. I think the timing is we bill for resource recovery in February.
Yeah, that's kind of really what we're looking at now is more, you know, what do we want to see as an annual fee? Because we do that along with, we talked about the water and wastewater fees. We need to kind of get that out the door in February. So wasn't, you know, kind of keeping that fee static at $100, and we can kind of look at some of the other aspects, you know, at a later date. But that's sort of the main priority, I guess, is kind of setting that piece.
Yeah, we don't have to, if it was council's pleasure to increase the tag fee.
Yeah.
That doesn't have to be done for the bill that goes out to city residents in February. So on our bill, you don't live in the, on our bill, it comes, it's this $100 fee, and then sewer and water comes on the February bill. And this, because the tags are really optional. If you don't create any garbage, you don't have to buy a tag. So that can be discussed at any time.
Yeah, that could happen middle of the year, anytime, yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Payne.
I just am thinking, so we're assuming a 100% uptake on the food cyclers in Fairview with the 1,600? Is that the number of households that are in Fairview?
Plus the early adopters, I suppose. There's some in there. Yep.
1,200 in that collection area. I think 11 to 1,200. So there's about 400 to 500 additional. That's the early adopters that we're looking at for those units.
Okay, so then we're assuming a 100% uptake of residents. So we're
Yeah,
assuming
they
that
are-
everyone will agree, yes, I will take one of these and put it on my kitchen
Well,
counter.
they're going to be billed for it. So basically,
Well, everybody's
think-
going to pay the $100,
Yeah.
but
so I think ultimately, council's authority is you can't have organics in your waste stream. If you don't want to use a food cycler and you can keep organics out of your waste stream, then you don't have to take one. You just can't have organics in your waste stream.
thank you.
Okay. And then as far as a long-term plan, as I mentioned, if we did want to, if we roll out with a phase 2, we would look at some sort of a fee increase or a combination of tag increases to kind of make this a sustainable plan. The idea being that, you would fund your reserve, or in this case, we're sort of starting at a bit of a deficit, but bringing our reserve back up to a positive balance here by the time we're into that second phase of replacing, after 7 years, replacing those food cyclers again. So looking at something that sort of funds the program over that 7-year warranty period of a food cycler. I've got in the capital plan, and again, this is more for when we get into capital planning at the start of next year, but just to have that second round of food cyclers in there, should we decide to exercise that option, having it in the 5-year financial plan. And again, things like tag fees and annual fees for 2024, or if we want to do a tag fee increase in 2023, we can have those conversations. So just looking for a little bit of direction, I suppose, on that $100. If we decide to keep it at $100, I guess we don't need to do anything as far as updating our fees and charges. It's already in there, so that kind of simplifies things a little bit. But if we do want to change that annual fee, then that would be, we'd have the wastewater bylaws to present, and then also an update in the fees and charges for the annual fee for
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add to what Councilor Lockenberg was saying, is that this idea that, making waste, it's going to be like with carbon. I mean, carbon's going to be expensive to produce, and waste is going to be expensive to produce. I mean, these are going to be painful movements, but we're going to be, I think, forced probably by the provincial or federal government to do these things. So just say, as you're building your budgets, these are elements that are going to be happening. It's going to get expensive to produce waste, and so we might as well have a nice graduated plan. But I just feel like we shouldn't be shocked that these things are happening, because it's just going to be that way moving forward. So I just want to appreciate the work you've done. I know it's not easy to have expenses rising, but there's not really any way around it. So thank you.
I think to your point, Councillor Page, is we are borrowing, but we've chosen to borrow internally in these options, as opposed to, we haven't, we don't have the funds at our fees and current reserves to fund that outright, but we, over time, over that 7 years, we'd be able to basically pay that back based on the fees we're projecting here. I think 25 cents is about just over $20,000 in revenues. And if you're looking at building those reserves earlier, I think that's probably the right way to go, is actually on the tag fee. As the mayor pointed out, you have some control over how much garbage you produce. So if you want to reduce your costs, you can produce less waste, and those that choose to produce more waste or the same waste would pay more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something we could certainly put into a fees and charges, is a change to the tag fee as well.
Just in general, I'm trying to get a feel for the room here, and it is getting a little bit late. Are we satisfied with looking at sort of, we've heard a number of arguments either way, but in terms of keeping the fee at $100 for 2023, knowing that if we get to move into a position of full rollout in 2024, this fee will be going up, considering the fact that we still have, in my mind, I guess there's still an awful lot of other budgetary items to consider as we go forward, and I guess I always consider what my tax bill looks like, and that I have a tax bill, and then I have this other bill that's another $1,000 that you pay, and you don't, they come at different times of the year, but it just starts adding up over time. Councillor Page.
I, having heard the discussion, would like to see us sit at the $100 on the principle, basically, that the FCM pilot is not yet completed, and therefore we're going into it with a clear sense that we are testing our assumptions. We're not necessarily saying this is the end-all be-all. Like, that is a component. If we do end up doing weekly pickup or another round of pickup, that's going to get captured in a new fee that's mostly going to be driven to operational sides and won't really have that capital component to it. So on that principle, just because, we haven't made that determination, we don't have that independent consultation back, we don't know where that program's going, and we're going into an inflationarily difficult, recession difficult year in the first place. So I think I'm comfortable there. On the tag side, I guess I'm a little married to the whole idea that the tags pay for tipping fees, and that if we're doing cost recovery there, I also feel that principle shouldn't be muddied any further, that's what that is for, that's what we can tell our residents it's for. And I guess when we get to that crossroad in a couple years, there might be a bigger jump that has to happen. But until we know exactly what we're implementing in terms of a long-term strategy, I think we just have to keep it the same. That's my personal. Yeah, you can disagree.
Oh my God. Oh, it's so lovely. It's a good thing we have all the Christmas decorations.
Where's the mistletoe?
Any other comments? So I'm hearing status quo on fees and on tags, and I guess the only thing I can say about that is that we can have the tag conversation again later as we see how other budgetary things come out. But really, at this point, is to sort of give some feel on that $100 seems like the reasonable fee for resource recovery for this year.
And there could be cost savings once we get the food cycler going.
Oh yeah, and I
Right.
think that's the point here, is that we don't really know until we get through a year of getting to see what's happening, that.
Yeah, and it's something I just sort of thought of, and maybe I'm overthinking this, but if you're looking at, hey, we want to do this pilot project in Fairview, let's control all the variables we can. If you start to change the tag fee, now you're sort of looking at, okay, which one had the impact? Was it the food cycler? Was it the increase in the tag? So maybe kind of keeping things status quo is not a bad idea.
Better science, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm seeing some nodding heads around the table, so I think that it would be safe at this junction to say that carry on with looking at this, and then, working through the budget. And I know that, some of this is going to come back to us again to do the final motions and stuff regarding that bill that has to go out in February. So.
Okay. Yep. So at the meeting there in January, I'll be bringing the 2% for water and wastewater for 3 readings, and no change to the fees and charges for garbage or resource recovery. And then, like I said, we'll get that opportunity to look at the wastewater master plan before we do any sort of final readings on bylaws. And we'll kind of go from there.
That sounds good. Does anybody have any questions? We've had really full days here with Chris and with Colin regarding water and wastewater and stormwater and the sewage treatment plant, and now resource recovery, and all of these things that people really, these are the things that touch citizens every day. You know, if the tap doesn't turn on and if the toilet doesn't flush and the garbage isn't picked up, those are things that prompt people to really phone you. You know, I've never been phoned to say, you've got a light burning in your house and you're using up, you know, electricity. I mean, these are the basic things as city councilors that we hear about when things don't go right. So we've actually accomplished quite a bit with getting through this part of the city budget in terms of what we're here to have to manage. And sometimes it's not very exciting, but sometimes it's very exciting. I love it when Councillor Tate's got her, I'm thinking like, yeah, she's sending a lot of texts, and I'm thinking, no, she's burning up that calculator on her phone.
She's got it.
So I know I don't ever anymore have to work out percentages, because I always do it wrong on the phone. I can just look over that way and, you know, wiggle my ear and I'll get the number. So anyways, I think, I don't think we have anything else. We've got no notices of motions from this meeting. We've got no late items and no council reports at this junction. Hopefully there'll be some tomorrow. Maybe somebody has something they'd like to say tomorrow. So on that note, Mr. Jury, you are finished?
All done. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Yeah,
so, okay, Councillor Woodward moves adjournment, seconded by Councillor Pinero. Thank you, it was a long day. Thank you, everybody, for being here and participating. Excellent questions, and thank you to staff for all their time in making sure that we have